You'd be homeless without us. Dad smirked while my brother stole my food. I said nothing, just moved out in secret, and exposed his illegal. You'd be homeless without us. My dad smirked after I caught them illegally opening my mail to demand more rent from my new salary. So, I secretly packed my bags, cut off the electricity, internet, and subscriptions I was funding, and left them in the dark to discover the massive financial fraud I was about to pin right back on him. Original post. My name is Marcus. I'm 28 years old, and I grew up in a household where love was always treated like a transactional commodity, and I was the only one paying full price. I am the oldest of 3 children, and from the moment I was old enough to hold a broom, I was treated less like a son and more like an indentured servant whose primary purpose was to subsidize the family's comfort. My parents, particularly my father, subscribed to a very specific, twisted philosophy: respect is something you earn through blood and sweat, but absolute obedience is demanded by default. And if you happen to be the firstborn child, your obedience came with a heavy interest rate attached. You were expected to set the flawless example, maintain the fragile peace, and hold the entire household together, even when every other person in the house refused to lift a single finger. For the longest time, growing up, I genuinely believed this was just how the world worked. I thought all parents ruthlessly guilt-tripped their kids into scrubbing the floors and doing the heavy landscaping while slapping the label of teaching responsibility on it. I thought it was completely standard practice to be charged rent the second you turned 17 because, as my dad loved to repeat like a broken record, the real world doesn't hand out free rides. Here is the kicker: we weren't poor, we were actually far from it. My dad worked as a senior logistics manager for a major distribution company, bringing in a very comfortable salary. My mom worked as a freelance bookkeeper, entirely remote, setting her own hours. We lived in a sprawling 4-bedroom house in a nice suburban neighborhood. We had a massive, manicured backyard, 2 late model SUVs in the driveway, and there was always plenty of cash flowing for lavish birthday parties, brand-name clothes, and expensive dinners out at steakhouses. But my parents harbored this bizarre obsession with hardening us for the cruel realities of the world. Only, that so-called hardening was exclusively directed at me. My younger siblings lived in an entirely different universe. My brother Liam, who is 2 years younger than me, could literally crash his car into a neighbor's brick mailbox while texting, and somehow my parents would spin the narrative to make him the tragic victim of a poorly placed structure. My sister Chloe, who is currently 19 and a freshman in college, had a bedroom that looked like an Apple Store showroom. She had gadgets and electronics I couldn't even dream of affording when I was her age. Meanwhile, I had to wage absolute war just to get a Wi-Fi extender that reached my bedroom in the unfinished basement, a damp, concrete-walled dungeon for which I was charged exactly $500 a month in rent. I started working the moment it was legally permissible. At 15, I got a grueling part-time job at a massive supermarket chain, spending hours on my feet bagging groceries, retrieving carts in the freezing snow, and scrubbing massive spills in the aisles. Eventually, I transitioned to a warehouse job, loading heavy pallets on the night shift while trying to drag myself through the final years of high school. My parents made their stance crystal clear: if I wanted a vehicle, gas money, car insurance, or literally anything beyond the absolute bare minimum of tap water and basic shelter, it was entirely on my shoulders. When I finally got my driver's license, I drained my meager savings account to purchase a rusted-out, dented 2004 Honda Civic that rattled violently if you pushed it past 60 miles an hour. When I pulled that awful car into the driveway for the first time, my dad stood on the porch, crossed his arms, smirked, and said, "Looks like you're finally learning how the real world works, Marcus." At the time, my desperate, validation-starved teenage brain thought he was expressing pride. But looking back with the clarity of adulthood, I realize he just thoroughly enjoyed the spectacle of my struggle. It reinforced his rigid belief system that the world was a brutal meat grinder and that kids needed to be shoved into it early. After I graduated high school, the concept of going straight to a 4-year university was completely off the table. I simply didn't have the funds, and my parents weren't offering a single dime of assistance. If you want a fancy college degree, my dad lectured me over dinner one night, you go out and get a job that pays for tuition. Or you take out loans and drown in them like everyone else. But you are absolutely not living in this house for free while you figure yourself out playing beer pong. So, I didn't go to college. Instead, I worked a soul-crushing rotation of warehouse shifts, late-night delivery gigs, and weekend retail jobs, doing absolutely anything I could to keep handing over my $500 rent every first of the month while painfully scraping together a small savings cushion. During the exhausting hours between shifts, I started aggressively pursuing IT certifications online. I taught myself advanced networking, server administration, cloud architecture, and the complex basics of enterprise cybersecurity. It was a brutal, sleep-deprived existence, especially while working 40 to 50 hours a week of physical labor, but I gritted my teeth and made it happen. By the time I turned 25, my relentless grinding finally paid off. I landed a fantastic full-time, fully remote position doing high-level tech support and network infrastructure management for a rapidly growing mid-size logistics software firm. It wasn't quite a six-figure salary yet, but it was incredibly stable, came with full benefits, and most importantly, it was an achievement that belonged entirely to me. I finally had a tiny sliver of breathing room in my life. I was still living in the damp basement, still handing over my rent money with absolute precision, and still enduring a barrage of passive-aggressive commentary every time I had to skip a Sunday family dinner because I was stuck on an emergency server maintenance call. But the sheer panic of poverty was gone. I actually started browsing apartment listings, dreaming of getting my own quiet place, maybe even enrolling in night classes to finally get that bachelor's degree. And then, the global pandemic turned the world upside down. Almost overnight, the entire dynamic of the house shifted. Liam, who had been lazily working as a bartender downtown, lost his job when the restaurants shut down. He immediately packed up his apartment and moved back into his old, spacious upstairs bedroom. Naturally, my parents, who had spent my entire life insisting I pay rent because the universe owes nobody a living, suddenly decided that Liam didn't need to contribute a single cent. He's going through an incredibly stressful transition right now. My mom cooed softly, patting his shoulder. This is a global crisis. It's simply not the time to add financial pressure to his plate. Meanwhile, Chloe, whose college campus had closed, moved back home to take her classes online. She completely inverted her schedule, sleeping until 2 in the afternoon and then blasting obnoxious TikToks and reality TV shows at maximum volume through the thin floorboards directly above my basement workspace well into the early hours of the morning. Through all of this chaos, I kept my head down. I kept working my demanding remote job, kept paying my $500 rent without fail, kept buying the bulk of the household groceries, and kept getting ruthlessly guilt-tripped every time I politely asked for 10 minutes of quiet so I could lead a crucial Zoom meeting with my company's executives. It genuinely felt like I was a paying guest in a terrible hotel that I was secretly funding out of my own pocket, except the management actively despised me and the other guests were receiving complimentary room service. The situation deteriorated rapidly when Liam started making snide, degrading comments about my profession. Must be real nice to just sit around in your pajamas all day. He'd sneer from the kitchen island, casually sipping the expensive cold brew coffee I had purchased with my own money. Or he'd say, "Some of us actually do real, physical labor, Marcus. We don't just sit in a dark basement clicking a mouse and pretending it's hard work." My dad would chuckle from his recliner, treating Liam's blatant disrespect like it was a hilarious inside joke. "Your brother isn't entirely wrong, Marcus," my dad chimed in one evening. "If the power grid fails, what exactly are you going to do? You're not exactly an essential worker, are you?" I wanted to scream until my lungs gave out. I wanted to violently list off every single bill I was covering, every grocery run I made, every time I fixed their broken laptops and shattered phones. Instead, I just bit my tongue, nodded blankly, and retreated to my basement. The absolute breaking point happened on a humid Tuesday night. I had just finished a grueling 12-hour shift. The company's primary servers had crashed, we were fighting off a sophisticated phishing attack, and 3 of my key team members were out sick. My brain felt like it had been put through a blender. All I wanted in the entire world was to go upstairs, make the elaborate chicken and rice meal I had specifically prepped the night before, and stare blankly at a screen until I fell asleep. But when I trudged up the stairs and opened the refrigerator, my jaw dropped. Half of the groceries I had purchased just 2 days prior were completely gone. My expensive protein shakes, my carefully portioned chicken breasts, my specialized pre-workout meals, all of it had vanished. I slowly turned around and looked into the living room. There was Liam, sprawled across the sofa, shirtless, mindlessly playing a video game, and loudly burping up the distinct smell of my garlic herb chicken. "You're welcome," he muttered, not even bothering to take his eyes off the television screen. I took a deep breath, trying to keep my heart rate from exploding. I walked over and asked him, very calmly, why he continually felt entitled to take my expensive groceries when he didn't contribute a single dollar to the household expenses. He just paused his game, leaned back, and laughed directly in my face. "Bro, chill out. What's mine is yours, right? That's what family is for. Stop being such a tightwad." I brought the issue up to my parents that night at the dinner table. I wasn't screaming. I wasn't throwing accusations. I simply asked, in a measured tone, if we could establish some basic boundaries in the house. I suggested we could label our food, or maybe set up a shared grocery budget, just something to maintain order. That was when my dad slammed his heavy fist down on the wooden dining table so hard the silverware rattled. "You are acting like a damn ungrateful guest in your own home," he snapped, his face turning a dangerous shade of red. "You think you're somehow better than your brother just because you managed to get some cushy desk job and print out a little IT certificate. Let me remind you of reality, Marcus. You would be completely homeless without us. You live in this house because your mother and I generously allow you to, don't you ever forget that." I looked at him. I looked at my mother, who was silently staring at her plate, refusing to intervene. I looked at Liam, who was failing to hide a smug grin. I didn't say a single word. Not then. I just calmly stood up from my chair, walked down the stairs to the basement, closed my door, and sat on the edge of my mattress for a very, very long time. Something deep inside my chest shifted that night. It felt entirely different from all the previous arguments. It wasn't the first time my dad had pulled the "you'd be homeless" card to assert his dominance, but for some reason, this time, the words didn't sting. They didn't make me feel small or inadequate. They didn't feel like a reflection of my supposed failures. It just felt like crystal clear clarity. That was the exact moment I fully accepted that I was not going to stay in this house much longer. But I also made a silent vow to myself: if I was going to leave, I absolutely was not going to fade away quietly. And I was definitely not going to continue secretly funding their comfortable, oblivious lives while they treated me like a piece of garbage stuck to the bottom of their shoes. Update 1. The meticulous planning began the very next morning. I didn't just pack a duffel bag and storm out in a fit of rage. That would have been too easy for them to dismiss as a childish tantrum. I needed a flawless execution. When I sat at my desk and genuinely began to audit my life, the sheer scale of my financial entanglement with my family made my stomach churn. My name was attached to significantly more things than I cared to admit. The high-speed fiber internet that the whole family relied on? Solely under my name and my credit card. The monthly electricity and gas bills? Technically split in the online portal, but my card was the only one set to auto-pay, meaning I had been covering the entire house's massive energy consumption for the last 3 years. The entire suite of streaming services, Netflix, Hulu, Disney+, Spotify Premium, Amazon Prime, all registered to my email, all charged to my accounts. At some point, without any formal discussion, I had quietly morphed into the foundational load-bearing pillar of the household's entire logistical and financial structure. And the wildest part was that they genuinely believed they were the ones supporting me. The sheer audacity of their delusion was put on full display later that week. I woke up to my sister Chloe stomping aggressively around the upstairs hallway. Apparently, she couldn't find her expensive AirPods. Before I could even pour my morning coffee, she barged to the top of the basement stairs and launched into a full-blown interrogation. "Did you steal them?" she demanded, crossing her arms and glaring down at me like I was a convicted thief. "Why would I steal your headphones, Chloe?" "I have my own," I replied, utterly exhausted. "Because I borrowed your Bluetooth speaker last month and accidentally broke it, and you got mad. So, obviously you took my AirPods as revenge." I just stared at her. That was the level of logic I was dealing with. She had wronged me, so in her mind, I was the villain plotting petty retaliation. I shook my head, told her to ask Liam, and walked away. Later that same afternoon, my phone buzzed. It was a Venmo request from my mother. The amount was $55.20, accompanied by a cold little note: household groceries and cleaning supplies. There was no prior discussion, no context, just a digital demand for my money. The absolute best part of this ridiculous request? I had literally done a massive grocery run 3 days prior, spending $95 of my own hard-earned money on essentials: eggs, milk, chicken, toilet paper, laundry detergent, stuff that absolutely nobody thanked me for, and stuff I watched evaporate into Liam's stomach in record time. I hit the decline button without a second thought. 30 minutes later, my phone lit up with a text message. "Mom, did you decline the payment request on purpose?" "Oh. Me. Yes. Mom, that is incredibly selfish, Marcus. We are a family. We all have to contribute to this household." "Me. I do contribute. I just bought $95 worth of groceries on Monday." "Mom, that was your personal choice. This request is for the shared items I purchased. You need to pay your fair share." "Me. I didn't ask for any of those items, and no one ever offers to split the cost of the food I buy that Liam eats. I'm not paying it." She didn't respond to the text, but the energy at the dinner table that evening was absolutely toxic. The air was thick and freezing cold. My mother completely refused to look in my direction. My father kept aggressively clearing his throat every few minutes, his jaw clenched tight, practically vibrating with the urge to scream at me but trying to maintain his intimidating silence. Chloe was entirely ignoring the tension, snapping photos of her mashed potatoes to post on Instagram, curating her fake aesthetic life. Then Liam, ever the instigator, decided to play his favorite role of provocateur. "So," he said casually, aggressively stabbing a piece of chicken with his fork, "I heard you're refusing to pay Mom back for the groceries." I kept my eyes on my plate and didn't answer. "Kind of a pathetic, low blow considering she literally gave birth to you and raised you," Liam pushed, grinning over his water glass. I remained completely silent, chewing my food methodically. "Marcus," my dad barked, his voice slicing through the room like a whip, "answer your brother when he speaks to you." "I am not answering anyone at this table. This is a dinner, not a legal deposition," I replied, my voice dangerously calm. You are sitting under our roof. My dad exploded, slamming his hand on the table again. When we ask you a question, you answer it. I slowly wiped my mouth with a napkin, stood up from the table, and looked him dead in the eyes. Then maybe I won't be sitting under your roof much longer. My mom finally broke her silence, letting out a harsh, mocking laugh. Oh, please, where exactly are you going to go, Marcus? You think you're actually ready to survive out in the real world on your own? Everything you have right now is because of us. Because of us. Those 3 words echoed in my skull. They genuinely believed that my grueling IT job, my late-night study sessions, my carefully guarded savings account, none of it was my own merit. In their twisted reality, I was just a charity case who had been handed a scholarship to life, and they were the benevolent, long-suffering donors. I didn't utter another syllable. I turned my back on them and walked down into the basement. That night, I pulled up my financial spreadsheets and got to work. I analyzed my bank accounts, calculated exactly what it would take to secure a decent apartment, and started rapidly browsing rental listings on the far opposite side of the city. I quietly called a few close friends, asking for recommendations on property management companies. I created a massive, comprehensive checklist: transfer the Wi-Fi, remove my credit cards from all household autopays, physically pack my electronics, secure a moving truck. I knew it would take a solid 2 weeks to meticulously untangle my digital and financial footprint from the house, but I was absolutely determined to execute it flawlessly. I wanted to leave cleanly, silently, without giving them the satisfaction of a screaming match, but making sure the bridge was thoroughly incinerated behind me. Over the next week, I began the invisible extraction process. I contacted the fiber internet provider, informed them I was relocating, and scheduled a hard cutoff date for the service, 2 weeks from that Monday. Perfect. I logged into the electricity and gas portals, fully removed my primary credit card information, deleted my user profile, and let the accounts default back to the physical property address. My dad would eventually receive a massive paper bill in the mail. He could figure it out. Meanwhile, life upstairs carried on in blissful, ignorant entitlement. Liam continued to raid my remaining groceries. Chloe permanently borrowed my backup power banks. My mom sent me yet another Venmo request, this time for $28.50 for cleaning supplies. I let it sit in the pending folder, entirely ignored. Then came the catastrophic boiling point. It was a Thursday evening. I had been trapped in back-to-back virtual meetings since 8 a.m. When I finally emerged from the basement to grab a glass of water, I noticed something deeply unsettling. There was laughter coming from the kitchen. It wasn't normal laughter. It was that strange, conspiratorial, fake family joy that only ever surfaced when they were collectively gossiping about someone else's misery. My dad was sitting at the head of the island counter, grinning from ear to ear. Liam was leaning against the fridge, scrolling on his phone and chuckling. My mom wore a deeply smug, satisfied little smile, and Chloe was whispering excitedly. As I walked into the kitchen, the laughter abruptly stopped. And then I saw it. Laying flat on the marble counter was a crisp, white envelope. It was torn open. My name was printed clearly on the front window, right next to the official logo of my corporate employer. It was my quarterly bonus and updated salary pay stub. They had intercepted my mail, physically torn it open, and read it. I froze in my tracks. My chest tightened so violently I could barely draw breath. My heart started thudding with that heavy, sickening rhythm that hits when you realize your most sacred boundaries have been completely violated. Well, Marcus, my dad said, leaning back in his stool, his eyes gleaming with greedy satisfaction. You certainly didn't bother to tell us you were pulling in that kind of money now. I looked at him, then down at the brutally opened envelope, and then back at him. My mind was completely blank with fury. Seeing as your financial situation has vastly improved, my dad continued, crossing his arms, maybe it's time you start paying a much higher, fairer share of the rent around here. We're all struggling to keep this house afloat, you know. I slowly turned my gaze to my mother. You opened my private, federally protected mail. She had the absolute unmitigated audacity to simply shrug her shoulders. Oh, calm down. It came to our house address. It had our last name on it. We were just curious. Yeah, bro, relax. Liam chimed in, scoffing. It's not like we hacked into your bank account and stole the cash. Stop being so dramatic. You crossed a massive line, I said, my voice dropping to a terrifyingly quiet, hard register. Oh, stop with the dramatic victim routine. My dad snapped, his faux-friendly demeanor instantly vanishing. We have housed you, fed you, and supported you for your entire life. You think you can just live under my roof and keep financial secrets from us now? I took a slow step backward. My fists were clenched so tightly my knuckles were bone white. But I wasn't shaking with rage. I was filled with something infinitely deeper, something intensely final. This was the point of no return. They had explicitly invaded my privacy, laughed at my professional success, and were now blatantly using it as ammunition to extort more money from me. That was the exact second the master plan fully solidified in my mind. I wasn't just going to leave. I was going to take every single ounce of comfort, convenience, and financial stability I had provided them, and I was going to rip it out from under their feet like a magician pulling a tablecloth. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't engage in their pathetic argument. I simply relaxed my fists, gave a slow, deliberate nod, and said, "Okay." They all stopped and stared at me, visibly confused by my complete lack of resistance. "What exactly does okay mean?" my mom asked, her smug smile faltering slightly. "It means you're absolutely right," I said softly, stepping backward toward the basement door. "I shouldn't keep any more secrets from you." And then I turned around and walked down the stairs. What I didn't tell them in that moment was that I had already found a beautiful, quiet apartment. I didn't tell them that I had already signed the lease electronically earlier that morning. I didn't tell them that in exactly 3 days, I was moving out forever, and I was taking every single digital and financial thread I owned with me. When the utilities started bouncing, when the fridge ran empty, when their beloved Amazon Prime deliveries halted, they would realize exactly what my silence meant. But I wasn't done yet. Because there was one final, devastating piece of the puzzle I was going to uncover before I vanished. I didn't sleep a single wink that night. I lay flat on my back on my miserable basement mattress, fully clothed, staring blankly up at the exposed pipes on the ceiling. The dull, rhythmic hum of my server fan was the only sound keeping me company. My brain was trapped in an endless loop, replaying my dad's greedy smirk, Liam's mocking laugh, and the sight of my torn open mail sitting on the counter like a communal piece of trash. There was a crushing heaviness in my chest, not sadness, but an ancient, bone-deep exhaustion. I had spent nearly 3 decades shrinking myself to keep the peace, acting as the designated emotional sponge and financial safety net. They had relentlessly chipped away at my soul until there was barely anything left, and now, they wanted to consume the rest. I had exactly 3 days to execute the extraction. The apartment I had secured was a modest, second-floor one-bedroom unit on the far edge of the city. It wasn't a luxury penthouse, but it had large windows, pristine hardwood floors, and most importantly, an ironclad lock on the door that only I held the key to. No more damp concrete. No more passive-aggressive stomping on the ceiling. No more forced family dinners designed to tear me down. But I couldn't just casually pack my boxes and walk out the front door. If they sensed even a hint that I was escaping, they would actively sabotage the process. They would suddenly invent massive household emergencies. "Marcus, the garage door is broken, you need to fix it before you go." "Marcus, Mom needs you to drive her across town." "Marcus, Liam needs a loan." They would do everything in their power to stall me, drain me, and keep me trapped in my role as the useful idiot. So, I operated like a ghost. On Friday morning, while they were all asleep, I finalized the utility purge. I scheduled the high-speed fiber internet to completely terminate at exactly 8 a.m. on Monday. I permanently canceled the entire suite of streaming services: Netflix, Hulu, Disney+, Spotify, HBO Max. I went into every single account settings page and clicked sign out of all devices. They wouldn't even realize what was happening until they tried to load a movie on Sunday night and hit a massive paywall. I completely revoked the autopay mandates on the home's electricity, water, and natural gas portals. I redirected my massive Amazon Prime account to default to a secure locker hub near my new apartment. I even contacted the post office and executed a strict change of address forward for all my mail, ensuring nothing would ever land in their greedy hands again. On Saturday, the physical extraction began. I packed my belongings methodically, moving in tiny, invisible increments. A few textbooks here, a stack of winter clothes there. My expensive external hard drive slipped into my laptop bag. I carefully disassembled my secondary monitors and boxed them up, leaving just the primary screen active so my desk still looked perfectly normal. Every time I smuggled a load of boxes out to my car, I parked 2 blocks away, sneaking through the neighborhood like a burglar escaping my own prison. And then, Sunday morning arrived. I woke up at 4:30 a.m., the house was dead silent. I carried the final, heavy loads up the stairs: my remaining clothes, my bathroom supplies, my kitchen prep containers. The very last item I grabbed from my basement desk was a small, cheap wooden photo frame. It held a picture of me from my high school graduation. In the photo, my smile was crooked and uncertain, and my parents were standing directly behind me, their heavy hands resting firmly on my shoulders. When I was younger, I thought that physical touch represented parental support. Looking at it now, in the cold light of dawn, I realized it looked exactly like they were physically holding me down, preventing me from moving forward. I took the photo out of the frame, tossed it into the metal trash bin, and left the empty frame face down on the desk. I walked out to my car, started the engine, and drove away. The drive to my new apartment took exactly 22 minutes. But those 22 minutes felt longer, heavier, and more profound than the entire 28 years of my life leading up to that moment. Every single stoplight I passed felt like a ticking countdown. Every turn of the steering wheel was a physical step away from the toxicity. When I finally unlocked the door to my new apartment and stepped inside, the air smelled like fresh white paint, lemon cleaner, and old pine wood. The large furniture I had ordered wasn't scheduled to arrive until Tuesday, so for the first 2 days, it was just me, a pile of cardboard boxes, and a premium air mattress I had purchased. But the silence. The silence was absolutely intoxicating. It wasn't the hostile, suffocating, minefield silence of my parents' house, where you were constantly waiting for the next screaming match to detonate. It was a thick, peaceful, golden silence. I could hear the faint, distant sound of city traffic. I could hear a dog barking happily in the courtyard below. I sat cross-legged on the bare hardwood floor for hours, my laptop open on my knees, just watching the afternoon sunlight slowly crawl across the living room wall. For the first time in my entire existence, I did not feel small. But the inevitable storm was brewing. Update 2. The chaos erupted precisely on Monday morning, right on schedule. They didn't fully realize I was completely gone until the essential services began collapsing around them. The barrage of text messages started hitting my phone at exactly 8:15 a.m. First, it was my mother. Mom, Marcus, the internet is completely down. Chloe needs to log into her college portal for a midterm. Can you restart the basement router? Mom, Marcus, are you awake? The power in the kitchen just flickered and now the fridge is beeping. Did you forget to pay the bill? The bill. Mom, we are literally sitting in the dark right now. Answer, your phone. I simply swiped the notifications away, sipping my hot coffee in my sunlit kitchen. Then, Liam's text started rolling in. Liam, bro, what the hell did you do to the Wi-Fi? I'm in the middle of a ranked match. Liam, hello, are you even downstairs? Mom is freaking out. Liam, did you seriously change the Netflix password? You're being incredibly petty. Still, I maintained absolute radio silence. By Tuesday afternoon, the panic had fully set in. I woke up to 14 missed calls and a massive, rambling voicemail from my dad. When I pressed play, his voice sounded entirely different. The arrogant, booming authority he constantly wielded was completely stripped away, replaced by a frantic, breathless uncertainty. Marcus, listen to me. We need to talk immediately. Things have gotten incredibly complicated here. The utility companies are saying the accounts were closed. There's been some sort of massive misunderstanding. You cannot just cut off the entire house like this. That is not how a family operates. Call me back the second you get this message. I sat at my new desk and let out a dark, hollow laugh. That is not how a family operates. It was the ultimate, sickening irony. They had been operating exactly like that toward me for my entire life, using me, draining me, treating me like a disposable resource, and the absolute second I mirrored their energy and cut off their supply, it was suddenly a catastrophic crime against the concept of family. 2 full weeks passed. I completely ignored their endless barrage of calls, texts, and manipulative emails. I focused entirely on my new life. I decorated my apartment. I bought a real, comfortable bed. I poured my energy into my IT job, optimizing server architectures and closing out support tickets with record speed. My department manager actually scheduled a one-on-one call just to tell me he was incredibly impressed with the sudden surge in my productivity and offered me a spot on the senior infrastructure team, which came with a massive 20% pay bump. I was thriving. The miserable, battered version of Marcus who lived in a damp basement and begged for scraps of parental affection was dead. But just when I thought I had smoothly sailed into the sunset, the universe decided to drop a nuclear bomb in my lap. It happened on a quiet Thursday night. I was casually migrating some of my old digital files from my personal cloud storage to a new encrypted drive. Out of pure, idle curiosity, I logged into a very old, secondary email account I hadn't actively used in nearly 3 years, the one I used to use for junk mail and old college applications. As the inbox slowly populated, my eyes locked onto an email thread sitting near the top, flagged with a bright red urgency icon. It was from a company called Apex Financial Recovery. The subject line read, Final Notice, Intent to Litigate, Joint Account, ending in 4409. My blood turned to absolute ice. I didn't recognize the account number. I didn't recognize the collection agency. I aggressively clicked the email, my heart hammering against my ribs, and downloaded the attached PDF statement. There it was, printed in stark, black and white legal text. A massive, revolving home improvement line of credit. The total outstanding balance was a staggering $8,240.60. And right there, listed as the primary cosigner, was my full legal name, my date of birth, and my social security number. The secondary account holder was my father. I sat frozen in my ergonomic desk chair, the soft blue light of my dual monitors washing over my face as pure, unadulterated shock mutated into blinding rage. Suddenly, every single confusing piece of the puzzle violently snapped into place. I forced my brain to rewind 3 years. I was 25, working brutally long night shifts, utterly exhausted. My dad had casually approached me one morning in the kitchen, sliding a stack of dense, legal-looking paperwork across the island. He told me it was just a standard municipal form he needed my signature on to approve some minor exterior renovations to the house, claiming the city needed all adult residents to sign off. I was naive, sleep-deprived, and desperate to appease him, so I blindly scribbled my signature where he pointed. He hadn't been getting a permit. He had been secretly tying my pristine credit profile to a massive, high-interest line of credit. He had immediately maxed it out, likely to fund their lavish lifestyle, and had completely stopped making the minimum payments over 8 months ago. The collection agency had been aggressively emailing this old inbox because I had long since changed my primary contact info. This was the real reason he had completely lost his mind when I moved out. It wasn't about the $500 basement rent, it wasn't about the grocery money. It was about him losing physical access to the human meat shield he had illegally tied to his catastrophic financial mess. He had secretly built a massive debt bomb, strapped it to my back, and smiled in my face while doing it. I didn't scream. I didn't throw my keyboard. I didn't call him to weep and demand answers. The old Marcus would have done that. The new Marcus was a highly trained systems administrator who specialized in dissecting complex problems and aggressively neutralizing threats. I immediately went to work. Step 1. I pulled my comprehensive, 3-bureau credit report. There it was, a massive red stain dragging my excellent credit score down into the dirt. A severely delinquent $8,240.60 account. Step 2. I picked up my phone and called Maya, a friend from my old warehouse days who had since graduated law school and worked in consumer advocacy and financial litigation. I calmly explained the entire situation, sending her the PDFs over a secure link. Maya was silent for a long moment. "Marcus, this is textbook financial abuse," she said, her voice dead serious. "It happens constantly in toxic families. Is it technically illegal? It's a massive gray area because your physical signature is on the document, even if it was obtained under entirely false pretenses. But here is exactly what we are going to do. We are going to file a massive, aggressive fraud dispute with all 3 credit bureaus. We are going to place a hard security freeze on your entire identity. And we are going to force the original creditor to launch a full internal investigation into the origin of the debt." "Will that affect him?" I asked, my voice terrifyingly calm. "Oh, absolutely," Maya replied, a hint of vicious satisfaction in her tone. "If you formally dispute your liability and flag the account as deceptive, the creditor will immediately shift the entire legal and financial burden squarely onto the secondary holder, your father. They will freeze his remaining assets, tank his personal credit score into the abyss, and come after him for the full balance immediately." "Good," I whispered. "Let's burn it down." I spent the next 48 hours compiling a devastating dossier of evidence. I gathered every single bank statement proving I had never received or benefited from a single dollar of that $8,000 credit line. I drafted a sworn, notarized affidavit legally, stating I was intentionally misled regarding the nature of the financial documents I signed. I submitted the massive packet to the credit bureaus and the collection agency via certified mail. But I realized I wasn't quite finished. If we were playing scorched earth, I was going to salt the fields. I logged into the tax preparation software I had used to generously help Liam file his taxes 2 years prior. My email was still the master recovery account. I could see that Liam had an unfiled draft return sitting in the system for the previous tax year. He hadn't reported his massive cash tips from his bartending job. He had been bragging about dodging taxes for months. I didn't hack his account, I just used the public, anonymous IRS tip line to submit a highly detailed report regarding a specific bartender failing to declare substantial cash income at his specific former place of employment. Let the federal government deal with the golden boy. Then, I meticulously scrubbed myself from every remaining emergency contact list, medical portal, and school registry tied to my family. I was a ghost. The inevitable physical confrontation finally occurred 2 weeks later. I was walking back to my apartment building on a Friday evening, carrying 2 heavy bags of groceries. As I approached the front steps, a silver SUV aggressively swerved to the curb. The door flew open, and my dad stepped out. He looked absolutely terrible. His face was pale, his eyes were bloodshot, and the arrogant, untouchable aura he usually projected was completely shattered. "Marcus," he barked, marching toward me, though his voice lacked its usual booming power. "We need to talk right now." I stopped on the concrete steps, placing my grocery bags down. I didn't flinch. I just stared at him with absolute, freezing indifference. "You think you can just play these sick little games?" he demanded, pointing a trembling finger at my chest. "I just got a certified letter from the bank. They froze my checking account. They are demanding $8,000 in full. What the hell did you tell them?" "I told them the exact truth," I replied, my voice perfectly level. "I told them I was fraudulently misled into co-signing a massive credit line that I never benefited from." "We are your family," he screamed, his face turning purple, spit flying from his lips. You don't sick the damn credit bureaus on your own father. I put a roof over your head. You wouldn't have survived without me. No, I said, taking one deliberate step down the stairs, forcing him to physically step back. You wouldn't have survived the last 3 years without times me. You used my name, my credit, and my paycheck to fund your pathetic, fake wealthy lifestyle, and when I finally stopped bleeding myself dry for you, you panicked. His jaw dropped. He literally had no response. For the first time in 28 years, the great, terrifying patriarch was completely speechless. Do not ever come to my home again, I said softly. If you do, I will call the police, and I will hand them the rest of the documentation I have regarding your financial activities. I picked up my groceries, walked up the stairs, went inside, and locked the heavy deadbolt. I didn't look back. A month later, the final verdict arrived in my mailbox. The credit bureaus had completely sided with my dispute. The fraudulent account was permanently wiped from my credit profile, my score skyrocketed back to the high 700 CES, and the entire $8,240.60 debt, along with massive penalty fees, was legally chained exclusively to my father's name. As a final act of closure, I logged into the old shared Google Drive folder that I used to manage for the family. I deleted every single photo, tax document, and recipe. I created one single, master folder and titled it Contributions. Inside, I uploaded hundreds of PDFs, every grocery receipt I had ever paid, every Venmo transfer I had sent, the $500 rent receipts, and finally, a screenshot of the official credit dispute resolution completely absolving me of his secret debt. I left a single text document in the folder. It read, "This is everything I sacrificed for this family. I used to think love was something I had to continuously purchase from you. I now realize you were just bankrupt, and I am done paying your debts. Do not ever contact me again." I removed myself as the owner, transferred access to his email, and permanently deleted the account from my devices. It has been a year and a half since that day. I am now a senior systems engineer. I bought a beautiful new car, no rust, no rattling. I spend my weekends hiking, traveling, and hosting game nights with friends who actually value my presence, not my wallet. Last week, a distant aunt accidentally forwarded me a digital photo. It was from Liam's recent, shockingly scaled down courthouse wedding. In the picture, my dad looked 10 years older, hollowed out and exhausted. My mom looked miserable. Liam and Chloe were staring at their phones. They were standing in the same frame, but they looked like 4 total strangers who had been forced into a room together. I looked at the photo for a long time. I didn't feel anger. I didn't feel vindicated. I just felt a profound, overwhelming sense of peace. They had built their entire kingdom out of control, manipulation, and my stolen money. And the second I walked out the door and locked it behind me, the entire castle crumbled to dust. Top comments. User 1. The absolute audacity of your dad to pull the "you'd be homeless without us" card while literally using your stolen identity to artificially prop up his own fake lifestyle is genuinely sickening. You didn't just burn the bridge, you nuked it from orbit. Incredible execution on the credit dispute. User 2. IT guy here. The way you systematically shut down every single digital tether, the Wi-Fi, the Netflix, the Amazon Prime is pure poetry. They thought you were just a human ATM. Reporting the golden child brother to the IRS for tax evasion was the cherry on top of this beautiful revenge Sunday. Enjoy your peace. User 3. It is wild how toxic parents will absolutely drain their most responsible child dry, coddle the useless ones, and then act completely blindsided when the responsible one finally snaps and leaves. Good on you for protecting your credit and your future. Never look back. My family laughed at my entry-level finance job. At the will reading, my corporate lawyer revealed I was a CEO. Then I took their inheritance. The text from my sister, Chloe, arrived at 7:43 on a freezing Tuesday morning while I was reviewing the final documents for a $6.5 million corporate acquisition. Family meeting Friday 2 p.m. Grandma's will reading. Don't make a scene, Arthur will be there. There was no hello. There was no how are you holding up. There was absolutely no acknowledgement that our grandmother, Beatrice, the woman who had essentially raised us both, had died just 12 days earlier. There was also no mention of the fact that I had been the only person sitting in that sterile hospice room holding her hand when she finally took her last breath. Just orders, as always. I set my phone face down on my mahogany desk, and looked out through the floor-to-ceiling windows of my 40th floor office. Chicago was putting on one of its rare, bitterly cold, crystal clear December mornings. The icy expanse of Lake Michigan looked like shattered glass against the steel blue sky. I stared at the water for a long time, letting the silence of my office ground me. Then I picked up my phone and typed back, "I'll be there." Her reply came in under 30 seconds, "Dress appropriately." This is a formal legal proceeding. I stared at that message for a full minute, a hollow laugh escaping my chest. I was 34 years old. I was the sole founder and CEO of Vanguard Capital Group, a private equity firm currently managing $75 million in assets. I sat on the board of directors for 5 different corporations, 3 of which were publicly traded. I had spent the last 12 years of my life building something incredibly real, something serious, something that actual sophisticated professionals in my industry deeply respected. And I had done every single bit of it quietly, carefully, and without ever once asking my family for a single dollar, a single favor, or a single word of encouragement. But to Chloe, I was still just little Clara, the disappointing younger sister, the one who had fumbled her prestigious birthright and wandered off into finance, of all the mediocre, boring places to end up. I forwarded her text message to my executive assistant, Sarah, with a quick 3-word note, "Block my Friday." Then I went back to the acquisition proposal on my desk. You need to understand something fundamental about my family before I tell you what happened in that downtown conference room. On paper, we are a highly respectable Midwestern dynasty. My grandfather built a massive commercial real estate portfolio in the late 1960s and 70s. But it was my grandmother, Beatrice Hayes, who spent the next 40 years quietly quadrupling its value after he died. She navigated an era when banks literally required a man's signature on a woman's business loan. She didn't care. She found ways around every single closed door, every condescending loan officer, and every sexist competitor. By the time I was born, Hayes Real Estate Holdings was worth somewhere north of $90 million. My father, Robert, inherited the family name, the exclusive country club memberships, and the unshakable, arrogant conviction that he had actually earned something. My mother, Evelyn, had gone to an Ivy League school and considered that fact a permanent personality trait. My sister, Chloe, had graduated from Columbia Law, summered in the Hamptons, and 4 years ago had married Arthur Sterling, Federal Judge Arthur Sterling, as she reminded everyone approximately once per conversation. I had gone to a state university on a full merit scholarship, double majoring in economics and advanced mathematics. I graduated summa cum laude and won the Dean's Medal for Academic Excellence at the commencement reception. It was a reception my family missed because they had a charity gala that conflicted with the schedule. They came to the actual walking of the stage, but they left immediately after. I stood in the reception hall holding a gold medal and a plastic cup of warm sparkling cider, surrounded by professors who were telling me I had a brilliant mind, and I remember thinking, they're already in the car. That was the exact moment I decided to stop telling them things. It wasn't out of spite, it was out of pure, exhausted pragmatism. Every time I shared an accomplishment, they found a way to make it smaller. At 25, when I told my father I was leaving my safe corporate banking job to start my own firm with my savings, he swirled his scotch and said, "That's a very risky, foolish decision. Clara, have you thought about what you'll do when it fails?" He didn't say times if. He said times when. So, Vanguard Capital launched out of a dingy, shared co-working space in the Loop with $250,000 I had saved through 3 years of brutal, soul-crushing 80-hour work weeks. By 28, we had $20 million under management. By 31, $50 million. Now, we were at $75 million and growing, with a fierce reputation for finding family-owned logistics companies in distress and turning them around faster and more cleanly than anyone in the Midwest expected. My family knew absolutely none of this. At every Thanksgiving, every Christmas, every obligatory Sunday dinner, the dynamic was exactly the same. Chloe would hold court at the head of the table, bragging about Arthur's latest high-profile ruling, their new summer house in Door County, or the judicial fundraiser they had just chaired. My parents would beam with pride. Then they would turn to me with that particular look, not quite pity, not quite contempt, but something that lived uncomfortably right between the two. And my father would ask, "So, Clara, still doing that entry-level finance thing?" I had stopped correcting them years ago. I owned a $2.2 million penthouse condo downtown with a panoramic view of the skyline. But when my mother asked where I was living, I just said, "Downtown." And she would sigh, "Oh, still renting." And I would say, "Nothing." Let her keep the story she preferred in her head. It was so much easier than fighting. The only person in my entire family who ever saw me clearly was Grandma Beatrice. We had started having Wednesday lunches together 6 years ago, just the two of us at a small, quiet French bistro near her townhouse in the Gold Coast. She would ask real, piercing questions. Not, "Are you seeing anyone?" Or "Have you thought about a more stable career?" But "Walk me through that logistics acquisition, Clara. What was the debt structure? How did you restructure their bloated management team?" She understood every single word because she had done vicious versions of it herself in a much harder era with far fewer tools. She was the only person on earth who knew the full, unvarnished truth about what I had built. "They deeply underestimate you, Clara," she had said last spring over a plate of cocoa vin, and a glass of expensive Bordeaux. "That is not a tragedy, that is your greatest competitive advantage in life. Use it." I thought about that conversation constantly after she died. I had been with her when it happened, on a quiet Tuesday evening 12 days before the scheduled will reading. The hospice nurse had called me at 3:30 p.m. to say it would likely be that night. I dropped everything, left a board meeting, and drove straight from my office. My parents were on a luxury Mediterranean cruise they had booked 8 months ago. We paid in full, my mother had carefully noted over the phone, as though a non-refundable deposit was a valid factor when your own mother was actively dying. Chloe had a judicial fundraiser she absolutely couldn't miss. Arthur had a docket obligation. So, I sat with Grandma Beatrice for 5 hours. I held her fragile, paper-thin hand. I talked to her even after she stopped responding, because a doctor had once told me that hearing is the last sense to go, and I desperately wanted the last voice she heard to be someone who loved her without an agenda. Her last coherent words to me that afternoon were spoken with her eyes closed and a very small, tired smile on her face. "You've always been the smartest one in the room, Clara. Don't ever let them make you forget that." I didn't cry then, I was saving it. Update 1. Friday arrived cold, gray, and threatening snow, which is to say, it arrived as a typical Chicago day in December. I dressed incredibly carefully. I wore a tailored charcoal Tom Ford pantsuit, understated but expensive jewelry, and pulled my hair back into a sleek twist. I looked exactly like what I was, a serious, high-net-worth businesswoman attending a formal legal proceeding. But I knew the absolute second my family saw me, they would read it as Clara trying way too hard to look professional. That was fine. Let them think it. Vance and Associates occupied the top 3 floors of a towering glass high-rise overlooking the Chicago River. Harrison Vance, 72 years old, senior partner, and one of the most feared and respected estate attorneys in the Midwest, had been my grandmother's personal legal counsel for over 4 decades. I had been to his offices 3 times before, all for trust planning meetings that my family had absolutely no idea had ever occurred. I arrived at 1:45 p.m. My parents were already sitting in the sprawling, leather-bound reception area. My mother was drowning in Chanel and quiet anxiety. My father was wearing a custom suit and the specific, arrogant expression of a man who expects to be handed a kingdom. They looked up when I walked in. "Clara, you're surprisingly early," my mother said, her tone dripping with passive aggression. My father just grunted. I sat across from them, and we waited in the kind of suffocating silence that only accumulates over decades of unspoken resentment. At exactly 1:58 p.m., Chloe swept into the room with Arthur trailing behind her. She was radiant in the way she always was when she knew she had an audience. She was dressed head to toe in designer Italian wool, her massive diamond engagement ring catching the recessed lighting like a distress flare. Her posture was perfectly calibrated to announce that she and federal judge Arthur Sterling were doing everyone in the room a massive favor simply by breathing the same air. "Sorry we're late," she announced to the room, though they technically weren't. Arthur had to finish an emergency conference call with the appellate court. Arthur nodded at the room with the patient, weary magnanimity of someone accustomed to being the smartest and most important person in any given zip code. He was tall, silver-haired, and undeniably distinguished. In any other context, I might have found him genuinely impressive. In this one, I already knew significantly more about his wife's family finances than he did. We were ushered into the main executive conference room. It featured dark mahogany walls, high-backed leather chairs, and panoramic windows showing the frozen river below. Harrison Vance sat at the head of the massive table. Beside him was Patricia Lynn, a slight, precise, sharply dressed woman in her 50s who served as the trust's dedicated legal architect. Patricia had worked directly with Grandma Beatrice and me for 6 years on the estate restructuring. I trusted her implicitly. And beside Patricia, sitting calmly in a chair that my family clearly had not expected to be occupied by a stranger, was David Carmichael. David was my personal corporate attorney. Chloe's eyes immediately darted to David, narrowed almost imperceptibly, but she said nothing. We all sat down. My family arranged themselves on one side of the long table. Arthur sat at the end nearest to Harrison, projecting authority. I sat on the completely opposite side, next to David. The physical geography of the room felt heavy and significant even before a single word was spoken. Harrison opened with the standard legal pleasantries. He spoke of Beatrice's long life, her formidable business accomplishments, and the 40-year friendship between attorney and client. My mother dabbed her eyes with a tissue. My father stared out the window, clearly impatient for the numbers. Chloe held Arthur's hand on the tabletop, looking solemn. I just thought about Grandma Beatrice teaching me how to play chess when I was 9 years old in her sunroom. Always think 3 moves ahead, Clara. And never, ever show your opponent what you're really planning until the trap is already sprung. Harrison slowly opened the thick leather folder in front of him. Hayes Real Estate Holdings is currently valued at approximately $115 million. He paused deliberately, letting the sheer weight of that number settle over the room. My father's eyes gleamed. There are also liquid assets, personal property, and several smaller, highly lucrative investment vehicles. The primary instrument controlling all of this is an irrevocable trust Beatrice established 25 years ago, and substantially modified 6 years ago. Standard practice, Arthur interrupted, his deep judicial voice warm, authoritative, and entirely performative. Trusts avoid probate, smart planning. Indeed, Arthur, Harrison said dryly. However, this specific trust has a rather unusual feature. Beatrice named a singular chief trustee with absolute, full discretionary authority over all assets, liquidations, and distributions. My father immediately sat forward, adjusting his tie. He was the eldest child. He had been arrogantly assuming this exact moment belonged to him for decades. Well, that would obviously be me, he said confidently. No, Robert, Harrison said, his voice flat. It wouldn't. He nodded to Patricia. Patricia opened her own heavily tabbed folder, looked up, and said clearly and without a single ounce of drama, "The chief trustee of the Hayes estate is Clara Evelyn Hayes." The silence in the conference room lasted for exactly 3 seconds. Then, my entire family disintegrated into chaos. That's absolutely absurd. My mother shrieked, dropping her tissue. There has to be a clerical mistake. My father demanded, his face flushing red. This cannot possibly be legal. Chloe snapped, already turning to her husband. And Arthur, judicial Arthur, reasonable Arthur, the man who literally made a living out of staying composed under pressure, raised one hand to silence his wife and said with perfect, condescending authority, "Harrison, with all due respect to the deceased, Clara is 34 years old and, as I understand it, works in an entry-level, junior finance position. This seems to raise serious, actionable questions about judgment. Not about the document, not about the law, but about Beatrice's mental judgment at the time of signing." I felt something go very, very still and cold in the center of my chest. David Carmichael cleared his throat. "I'm David Carmichael, Miss Hayes's corporate counsel." He didn't raise his voice. He was a shark who never needed to yell. "For the formal record, Clara is the founder and CEO of Vanguard Capital Group, a registered private equity and investment advisory firm currently managing $75 million in corporate assets. She serves on the board of directors for 5 companies, 3 of which are publicly traded. She holds a fiduciary designation. She has personally managed complex trust structures for multiple high-net-worth clients for a decade. She is, by any professional or legal standard, eminently qualified for this role." The room became a completely different kind of quiet, a suffocating, stunned silence. My family was staring at me the exact way people stare at a complex optical illusion after the hidden image suddenly resolves in their brain. Like the picture hadn't changed, but their fundamental ability to see it had been permanently altered. You said you worked for a finance company," my mother stammered, her voice having gone very small. "I do," I said calmly, looking her dead in the eye. "I own it." Chloe's face went bright red. "This is ridiculous. It's a lie." She turned frantically to Arthur. "Tell them this can't stand. Contest it." But Arthur was looking at me completely differently now. I could literally see the judicial mind working behind his eyes, sorting through mental files, reclassifying the threat level. "You're the CEO of Vanguard Capital?" he said slowly. "The firm that handled the massive Horizon Logistics turnaround last year?" "Yes," I said. "And you sit on the board of Apex Medical? I saw your name on an SEC filing a few months ago, but I assumed it was a coincidence." "Yes," I said again. He slowly sat back in his heavy leather chair. I watched him recalibrate every single thing he thought he knew about me. And for one brief, unguarded moment, I saw something dangerously close to actual respect cross his face before he forced the professional, neutral mask back into place. Patricia continued with the trust distributions, ignoring the tension. Annual payments to Robert and Evelyn Hayes, $200,000 each. Inflation adjusted, guaranteed for life, $125,000 annually to Chloe Sterling. "That's it?" My mother's voice went up a full octave. "From a $115 million estate? The trust heavily prioritizes aggressive asset growth and substantial charitable giving," Harrison said patiently. "Those distributions are, by any reasonable metric, incredibly generous for people who did not contribute to the principal." "What about the physical properties?" My father's composure was completely cracking now. "The commercial buildings in the Loop, the summer house in Lake Geneva, those belong to the Blood family. All held firmly in the trust," Patricia said, "under Clara's exclusive management." Chloe stood up, her chair scraping violently against the hardwood floor. "I want to contest this right now, Arthur. On what grounds can we fight this?" "On the grounds that it's insane," Chloe yelled, her voice entirely losing its carefully curated social polish. "She's never once mentioned having a job that actually matters. She disappears for months at a time. She barely calls, and now she just waltzes in here and steals everything?" "I'm sitting right here, Chloe," I said, my voice dangerously low. "Don't." Chloe snapped, turning to face me fully, the mask coming all the way off. "Don't you dare act like you deserve this, Clara. You abandoned this family years ago. You skip every holiday. You didn't even bother to visit Grandma until it was financially convenient for you. Every Wednesday for 6 years, I thought to myself, every single Wednesday." "She was senile," my mother said, grasping at straws, her hands shaking. "No," Patricia said firmly, and there was absolute steel in her tone. I assessed Beatrice's mental capacity personally. We had 3 independent, board-certified physicians evaluate her over the last 5 years. She was fully, undeniably competent. She knew exactly what she was doing. Harrison reached into his folder and slid a thick, cream-colored envelope across the polished wood table directly to me. My name was written on it in Grandma's handwriting, the distinctive, looping cursive she had used my entire life. My hands were not perfectly steady when I opened it. I wasn't going to pretend otherwise. Dearest Clara, if you are reading this, I am gone. And your family is probably having a massive, collective breakdown in Harrison's office. Good, they desperately need it. You have spent your entire adult life being severely underestimated by the exact people who should have celebrated you. I watched them dismiss your incredible achievements, belittle your life choices, and treat you like a permanent afterthought. It broke my heart every single time. I am making you chief trustee because you are the only one with the intelligence, the ruthless integrity, and the skill to actually carry this immense responsibility. But I am also doing it because I want them to finally see you. Really, truly see you. You built a literal empire from absolutely nothing. While they spent their inheritance advances and married for social prestige, you stayed humble while they bragged. You kept learning while they rested on their hollow credentials. Don't let them bully you today, don't let them make you feel an ounce of guilt. You earned this through pure character. Not by being born first. Not by marrying well. Also, there is something they don't know, something I never told them because it was none of their damn business. Check the trust documents, Hayes Holdings LLC, page 47. I think you'll find the architecture quite interesting. I love you, my sweet, brilliant girl. Make me proud. Which, of course, you already have. Grandma. I read the letter twice. My eyes burned furiously, but I was absolutely, under no circumstances, going to cry in front of them. What does it say? My father demanded, reaching out. It's personal, I said, folding it. Chloe reached aggressively across the table for the letter. I slid it out of her reach without even looking at her. No. Patricia was already sliding the massive, 400-page trust binder toward me. It was heavily tabbed and meticulously indexed. I turned to page 47, and for a second, I actually stopped breathing. Hayes Real Estate Holdings wasn't a single corporate entity. It was the parent umbrella company of 22 different limited liability companies, each one holding various commercial properties across the Midwest. That was standard estate architecture. Nothing surprising. But 6 years ago, the exact time we started our Wednesday lunches, the time she started asking real questions about my firm and deciding she trusted my financial acumen, she had made quiet, massive changes. She had legally transferred partial ownership of 16 of those LLCs directly to me, not through the trust. Structured as irrevocable gifts under the annual exclusion limit, spread meticulously across 6 years, heavily documented, and completely clean from a tax perspective. It meant I personally, outright owned 40% of the entire $115 million, Hayes real estate empire, completely outside the trust structure, not subject to any legal contest, not dependent on anyone's approval. The trust controlled 60%. I personally controlled 40%. Together, I controlled absolutely everything. David leaned over, read the page, saw exactly what I was seeing, and kept his face carefully, professionally neutral. Arthur, whose legal mind was already working frantically through the implications of the silence, narrowed his eyes. What exactly is on page 47? The LLC ownership breakdown, I said, my voice remarkably steady. Grandma was very, very thorough. Harrison allowed himself the smallest, briefest smile I had ever seen on a 72-year-old man's face. She certainly was. Beatrice restructured her core holdings 6 years ago with Clara's direct, confidential assistance. The arrangement is, as you'll see if you read it, quite legally elegant. What does that actually mean in English? My mother asked, her voice trembling. It means, Patricia said coldly, that even if you somehow manage to contest the trust in court, which I assure you, you will not win. Clara still personally controls a massive, independent portion of the assets outright. Beatrice meticulously ensured that Clara's financial position is completely unassailable by any legal challenge you could possibly bring. The room went quiet again. A totally different quality of quiet this time. It was the silence of total defeat. Chloe sank slowly back into her chair, looking physically ill. My father's face was dark, mottled red. This is a profound betrayal. After everything we did for her. You did nothing for her, Clara. The words came out of my mouth much harder and sharper than I intended, but I didn't walk a single one of them back. She built her empire completely by herself in the 1960s when women couldn't even get business loans without a man's signature. She survived a husband who nearly bankrupted them. She outlasted vicious competitors who tried to crush her. She didn't need your help. I looked at my father steadily, letting the disgust show. You needed hers. How dare you speak to us like that? My mother whispered. It's the absolute truth, I fired back. She gave you massive cash distributions for your entire adult lives. She paid for your Ivy League educations, your extravagant weddings, your luxury house down payments, and you treated her like a burden. Like a walking ATM. I paused, letting the silence stretch. When was the last time any of you actually visited her? Not for a birthday dinner, where others were watching. Not when a quarterly check was due. Actually sat down and visited her? No one answered. The silence was deafening. I had lunch with her every single Wednesday for 6 years, I said, my voice finally cracking just a fraction. I was there when the doctor diagnosed her with cancer. I drove her to chemotherapy when you were too busy. I sat with her through the nausea. I was holding her hand in the hospice room when she died. I looked at each of them in turn, my gaze lingering on my sister. Where were you? A cruise? A fundraiser? My mother's face completely crumpled. Real tears this time, not the performative dabbing from earlier. My father stared a hole into the mahogany table. Chloe said nothing, staring blankly ahead. Arthur cleared his throat, adjusting his collar. Perhaps we should reconvene when tempers have cooled. No. Chloe's voice was different now. It was quieter, colder, and desperate. She looked at me directly. I want to know something. Did you manipulate an elderly, dying woman for money? The accusation hung in the freezing air of the conference room like a lit match over gasoline. David immediately started to speak, his lawyer instincts kicking in. I put a firm hand on his arm to stop him. I helped Grandma structure her estate to reflect her actual values, I said, staring unblinkingly at my sister. I suggested family support without permanent dependency, heavy charitable giving, strategic, aggressive management of what she spent her life building. Every single decision was hers. I provided the financial expertise she asked for, and that's what I gave her. How convenient, Chloe spat. And now you're rich. I was already rich, Chloe, I said flatly. My company generates roughly $4.5 million in annual net revenue. I didn't need Grandma's money. I met her eyes, refusing to look away. I needed her to see me. She was the only one in this family who ever did. Something in Chloe's face violently shifted at that. A flinch she didn't quite manage to hide behind her anger. You think you're so smart, she hissed, but the contempt in her voice had lost its footing. With your private equity company and your designer suit and your impressive sounding job title, you're still just little Clara. The family disappointment. The one who couldn't even get into an Ivy League school. I didn't apply to the Ivy League, I said softly. I didn't want their prestige. I wanted to build something real. I looked at her steadily. And I did. Arthur put a firm hand on Chloe's arm. We should go. She violently pulled away from him. You manipulated a dying woman. Enough. Arthur's judicial voice echoed off the walls, full force. Chloe blinked rapidly, as though she had entirely forgotten what it felt like to be on the receiving end of his authority. That is an incredibly severe accusation that you cannot prove and absolutely should not make on the record. The trust documents are ironclad. The LLC transfers were documented and clean. Clara's professional qualifications are legitimate and substantial. This is over, Chloe. You lost. She looked at her husband like he had suddenly changed shape. Then she looked back at me, and what I saw in her face wasn't rage anymore. It was something incredibly raw. It was fear. Or maybe the specific, terrifying vertigo of realizing that a comforting story you've told yourself for 30 years has just been entirely, mathematically proved false. She grabbed her designer coat and walked out without another word. Arthur paused at the heavy glass door. He turned back, looked at me with an expression that was, for the first time in 4 years, completely devoid of condescension. For what it's worth, Clara, he said quietly. I'm sorry. We clearly should have paid much more attention to who you actually were. Then he turned and followed his wife out. Update, 2. Low. When the room finally cleared of my family, I slumped back into my chair, suddenly exhausted. Harrison, Patricia, and David stayed seated. The three of them exchanged a quiet, knowing look, the specific look of professionals who had spent months preparing for exactly this detonation and were profoundly relieved it had gone exactly as projected. Beatrice predicted your father would immediately invoke birth order. Patricia said, organizing her files. She said your mother would cry real tears only when confronted with her absence. And she knew your sister would threaten legal action through Arthur. She knew them terrifyingly well, David noted. She knew you much better, Harrison said, looking at me kindly. She sat in this exact room 6 years ago, and told me that you were the only person in her bloodline with both the raw intelligence and the moral integrity to carry this burden without letting it destroy you. She was right, I whispered. I thought she was almost always right. We spent the next 2 hours, meticulously reviewing the trust mechanics. $115 million in real estate assets, generating approximately $8.5 million in annual net operating income. After the mandatory family distributions and property operating costs, roughly $6.2 million annually was available for reinvestment and charitable giving. Grandma had explicitly specified a minimum of 20% of annual trust income at current levels, roughly $1.2 million to go strictly to nonprofits supporting women entrepreneurs, first-generation college access, and ovarian cancer research. She had essentially created a massive private foundation, fully funded it, and handed me the keys to drive it. Just before we adjourned, Patricia pulled one final document from her briefcase. Beatrice left specific, separate instructions about her personal property. There are items at her old house she wanted you to have immediately. The Lake Geneva house? I asked, confused. No, Patricia said gently, her original historic brownstone, in Lincoln Park. I looked up sharply, my heart skipping a beat. She sold that place 15 years ago when she downsized to the townhouse. Patricia shook her head slowly, a sad smile on her face. She let everyone in the family believe she sold it. In reality, she held it buried in one of the Shell LLCs. She's been quietly renovating and preparing it for the last 2 years. Patricia paused, sliding a brass key across the table. She told me you would know exactly what to do with it when you saw it. I drove to Lincoln Park the next morning. The historic 1890s brownstone sat on a quiet, tree-lined street. It had dark wood beams, custom built-in bookshelves, and a massive window seat in the study that caught the morning light perfectly. I had spent every single childhood summer running through those halls until the year Grandma supposedly downsized and our extended family abruptly stopped gathering. She had been secretly keeping it all that time. The house had been completely updated. A chef's kitchen, renovated marble bathrooms, fresh paint, but the soul and the bones were exactly as I remembered. I walked into the study. Sitting perfectly centered on the vintage oak desk placed there intentionally was a second envelope. Clara, this house holds my absolute best memories. You learned to read sitting in that window seat. Your grandfather proposed to me in the garden out back. This house is everything I ever believed in: roots, legacy, and continuity, but I have also lived long enough to know that family is not just shared blood. Real family is the people who genuinely see you, who celebrate your victories instead of deeply resenting them. Your real family might end up being the friends you've chosen, the brilliant corporate team you've built, the mentors who guided you when I couldn't. This house is yours. Truly, legally yours. Not held in the trust. I transferred the deed to your name 4 months ago. It is my final gift to you, simply for being exactly who you are. Live here. Build your beautiful life here. Fill these empty rooms with people who actually deserve your time. Forgive your parents and your sister if you can. Not because they deserve your forgiveness, but because holding on to that anger is a heavy weight you simply don't need to carry anymore. They are deeply flawed people who made small, selfish mistakes over and over again until those mistakes just became a habit. Don't let their bad habits define your future. But don't ever forget who you are, either. You are the girl who built an empire from nothing. You are the woman who sat with a dying old lady because it was the right thing to do, not the profitable thing. You were never the family disappointment, Clara. You were always my greatest success story. They just couldn't see it. All my love. Grandma. I stood in the center of the quiet study, the winter sun streaming through the window, holding the letter. I was a CEO, with $75 million under management. I was a fiduciary responsible for a $115 million trust, and I finally broke down and let myself cry. Not from grief, not from the triumph of revenge, but just from the sheer, overwhelming, accumulated weight of finally being seen. Monday morning brought 22 missed calls from various family members. I didn't return a single one. On Tuesday afternoon, my mother physically showed up at the Vanguard Capital offices. My assistant, Sarah, called my desk with a panicked 3-minute warning. It wasn't enough time to hide, but it was enough time to sit up straight, adjust my blazer, and remember exactly who I was in this building. My mother walked into my massive corner office. She looked at the expensive art, the sweeping view of Lake Michigan, the frantic energy of the analysts working in the bullpen outside. She sat carefully in the chair across from my desk, the exact same desk where I signed multi-million-dollar acquisition agreements, and folded her hands in her lap. She looked at me like someone who has finally, painfully understood that she's been reading the exact same book upside down for 30 years. I've been thinking, she said, her voice trembling slightly. About what you said in the conference room, about us not visiting Grandma, about us never asking about your actual life. She took a shaky breath. You were completely right. We made terrible assumptions. We stopped paying attention to you. She was quiet for a long moment, staring at her hands. I am so deeply sorry, Clara. I'm sorry we didn't see what you had built here. I'm sorry we weren't there for you when it actually mattered. I had desperately wanted that exact apology for 15 years. But hearing it now felt less like a profound relief and more like arriving at a destination completely exhausted, realizing the grueling journey itself was more defining than the finish line. Thank you for saying that, Mom, I said quietly. Can we please try to start over? Her voice cracked completely on the last word. Can we try to be a real family? I thought about Grandma's letter. Forgive them if you can. I don't know. I answered honestly. I am willing to try. But it's going to take a lot of time, and it's going to require actual, fundamental change. Not just apologies. She nodded rapidly, real tears spilling over her mascara. Will you please come to Thanksgiving dinner? Yes, I said, but I'm hosting it at the Lincoln Park House, and I'm bringing my executive team. They are my family too. My mother flinched just slightly at that, but then she forced a nod. We would love to officially meet them, she said softly. 2 days later, I received a text from Chloe. Arthur says he owes you a profound professional apology. Then, a minute later, he's right, and so do I. I was completely awful to you, I'm so sorry. I stared at the screen for a long time. I thought about all the years of small, biting humiliations. All the holiday dinners where I forced a smile and said absolutely nothing to keep the peace. All the times I had driven home alone to my condo and lied to myself that their approval didn't matter. Then I typed back, accepted, but this is going to take time. Chloe. Her response came immediately. I completely understand. 6 months later, I stood at the oak podium in the massive ballroom of a downtown hotel for the first annual Hayes Family Foundation grant ceremony. We were giving away $1.2 million to 18 different organizations. There were grants for struggling women entrepreneurs in Chicago, full-ride scholarships for first-generation college students, and a massive endowment for the ovarian cancer research program at Northwestern that Grandma had secretly funded for 2 years before she died. My parents were sitting in the front row of the audience. Chloe was there, with Arthur sitting quietly beside her. They had attended every single quarterly trust meeting since the explosive will reading. They asked actual, respectful questions about the portfolio. They listened intently to my answers. They had permanently stopped referring to my life's work as that finance thing. The Lincoln Park brownstone was fully furnished now. I had hosted a chaotic, beautiful Thanksgiving there. My parents, Chloe, Arthur, my Vanguard executive team, David, and Patricia had all crammed into the dining room. It was a loud, awkward chaos of people who didn't quite know how to interact yet, filling those old rooms with noise, expensive wine, and the tentative, fragile, exhausting work of beginning to actually trust one another. Every Wednesday afternoon, without fail, I drive to the cemetery. I bring fresh white peonies, and I sit by the headstone. I tell Grandma Beatrice about the week. I tell her about the trust's financial performance, the new corporate acquisitions Vanguard is making, the foundation grants we've issued, and the slow, imperfect, genuinely hopeful process of rebuilding a family with people who had spent decades tearing me down. But mostly, I just thank her. I thank her for seeing me when no one else bothered to look, for fiercely believing in me long before I had the financial evidence to justify it, for teaching me, in a quiet hospice room on a freezing Tuesday, that the ultimate work of a life is not about proving other people wrong, it's about proving yourself right. Vanguard Capital Group now officially manages $92 million in assets. The Hayes Trust is valued at $121 million and growing steadily. I mentor 4 young women who are brutally fighting to build their own investment firms from nothing, the exact same way I did. My family collects their trust distributions, respectfully attends the foundation events, and treats me like an equal. The Lincoln Park House is full of light and life again. And every single time I sign a legal document that reads Times Chief Trustee, every time I close a massive deal, I hear her voice in my head. You've always been the smartest one in the room, Clara, don't ever let them make you forget that. I never will, Grandma. I promise you, I never will. I worked 17 years to own my condo. My sister walked in and said, Mom and Dad agreed, you can move out. Weeks later, police cuffed her outside my door. 10 days after I had paid off my apartment, my sister arrived up and stated that our parents had consented to allow her family move in. She expected me to go and find another place. I'm 34, unmarried, no kids, and I work in IT. My parents reside 25 minutes away in the same suburb where we grew up. My sister Lauren is 30, married to Ethan, has an 18-month-old baby. She was always the one teachers adored, the one neighbors complimented. I was the one mowing lawns in summer while Lauren got to focus on academics. My parents didn't mean to pick favorites, but if something broke, it was somehow my responsibility. If Lauren needed aid, the whole family moved mountains. I had just finished paying off my condo 3 months earlier, a 2-bedroom property in Chicago. Nothing special, but it was mine. Every inch of it has a tale. The used fridge that grumbled every time it kicked on. The inexpensive dining table I'd constructed improperly, so it wobbled if you leaned on it. The closet I transformed into a modest office because I couldn't afford a bigger home with a genuine one. For years this apartment was the finish line I limped toward. I missed holidays, drove a car old enough to vote, learned to fix leaking sinks from YouTube instead of contacting plumbers. My pals went to bars on weekends. I performed DoorDash after work for additional income. And when the bank received the letter declaring mortgage paid in full, I placed it on my fridge with a silly magnet shaped like a cow. It seemed like the biggest triumph of my life. So, when my sister Lauren appeared up out of nowhere that Tuesday afternoon, I assumed maybe she came to congratulate me. She doesn't normally visit alone. Most times, if she's in the neighborhood, she drags our parents or her husband Ethan with her. But this time, there was just her standing at my doorway carrying a huge iced coffee, looking like she owned the house already. "Hey," I murmured, stepping back. She strolled in without speaking, gaze roving over everything like she was evaluating a place for rent. She peered into the second bedroom, the bathroom, even my little office closet. She halted in the kitchen, hands on her hips. "This place is bigger than I remember," she replied finally. Thanks." She nodded like she'd verified something in her brain. Then she turned around and stared right at me. So, she began like we were in the middle of some continuing discussion. "We've agreed this place should belong to the family now." I blinked at her. "Excuse me, a family place," she said again, slower this time, like I was missing the point. "It's ludicrous for you to have all this room to yourself when Ethan and I have a baby and rent is unattainable. We'll be moving in. You can locate somewhere else." She stated it nonchalantly, like announcing the weather. I laughed because what else do you do when someone says something insane? But Lauren didn't laugh back. She crossed her arms and arched her eyebrows like I was the one acting crazy. "Wait, are you serious?" I asked. "Of course," she said. "Mom and Dad agree. It's the finest option for everyone. It's not like you need all this space, it's only you." I gazed around my little condo, as if she had discovered a hidden ballroom that I was unaware of. "You are kidding, right? You don't just decide to move into my house." Lauren rolled her eyes. "Don't be theatrical. It is presently a family house. You will understand after you have children." That bit made me laugh more. "Lauren, this is not a family house. I purchased it. I paid for it. It is my." She waved her hand as if this were a small thing. "Yes, but come on. It's not fair of you to keep it when we need additional space. You can obtain a tiny apartment. You do not even utilize the second bedroom." I just stood there. I'd heard some crazy stories from my family before, but this was a new level. I inquired whether you had previously spoken with your mother and father. "Of course," she said as if it were clear. "They think that makes complete sense." "Do they think I'll just hand up my keys and start packing?" Lauren sighed as if I were being ridiculous. "Look, we are not trying to fight. It's just what's best for everyone." Ethan's hours were slashed. Daycare prices continue to rise. And you're sitting here with 2 bedrooms and no children. Don't you think it's a bit selfish? I blinked at her. Selfish. Because I worked extra hours and skipped dinners so I could have a secure place to live, and now I'm selfish for not sharing it. Lauren took her coffee off the counter as if the conversation was over. "We will need to move in within 6 weeks. Gives you time to find somewhere." Before I could speak, she was already walking for the door. "Lauren," I replied, finally catching up with what had transpired. "You are not moving in here." She halted with her hand on the doorknob and flashed me this smile. "People say this when they believe you will ultimately change your mind." "We've already talked to Mom and Dad," she said. Then she departed. I stood in the center of my living room, looking at the door after it had closed. The refrigerator kicked on behind me, eliciting the customary grumble. I looked over at the mortgage letter which was still hanging there with the cow magnet. I briefly wondered whether I had dreamt everything, but Lauren seemed dead serious. Apparently, so were my parents. I wasn't upset yet. I simply felt off balance, like if the floor had shifted slightly and I was waiting to see if it would continue. After Lauren departed, I remained there for a while, gazing at the door as if it might open again. It did not. I sat down, opened my laptop, and tried to concentrate on work, but my thoughts kept returning to what she said. Family asset. As if she and Ethan had the authority to make that decision for me. I decided if I was going to relate the entire narrative, I should explain how we got here, because this did not begin yesterday. I've been working since I was 17. My first job was bussing tables in a dirty cafe near our high school. If clients felt generous, they might tip over the minimum wage. Most did not. After that, there were summer shifts at the hardware shop. After that, I worked part-time at the university library while in college. By the time I graduated, I had developed a practice of accepting any extra hours I could obtain. I lived cheaply for a long time. Studio apartment with a view of a brick wall and stuff from Craigslist. Meanwhile, Lauren was living a very other life. She's 4.5 years younger. My parents paid for her cheer camp, driving lessons and prom outfit while telling me they were short on money when I needed new brakes on my car. Lauren was the golden kid. Teachers adored her. Neighbors adored her. When she forgot homework, my parents explained that she was simply sleepy. When I received a B instead of an A, they questioned why I hadn't studied more. It wasn't like she was malicious or anything. She was simply used to things going her way. When I was in college, she enrolled in a private university with a price tag that made my stomach turn. Her parents co-signed her debts without blinking. I was attending a public school with scholarships and part-time employment. She studied communication and uploaded photos from tailgating parties, spring getaways, and chic coffee shops. I spent evenings in the library trying to finish work before my 5:30 a.m. deadline. Shift unloading trucks at the warehouse. When I bought the condo 6 years ago, it was the most affordable quality 2-bedroom I could find in an area that wasn't going apart. Peeling paint, old appliances and squeaky floorboards were all in need of repair. But it was mine. I recall signing the paperwork, with hands that wouldn't stop shaking because I was afraid I'd mess it up somehow. Lauren stopped by once and strolled around the premises, wrinkling her nose. "It's cozy," she added, using a nice way of describing tiny. "It's what I can afford," I informed her. She grinned as if she were amusing me. "I mean, I could never live somewhere like this, but good on you." That stayed with me. I worked extra shifts on weekends maintaining other people's laptops, lived on instant noodles and delayed purchasing quality clothes for years in order to own a property, while my sister treated it like some starter apartment she was too good for. Fast forward, she marries Ethan. He's okay. Quiet dude. Teaches middle school science. We were always nice to each other, but we seldom chatted much. They rented a decent 2-bedroom plus den apartment not far from here. Newer building with a gym and a functional rooftop deck, much better than my condo. They welcomed a baby 18 months ago. Cute youngster. I gave presents, paid visits, and did my best to be a nice uncle. Then childcare costs began to hammer them. Ethan's hours were slashed. Lauren resigned her part-time marketing job to remain at home. Money issues began to creep into talks. There were few discussions about bills and rent during the months when money was tight. I assumed they'd shrink as normal people do when costs spiral out of control. Instead, Lauren comes up at my door saying that my condo is now family property just because we share DNA. I wasn't shocked that my folks supported her. The difference today is that this isn't just another family item that everyone may borrow, it's the one thing I worked so hard for. Lauren now believes she can waltz and claim it. And as usual, her parents will support her. But, here's the deal. I'm not a kid anymore. I'm not living in their house, eating their food or using their car. I pay my bills. I keep my house in good condition. I've finally got something firm under my feet. And, to be honest, hearing Lauren call it selfish for me to keep the property I paid for sparked an emotion in my chest that I had never felt before. Sure, I was angry, but I also had stubbornness that I had never idea I possessed. Because this time, it isn't about sharing toys or getting rides to school. It is my home. And I will not give it up. The call began the morning after Lauren arrived at my house. "First, Mom, sweetheart. I heard you were a bit uptight yesterday," she continued in that voice you hear when someone is going to scold you but pretends not to be. "Tense?" I asked. Lauren informed us what had occurred. You have to view things from her perspective. They've got a baby. Renting is currently impossible. Mom. She arrived up and stated that she was moving into my house as if it was already decided. Nobody asked me anything. She presumably anticipated you'd help out. Families benefit one another. That is what we do. I told her I wouldn't agree to anything. And she sighed, as if I had just admitted to being a villain in a movie. "You don't even use the second bedroom," she explained. "And it simply sits there while they fight. That doesn't seem fair." I informed her again that it was not going to happen. She said we'd discuss more over dinner on Sunday. I had no idea there was a supper on Sunday. By lunchtime, my phone was vibrating again. This time my father delivered the same message but with a displeased tone, as if I had breached some family taboo. He said things like, "Step up," and "bigger picture." I told him that I wasn't the one asking someone else to give up their house. He advised me not to be too theatrical. Then I got a text from an aunt I hadn't seen in over a year. "Honey, they simply need a break. You can find another location later. For example, some people store spare condominiums in their back pockets." Lauren texted a lengthy message later that evening, explaining that this was just temporary and for the sake of the family. She attached a chart Ethan created that showed how much money they had saved by moving in with me. It had a rent of $100, utilities reduced by around 40%, and no HOA or repair fees stated. As if the place kept itself out of benevolence. I did not react. Instead, I visited the complex's public website. They display the regular lease terms. Early termination costs 4 months' rent. My eyebrows rose. So it wasn't simply about wanting extra room. It was about avoiding a bill. A few hours later, I contacted Tyler, a front desk employee at a nearby real estate company. I asked him standard inquiries regarding rental applications, recent denials and such. He claimed there had been a lot. High debt, missing payments, and plummeting credit ratings. He didn't identify anyone directly, but I began connecting the connections on my own. I didn't tell either my mother or father. No point yet. Friday afternoon, another call. Mom again. "We're having a family supper on Sunday," she remarked. "Everyone will be present. We can discuss this calmly. Is everything all calm now?" I knew how those dinners went. A table full of relatives nods in agreement when someone tells you you're being ridiculous. Voices remain courteous until you give in. It resembles an intervention, but with lasagna. "Still," I responded. "All right, I'll go." Lauren texted again on Saturday evening. "We must get out of here within 6 weeks. Don't make this any difficult than it needs to be." Who is it harder for, I wondered. I didn't respond. Sunday arrived. I headed over to my folks' apartment after lunch. Their residence is the same as our childhood home. The same crumbling wallpaper in the hallway. The same couch, which dips in the center since Dad refuses to replace it. When I stepped in, the scent of garlic bread struck me immediately. The table was already set. Lauren and Ethan sat on one side, like a panel waiting to question me. My parents remained in the kitchen. "Hello?" I said. Lauren smiled as though nothing was wrong. "Hey, we are just about to dine." I understood what the strategy was from the moment I sat down at that table. Lauren was wearing the false pleasant grin she employed when she was going to make a major request. Ethan seemed to want to be somewhere else. Mom and Dad continued giving each other subtle nods, as if they had a script ready. Lauren began first. "We only need the condo for 14 months, she replied softly, as if she was doing me a favor by providing a schedule. 14 months? I asked. "Well, maybe less," she responded hurriedly. "Depends how soon we get back on our feet." I did not react. She thrust the packet of papers toward me again. Ethan and I put up a strategy, budget, time frame, everything. Ethan cleared his throat. "It's really structured. We'd cover utilities. Obviously we just wouldn't be paying rent since you already own the house." "Utilities?" I inquired, glancing over the pages. "That's it." Lauren nodded like that was generous. Mom leaned in. "Honey, it's transitory. Think of the baby. She needs her own room." I looked at Lauren. "You rent a 2+ den now." "It's too pricey," she stated frankly. "So, get a smaller place." She didn't like that. Her mouth constricted. "Why should we uproot everything when you have room lying there unused?" I gazed at her. "Because it's my home." Dad groaned, laying down his fork like he was going to offer knowledge from a mountain. "This is about family working together. You've got the room. They've got the need. It's common sense." I gestured to the papers in front of me. "You worded this like I already agreed. Did anyone consider to really ask me first?" Silence. Lauren eventually remarked, "We figured you'd be reasonable once you saw the numbers." I switched to the so-called budget page. No HOA fees indicated. No repairs. Utilities cut down like power bills run on feelings. Rent $100. I slid the folder back toward her. "Not happening." Her smile cracked. "Why not? You do not even utilize the second bedroom. That doesn't matter. It's simply sitting there while we're drowning in debts," she remarked, voice rising a little. "And you've got excess room you don't need. It's selfish." There it was again. Selfish. Like the years I spent working extra shifts, eating instant noodles, saying no to holidays so I could pay this property off didn't count. I slumped back in my chair. "I glanced at your lease," I said. Lauren froze. "What?" "It's public," I said. 4 months rent if you break it early, right? That's what this is actually about." Ethan moved uneasily. Lauren's face grew crimson. "And that's none of your business," she snapped. "You're making it my business," I said, keeping my voice even. "You want to move into my home to avoid paying penalties on yours. Be honest about it." Mom frowned. "Is this true?" Lauren glared at me like I'd betrayed her. "We just need a fresh start." "Why are you making this so hard?" "Because you showed up and announced you were moving in like I had no say," I said. "Like my years of work don't matter because you want an easy out." Ethan finally spoke. "Look, we're just trying to find a solution that works for everyone." "For everyone or for you two?" I asked. He didn't answer. Lauren looked at Mom, desperate. "Tell him this makes sense. You know it does." Mom hesitated, then said, "Honey, They do have the baby to think about. I cut her off. Then maybe they should have planned better instead of showing up here with fake budgets and expecting me to hand over my keys. Lauren slammed her hand on the table. We are family. Families benefit one another. Family also respects each other, I said. You don't get to decide my home isn't mine anymore because you made bad financial choices. Dad finally spoke up. All right, let's calm down. No, I said, standing. You all sat here ready to guilt trip me like I'm the bad guy for not giving up the one thing I've worked for. I'm not doing it. Lauren's voice shook now. So, you'd rather see us homeless than help? You rent a 2+ den apartment, I said. Sell the furniture, break the lease, move to a cheaper place. People do it all the time. But you're not moving in here. Mom looked stunned. You don't mean that. I do, I said. This isn't a debate anymore. Lauren's face grew crimson. Ethan stared at the table like the wood grain was fascinating. I grabbed my jacket. Thanks for dinner, I said, heading for the door. Good luck with the lease. Nobody stopped me. As I left, I heard Lauren mutter something to Mom about me being cold-hearted. I didn't even look back. And after dinner, the family chorus kicked in. Lauren with, "We can still work this out." Mom with, "Family comes first." Dad's bigger picture. Even an uncle I haven't seen in a year weighing in with, "She has a baby. You don't." I stopped replying. I wasn't changing my mind. 10 days passed. One night after work, I got home and noticed something by the door. Fine scratches near the lock. A scuff mark low on the wood like someone kicked it lightly. I ran my finger over the scratches. Could be nothing, sure. But I've lived here 6 years. I know every dent and squeak in this place. That wasn't there before. My stomach felt heavy. I went inside, locked the door, and sat down at my laptop. I filled out the city's online non-emergency report form. Just the basics. Possible tampering. No entry. No suspects. I hit submit. Got the confirmation email. Closed the laptop. Next day, I swapped in a drill-resistant deadbolt and added 3 cameras, a door viewer facing the hallway and a small motion-activated cam inside covering the entry. Both recorded in high definition and sent alerts to my phone. Didn't cost much. Worth every penny if I was right about who was creeping around. For 3 nights, nothing happened. The cameras stayed quiet. Still, I kept checking the feeds before bed. Volume up on my phone in case alerts came through. 4th night, it happened. 2:49 a.m. Buzzing phone on the nightstand woke me up. Motion detected at your door. I grabbed the phone, opened the app. The grainy black and white feed showed someone standing at my door. Lauren, hoodie up, hair sticking out the sides, shoulders hunched. She had something shiny in her hand, moving it around the lock. I felt my chest go tight. I hit record on the app, swung my legs out of bed, and dialed 911. Whispered to the dispatcher. Someone's trying to break into my condo. I have video. Gave the address. Stayed on the line. Lauren kept working the lock like she'd done it before, like she knew I wasn't home. The building's hallway lights kicked on. Automatic timer. She froze for half a second, looked over her shoulder, then went back to jiggling the lock. The dispatcher said units were close, told me to stay put. I watched through the phone screen, heart hammering. A minute later, 2 cops came into view on the hallway camera, walking fast. Lauren didn't see them until they were almost on top of her. I stayed behind the door until the officers came down the hall. When they told her to step back, I opened up and showed them the live feed with the tool at the lock. The cops asked for ID. She stammered, said something about forgetting her keys. I showed them the app recording, her with the screwdriver clear as day. They detained her right there in the hallway, cuffed, red wrists, the whole thing. I wasn't smug. I wasn't even angry in that moment. Just tired, shaky, like my body hadn't caught up with my brain yet. They asked if I wanted to press charges. I said yes. One cop stayed to take my statement while the other walked Lauren down the hall. 5 minutes later, Ethan showed up, hair messy, sweatpants, looking like he sprinted over. "What's going on?" he asked, voice cracking. "She tried to break in," I said flatly. Ethan looked at the cop, then at me. "It's a misunderstanding. She had a spare from before." I cut him off. "I never gave her a spare." "She thought she still had one," he said weakly. "She didn't," I said. Ethan rubbed his face. Didn't argue after that. Just mumbled something about calling a lawyer and followed the cops out. I locked the door behind them, double-checked the deadbolt, sat on the couch staring at nothing for a long time. The cameras kept recording until the hallway went quiet again. The morning after Lauren got arrested, I called off work for a couple hours. I wanted everything documented before people started calling me names again. First, I stopped at the police station. I turned over the video files. They said they'd pull the 911 audio from dispatch. One of the officers gave me a case number and said the video made things pretty straightforward. They'd filed the report, forward it to the prosecutor, and I'd get updates later. When I got home, I made 3 copies of everything, one on a thumb drive, one in a locked folder in my cloud account. I printed out the incident report and stuck it in a folder with my mortgage papers. Then I emailed my boss, saying I'd be a bit late to work because of a personal security incident. That was all I said. He wrote back, "Handle what you need to. Thanks for letting me know." I left it at that. By noon my phone wouldn't stop ringing. Mom first. "How could you do this to your sister?" she asked, voice sharp. "She tried to break into my condo nearly 3 a.m. I said, "I didn't do this." "She did." "You didn't have to call the police," Mom said, like there had been some better option. "She had a screwdriver in my lock," I said. "What did you want me to do? Open the door and offer her coffee?" "Family should handle things privately," Mom said. "Does privately mean pretending it didn't happen?" I asked. She didn't answer that one. A couple hours later, Dad called. Same tone, different words. "She has a baby," he said. "She made a mistake. Don't ruin her life over this." "She made her own choices," I said. "I was asleep in my own home. I'm not apologizing for protecting it." He muttered something about me being cold. I hung up before saying something I'd regret. By evening my aunt texted, "She didn't mean it. Just drop the charges." I ignored it. 2 days later a neighbor mentioned an old fraud case. Court records showed a deferred sentence and probation from years back. The new arrest didn't violate active probation, but it did mean a new conviction on top of a prior case. I looked it up later. Court records are public if you know where to look. Sure enough, Lauren had a small fraud charge from 6 years ago. Deferred sentence, probation, fine paid. Nothing major, but it was there. I didn't post about it anywhere. Didn't tell cousins. Didn't go on some big rant online. I answered the prosecutor's questions, emailed the footage when they asked for it, and kept everything boring and professional. Lauren's case moved fast. They booked her on misdemeanor charges related to the break-in attempt, and the prior case didn't help. She pleaded guilty to avoid a bigger mess. The judge gave her a short 90-day sentence and a criminal record that wouldn't go away this time. Ethan texted me while she was inside. Long paragraph about how they'd been under stress. Daycare costs, medical bills, rent too high, life coming at them too fast. He said Lauren was just trying to do what parents do. Keep a roof over their kid's head. I read it twice, saved it, didn't respond. Their money situation tanked hard after that. They were still in a fixed-term lease. When they broke it, the 4-month penalty hit. After that, they grabbed a short month-to-month elsewhere, and the rate jumped. With Lauren not working, and now with a record, Ethan was carrying the whole thing on a teacher's salary. 4 months later, Lauren was out. I heard from Mom they'd moved in with her and Dad for a while. "That's between you and them," I said. "Not my business anymore." Mom didn't like that answer. She said the house was tense. Lauren and Ethan argued about bills. Dad hated the noise. Mom tried to keep the peace. I stayed out of it. A month later I saw Dad in person. He stopped by my condo to drop off some mail that had gone to their address. He looked tired. "Your sister's having a rough time," he said. "Finally. She made her choices," I said. "She says you hate her now." "I don't hate her," I said. "But I'm done being the person everyone leans on while calling me selfish." He didn't argue, didn't defend her, just nodded slowly, handed me the mail, and left. That was the last real conversation we had about it. Life went back to normal for me faster than I expected. I kept my routine the same. Work in the mornings, gym in the evenings, fixed the sticky window in my living room one Saturday, finally painted the patchy wall in the hallway with cheap rollers and way too much blue tape. Little things I'd been meaning to do for years. Later, I heard through my mom that Lauren wanted to clear the air. My first thought was she wanted to yell at me. My second thought was she probably wanted something again. I didn't reach out. Instead I mailed them a single thing. A framed photo of my front door with the new lock installed. Under it, a short note. "Hope you find a place that's yours for real. No swearing, no insults, just clear." 2 weeks later Mom called. "Lauren wants to talk," she said carefully, like I was a wild animal she didn't want to spook. About what? About. She wants to apologize, Mom said. Does this apology come before or after she asks for something? I asked. Silence on the line. I'll meet her, I said finally. But here's the deal. My home is off the table. Nobody shows up uninvited. If she can't agree to that, I'm not coming. Mom agreed. The meetup was set for Saturday at their house. Neutral ground, Mom said. Lauren was already there when I arrived, sitting at the kitchen table, arms crossed, chin up. Ethan sat next to her, looking like he wanted to disappear into his chair. I sat across from them. All right, I said. You wanted to talk. Go ahead. Lauren didn't waste time. You didn't have to call the cops, she started, voice sharp. Family doesn't do that to each other. I gazed at her. You tried to break into my home. I was desperate, she said, like that made it fine. You wouldn't listen. You left us no choice. There was a choice, I said. You could have found another apartment like normal people. She waved a hand. Do you know how hard it is with a baby? With bills? We needed help. You wanted a free house, I said flatly. We deserved help, she snapped. You don't have kids. You don't understand what it's like. All that space going to waste while we were drowning. I felt my jaw tighten. Space I worked for. Space I paid for while you were calling it small and laughing at it 6 years ago. Lauren rolled her eyes. Oh, come on. That was different. No. I said, keeping my voice even. You treated this place like it was nothing until you needed it. Then you decided it was yours. Not asked. Decided. You could have just let us stay a few months, she shot back. But no, you had to make it this big thing. Pressing charges. Really? You ruined my record. You ruined your record, I said. You picked up that screwdriver. You showed up at 2:49 in the morning. Not me. Lauren leaned forward, eyes sharp. You think you're better than us because you have a condo and no responsibilities? You think working a few extra hours makes you some kind of hero? I laughed once, short and dry. No, I think it makes me the person who owns the place you tried to steal. Her face went red. We just needed a break. And I needed boundaries, I said. Now I have them. She opened her mouth, but I kept going. You showed up uninvited. You ignored every no I gave you. You tried to break in, and now you're mad at me because there were consequences. Ethan finally spoke, voice low. She just means it didn't have to go this far. It went as far as she pushed it, I said. I'm not carrying that for her. Lauren glared at me, fists tight on the table. One day, you'll need help. Don't expect us to be there. I stood up. Good. That way we're all clear. She blinked like she didn't expect that answer. I hope you figure things out, I said. But my home is off limits forever. No debates. No surprises. We're done here. I walked out before she could fire back. Weeks passed after that. Mom tried a couple more times to get everyone together for a family dinner. I told her the same thing each time. If my home comes up, even once, I'm leaving. She said she understood. I kept my routine. Work in the mornings, gym in the evenings, fixing small things around the condo. I bought some cheap plants for the windowsill, upgraded my desk chair. Finally, life felt quiet. One afternoon, a cousin mentioned Lauren had picked up a part-time job at a daycare. Ethan grabbed extra tutoring hours at school. After a few months they found a small rental farther from the city. Cheaper, older place, but theirs. I didn't reach out. Not angry, just done. 14 months later, the condo looked better than it ever had. Fresh paint on every wall, not just the hallway this time. New locks on both doors. The squeaky floorboard near the bedroom finally fixed after years of promising myself I'd get around to it. I bought a decent couch, got rid of the lumpy one I'd been hanging onto since college. Picked up a used rug that didn't clash with the curtains for once. Even the closet office looked better. I mounted a real shelf instead of stacking everything on milk crates. The plants by the windowsill were still alive somehow. A couple even had new leaves. I watered them on schedule, gave them the good sunlight, talked to them sometimes when I was bored. Coming home felt different now. Not because the place looked nice, but because it was mine in a way it hadn't been before. I'd open the door after work, hear the deadbolt click behind me, and feel it in my shoulders. The weight of the last year just gone. No surprise visitors, no guilt trips, no phone calls telling me I was selfish. The quiet wasn't lonely. It was steady. For the first time in a long time I could actually sit on my couch with the TV off. No noise, no drama, and just breathe in my own space without wondering what fight was coming next. Peace. Not victory. Not revenge. Just boundaries that stayed where I put them. For 6 years, my mother-in-law ruined our Valentine's Day. You chose her over your mother, she screamed. This time, she paid the price. Evelyn had practiced timing for 5 years. A problem would arise 45 minutes before Ethan and I were supposed to eat dinner every February 13th. In year 2, her car broke down. We had our anniversary at a mechanic. Strange stomach bugs forced Ethan to stay the night in year 3. I ate alone takeout. In 4th grade, she needed him to break a window to escape. The year before last was my favorite. We discovered her neighbor's cat had knocked down a lamp when she called screaming about a break-in. That year, I planned. I changed our dinner reservation to lunch and told Evelyn we were going out the following weekend. Valentine's Day. We were getting ready when his phone rang at 11:32 a.m., saying, "Don't answer it." He watched the screen. It's Mom. Let it go to voicemail. 3 more calls. Then mine rang. He asked, "What if it's really serious?" It's never serious. We ordered bar snacks. Ethan's sister's text vibrated his phone. Mom is hospitalized. Heart attack. Arrive now. The color left his face. Dinner was abandoned and we drove to the county general. Claire, his sister, was waiting, looking at her phone without crying or worrying. Where is she? Ethan demanded. Claire wondered. Mom. Who? What? You texted she had a heart attack. No, I didn't. Ethan showed her his phone. Claire's eyes widened. I've been at brunch all morning. A nurse asked. Are you here for Evelyn? Is she okay? Ethan asked. She's fine, said the nurse. She checked herself in and claimed to have chest pains. All testing came back normal. She has been asking for you for the past hour. Claire grabbed Ethan's arm. Show me your phone. She checked her messages. I did not text you. My previous message was 3 days ago. So how? Mom has access to my iCloud, Claire said, because I had phone problems last year. Evelyn used Claire's account to text, stage an emergency, and get hospitalized. She was sitting up in bed in room 418 with her saddest expression. Oh, thank God you're here, she exclaimed. I was so scared. Mom, I said. Her face changed. Concern was replaced by calculation. I don't know what you mean. You sent that text from Claire's iCloud. Evelyn studied. You're paranoid. Ethan stared at his mother like he'd never seen her. All those years, he said calmly. Valentine's Day. None of it was real. The mask fell. So what? Evelyn snapped. You chose her over your own mother. Someone should remind you of your priorities. You faked a heart attack, and you would have ignored a real one. A suit-clad man, a briefcase-carrying woman and a hospital administrator entered. Detective Harris and Evelyn Morrison. We must discuss emergency service fraud and account access. Evelyn turned white. She opened her briefcase. I'm representing Claire, who is being charged with identity theft. Claire shrugged. I called them while you were driving. Ethan stared at me. Checked iCloud activity. She has been reading my messages for 9 months. 9 months? Ethan whispered. How else do you suppose she knows what Ryan and I have planned? Detective took handcuffs. Evelyn wailed as she was dragged. A nurse approached with a clipboard. I need someone to sign the discharge papers. She is being transferred to county custody. Phone vibrated for Ethan. Staring at the TV turned him gray. I asked, what? Turned toward me. A text from his European-based father arrived. Ryan phoned. What's with Evelyn and Claire? My 53 missed calls. Why? This short film couldn't accommodate what happened next. See more below. We stood in the hospital hallway with Ethan staring at his phone like it was exploding. Your dad's been in Barcelona for 4 weeks, I whispered. How can he know anything? Claire approached with arms crossed. Ryan called when I filed charges to let Richard know before he found his wife in county jail. This is insane, Ethan said. This whole day has been insane. Richard's name appeared on his phone. Answer it, I said. Ethan hit the speaker. What's up, Dad? Richard sounded threatening. Ryan told me Evelyn was arrested for what? Identity theft. No way. She hacked Claire's iCloud, Ethan. Sent a fake text from Claire's phone saying she'd had a heart attack, then checked herself into the hospital to ruin your Valentine's dinner. To ruin every Valentine's dinner, I said. This is the 6th year. Silence then. I need to call my lawyer. Your lawyer? Claire interrupted. Dad, she's done crimes. Several offenses. She has been reading my private messages for 9 months. Claire's voice made noise. Her knowledge of Ryan and my plans, problems, and fights was used against us. Richard exhaled. Taxi ride. Don't move her until I get there. He hung up. Ethan addressed me. He's going to try to fix this. Of course he is, Claire said coldly. He always does. We needed a seat in the hospital cafeteria, neither of us hungry. Evelyn's tragic death occurred outside room 418. I should have known, Claire said, stirring cold coffee. Last month Ryan and I disagreed on whether to tell her we were going to Portland. The next day she calls, crying about how no one tells her anything and how she is losing her family. Was she aware of your move? So I asked. We hadn't told anyone, not even Ethan. She looked at her brother. Ryan wanted confirmation of his job offer. I avoided jinxing it. Ethan stroked his cheek. What else did she know? Everything. Claire opened her phone and browsed her iCloud activity history. She even read my therapy journal. She checked my mails 312 times in 9 months. My photos. I leaned in. The timestamps were damning. Daily accesses occurred at 1:30 and 6:45 a.m. She was obsessed, I said. She was controlling, Claire said. Difference. An SMS from Richard alerted Ethan with 25 minutes left. We should return upstairs, I said. No going back, Claire said. Detective Harris received my statement. I signed paperwork. I'm finished. No, Claire. She stood. I am not watching Dad bail her out. I'm not listening to excuses. She abused my privacy for several months. She pretended to have a medical emergency. She impersonated me. She said. She destroyed any trust I had left. From the corner, tall, silent Ryan appeared with friendly eyes, arms around Claire. Let's go home. They left. The smell of overcooked veggies and antiseptics surrounded Ethan and me. I should go up, he said. Do you want me to come? He paused. No. I watched him walk to the elevators, shoulders depressed, the same man who was excited about nice appetizers 5 hours earlier before his mother ruined our Valentine's Day again. I called my best friend Mia, as usual, when things got crazy. How's your romantic lunch? She said. We're at County General. What? Evelyn was arrested. I told Mia about the fake text, iCloud intrusion, and 9 months of spying. I loved her silence. Are they charging her? Detective Harris seemed serious, and Claire is pressing charges for identity theft. She should. Richard is on his way from the airport to repair it. Of course he is, Mia groaned. How is Ethan taking it? He looks like someone ran over his childhood dog. Their mother, a narcissist, has been destroying their marriage for years. He should be relieved, I agreed. But it's still his mom. Yeah. You pause. Are you okay? Sitting in a hospital cafeteria on Valentine's Day, my mother-in-law is being booked. Do you want me to come? I've had better holidays. I can get there in 35 and thank you. I will call you later. Hanging up. I bought another coffee I didn't want and ignored our discarded appetizers. Ethan returned 35 minutes later, pale and red-eyed. He's here, he said. Is Richard with her lawyer? I called him from the taxi. Someone who handles white-collar crimes. He fixed his seat. Mom's crying, saying she was scared, that she's been having panic attacks about losing us. Loved ones? The lawyer says restitution and community service may reduce her charges to a misdemeanor. What about Claire's charges? Richard is going to talk to her and try to persuade her to drop them. That's not fair. I know. He saw me. I know it's not, but he's frightened she's going to jail. She should be terrified. She committed crimes. Multiple crimes, he said. Detective Harris was very clear about the plural. We sat. As the night shift began, people left the cafeteria. Bad ringtones were playing on a phone. I need to say something, Ethan explained carefully. I waited. I apologize for everything. Every Valentine's Day, I made excuses for her and told you to let it go. He grabbed my hand. You hoped your mother loved you? She loves me. That is what makes it so messed up. She loves me so much that she can't bear the thought of me loving someone else. Holding his hand. What would you like to do? No idea. Richard wants us to wait. He's arranging bail. I meant long term. Your relationship with her. What would you change? Long silence. I thought borders were harsh. Truly loving someone means accepting their flaws and issues. I believe that boundaries are the only way to prevent love from becoming poisonous. Richard arrived at 9:47 p.m. in his travel clothes, fancy coat, and designer luggage, looking like a corporate executive who could solve any problem with money. He said, "She's being released," without explanation. "Bail paid. Lawyer thinks he can negotiate." "What about Claire?" So I asked. "I'm handling it. She can file charges." "I know." Richard's jaw stiffened. "But this family shouldn't be torn apart over a misunderstanding." "Is there misunderstanding?" Ethan rose. "It's true. Dad, she hacked Claire's phone for 9 months. That is a felony. Your mother's been struggling since you married." He glared at me. "This has been hard on her." I snapped at, "Hard on her? I'm sorry our marriage has been so difficult. That's not what I meant." "What did you mean?" Ethan interrupted. "Because it sounded like you're blaming us for her choices." Jet lag and fatigue made Richard wipe his eyes. "I'm trying to keep this family together, something you two don't seem interested in." "We're interested in having healthy relationships," I said. "That's different. Healthy relationships require forgiveness. Forgiveness requires accountability first." Richard broke first. "She wants to see you, both of you." "No," he said. "She's your wife who faked a heart attack to manipulate me." "She made a mistake." Ethan repeated, "She makes a mistake every year. And everyone looked. Every year she sabotages us, and every year you excuse it." "I make no excuses. I'm burying a problem as usual." Richard blushed. "Watch your tone." "Or what? Will you hack my iCloud?" Richard retreated. "I'm going to pretend you didn't say that." "Don't. I meant it." Ethan grabbed his coat to leave. "Tell Evelyn we'll talk when she admits her guilt. Actually, admit. Not this I made a mistake. Support Claire's choice." We left without looking back, got in our car and sat in the garage. "I told my dad off," Ethan said. "You did? Doing that is new to me." "Feels how?" He considered. "Scary, but also right." I started the car. "Let's go home on Valentine's Day." "Barely. Takeout is available. Maple's Italian restaurant. Does it stay open late?" "Only one way to find out." It was miraculous that Marco's lights were on when we arrived, and the owner recognized us. "Ah, the young couple. Where have you been? I saved you the good corner table." "We got delayed," I said. "Valentine's Day delay? That's bad." He clucked his tongue. Come. I'll make you something special. Fix this terrible day." He did, serving us wine, bruschetta, and fresh pasta with cream sauce without asking questions and keeping the mood light. "What's funny? This is our first Valentine's dinner in 6 years," Ethan said, twirling the linguine. "Valentine's night." "Close enough. To boundaries," he said, raising his glass. "To boundaries," I said. We clinked glasses, ate pasta, and pretended not to think about Evelyn in county jail, Richard's rage, and Claire's 9 months of privacy violations. Ethan's phone vibrated at midnight. Claire texted, "Thank you. Ryan said hello and loves you. She never says I love you in texts. Today was a lot. Do you think Marco has dessert?" "Yeah." He put his phone away. Only one way to find out. 2 spoons of tiramisu. We ate it slowly to prolong the night and enjoy it because tomorrow would bring consequences, decisions, and difficult conversations. Ethan's and my phones lit up like Christmas trees the next morning with 21 missed calls, mostly from Richard, though Evelyn's and an unknown number made calls. "Should we listen?" Coffee in hand, I asked. "Probably the unknown number is Detective Harris." "Detective Harris of County General needs Mr. Morrison to call me about your mother's case. New information has surfaced." "New info?" Doomful. The speaker was called back by Ethan. The first ring was answered by Detective Harris. "Mr. Morrison, thank you for calling back. What's up?" "We looked through your sister's phone records and found more than the iCloud breach." "What else?" "Your mother was also accessing financial accounts through your sister's saved passwords, specifically a joint savings account your sister shares with her partner." My stomach sank. "What?" Ethan became white. "Financial accounts?" $27,400 was withdrawn over 7 months. Small quantities. $650 here, $950 there, always just below the threshold that would set off fraud alerts. "Oh my God. Your sister filled out a police report this morning. We're adding wire fraud and grand larceny to the charges." Ethan sat down. "Does my father know?" He was there when your sister reported. Detective Harris paused. He offered restitution immediately. Your sister declined. Good. One more thing. Your mother's computer screenshots of your bank's login page with password reset options showed she intended to access your accounts. She was trying to hack our accounts too. It seems so. We'd like you two to come in and make statements. It was quiet driving to the police station. Whatever are you saying? Not only was your mother-in-law controlling. A thief, she stole from her own children. Claire and Ryan were there with a family financial crimes lawyer, not Richard's corporate attorney. Hey, she said, seeing us. Sorry, Claire, Ethan said. It is not your fault. You sounded off. I should have believed you. You trusted Mom, most would. Tired, she had red eyes. Richard's been calling all morning, offering money, begging me to drop it. Are you going? No. Her voice was firm. Ryan and I were saving for a home with nearly $34,000. She took a third and planned to keep taking until we had nothing. We'll pay you back, Ethan said. Whatever she took, that's not the point. He breathed. The point is, she chose to steal from us, from her own daughter, and I'm done protecting her from consequences. Detective Harris left. Mr. Morrison, we await you. We gave statements for 3.5 hours. Evelyn had access to the emergency funds we shared. No, we saw nothing suspicious. Yes, we would change all our passwords immediately. Yes, we knew this was a criminal case. After 2:30 p.m., we left without eating. Ryan suggested lunch, but no one was hungry. Now what? So I asked. Arraignment tomorrow, the lawyer said. Given the amount stolen and the premeditation, she'll likely face significant charges. Prison time? Ethan hissed. The lawyer softened. Possibly, though first-time offenders with means frequently receive plea deals. I know this is hard, but your sister did the right thing. Our coats blew in the February wind as we walked to our cars. Richard's going to lose it, Ethan said. Richard allowed this, Claire said. He stared at her brother. When she did something wrong, he'd smooth it over, pay people off, make excuses. I love Dad, but he created this situation as much as she did. What are you planning to do? She squeezed Ethan's hand. Ryan and I are moving to Portland, as planned. Perhaps sooner now. We require distance. This is not about you. You are not her. You did not do this. But I can't keep living in the same city with them, always waiting for the next boundary violation or manipulation. I get it. He embraced her. Call me later. Yeah. Claire and Ryan drove off. I stood with Ethan in the parking lot. Marco's again? I advised. Marco again? He agreed. Nighttime. Richard arrived at our house. He didn't call or text. He rang the doorbell at 8:37 p.m. Door opened by Ethan. Let's talk, Dad. With deeper lines and haunted eyes, Richard looked older than yesterday. He sat on our couch like he'd never seen one. Claire won't answer my calls, he said. Can you blame her? I'm trying to fix this. You can't fix this, I said. Not with money, not with lawyers, not with anything. This is my wife and your mother. There are financial charges. That's serious. Prison time. She stole from her own daughter. Ethan asked, what did you expect? I expected family to stand together. We are standing together with Claire. He blushed. You're choosing your sister over your mother. I'm choosing the person who was victimized over the person who committed crimes. Yes, she's struggling. She needs help, not punishment. She needs consequences, I said. There's a difference. Simple for you to say. She's not your mother. Bitter words meant to hurt. No, I agree, she's not. My mother respects boundaries, privacy, and my adulthood and decision-making. Richard rose. I came here hoping we could figure this out as a family. We're not a family, Ethan whispered. This is not how you want us to be. We're a group of people who share the same DNA and have been pretending dysfunction is normal. That is not fair. The fairness is complete. Mom manipulates. You allow. Claire and I coped by being overly responsible and maintaining peace. That's unhealthy. That is not family. So what? You done? Just like that? We're done pretending, Ethan said. Richard grabbed his coat, walked to the door and stopped. She wants you both. She wants to explain. I'm sure she does. Would you at least consider it? Ethan regarded me. I shrugged. His choice. He said, maybe, finally. After the arraignment, after we see if she takes accountability, real accountability, not the performance she's so good at. Richard went. We heard him start and drive away. Marcos? Ethan asked. We can't keep eating Marcos every night. Why not? Is our Valentine's Day disaster tradition. I couldn't help laughing. Fine, Marcos. Carbonara is my order this time. Live dangerously. Our small city was quiet at night, and Marcos was nearly empty by midweek. The owner grinned when we approached. 2 nights. Ah, the young couple has returned. This is love. If only he knew. We met Claire and Ryan at the courthouse at 9:15 a.m. Richard was already there with Evelyn's lawyer and Evelyn, who looked small and fragile with flawless hair and makeup. Her face lit up when she saw us. Ethan. Oh, sweetie. Thank God you are here. She approached, he retreated. Don't, he said. Her smile shifted. Darling. I know you're upset. I am not upset. I am done. Done, she said, looking at Richard, the lawyer, and then back at Ethan. What do you mean by done, no longer playing this game? Game? No game. I am your mother. You are a woman who stole $27,400 from my sister, hacked her phone, and has been manipulating us for years. His quiet voice was more devastating than shouting. And I'm done, Evelyn cried. Are they real or staged? No longer discernible. How can you say that after all I've done for you? Besides sabotaging every relationship I've tried? I protected you from what? Happiness. Evelyn's arm was touched by the lawyer. Morrison, should we go inside? No, she said, turning to Claire. You turned your brother against me. You were always jealous. Don't. Tall, strong, and protective, Ryan intervened. Don't talk to her. Evelyn looked surprised, as if servants couldn't speak. Excuse me. You've heard me. Don't talk to Claire. Don't look at her. Do not contact her ever again. You can't tell me. I absolutely can. Ryan's soft, polite voice hid steel. You violated her privacy, stole her money, and now play the victim. It's disgusting. Richard moved forward. Now wait just a minute. No, Claire interrupted. Ryan's right. I'm done, mother. Completely done. After today we're moving. You won't have our address, numbers, or anything. You can't. Watch me. The bailiff announced. State versus Morrison. All parties inside. Evelyn sat with Richard and her lawyer, while we sat with Claire and Ryan. The divide was clear. In her early 60s, the judge had silver hair and sharp eyes. She reviewed the charges with a look that said she'd seen this before, suburban family drama in her courtroom. Mrs. Morrison, you face identity theft, computer hacking, wire fraud, and grand larceny charges. What's your plea? Evelyn's attorney said, Not guilty, Your Honor. Noted. Bail is $60,000. Trial date to be determined. Miss Morrison looked at Claire. I know you're the main victim. Yes, Honor. A restraining order was requested. Yes. Granted, Claire Morrison and Ryan Hughes are not to contact Mrs. Evelyn Morrison. 0 calls, texts, emails, or third-party contacts. Violation warrants immediate arrest. Clear? Evelyn exclaimed. You can't. The gavel fell. I just did. Next case. Richard tried again outside the courthouse. This is insane. She's your mother, your family. Being family doesn't give her the right to commit crimes, Claire said. It was wrong. Claire said. Premeditated theft over 7 months. Ryan shielded Claire. Stop minimizing it. I'm not. Richard looked at his kids. Fine, want to leave her? Go ahead. Do not cry to me when you realize your mistake. We won't, Ethan said. Richard left. Evelyn ran after him. We watched 2 people who would rather hide dysfunction than face it leave. Marcos? I said. Marcos. All agreed. We discussed Claire and Ryan's move, our new passwords, boundaries, and life without Evelyn over carbonara and wine. When are you leaving? So I asked. Ryan said, 2 weeks, I already gave notice at work. Claire is getting a remote job. That fast? We've been planning this for months, Claire said. The Portland job offer arrived in December. We were awaiting the right moment. Does Richard know? He does now. Mom found out from my texts and started the guilt campaign immediately. How bad? Bad. Claire swirled her wine, crying about being abandoned, threatening to cut me off and calling me ungrateful. Used to feel guilty. I feel relieved now. Ethan raised his glass. To Portland. To Portland, we repeated. Marco brought tiramisu and cannoli. For both young couples. Good stuff. This is family. He had no idea he was right. August 19th was the trial date, 7 months away. Evelyn's lawyer sought a plea deal, community service, restitution, probation, no jail time. Claire turned down all offers. She needs to face actual consequences, she told her lawyer. Not rich people effects. Local, then regional, media reported it. Rich mother accused of hacking daughter's accounts. Money, family drama and Valentine's Day fueled the story. Richard failed to stop coverage. Her lawyer advised Evelyn to remain silent. Instead, she cried in an interview about how her children had abandoned her and how she only wanted to be close to them. Interviewer inquired about stolen money. That's a misunderstanding, Evelyn cried. Emergency assistance was available. I never thought. Her lawyer pulled her out of the studio, ending the interview. Ethan called me laughing after watching it at work. She exacerbated it. How? There's video evidence of her claiming she authorized access. Claire's lawyer rejoiced. Your mother is her own worst enemy. Always has been. We helped Claire and Ryan pack, loaded the U-Haul and said goodbye in our driveway in early March. Claire hugged me and said, "Promise you'll visit." Promise. And watch Ethan. He acts tough, but I know. She looked at her brother. Are you okay? Getting there. Therapy began last week. Good. She kissed his cheek. Call me. Real calls, not texts. I will. Ryan started the truck, waved and drove off. U-Haul vanished around the corner while we stood there. Feel weird? So I asked. Ethan wrapped his arm around me. But also lighter. Lighter's good. Marco's. We must find other restaurants. Marco knows us now. Fine. Marco's. Spring arrived. Trial prep continued. Ethan and I gave depositions, explaining the behavior pattern, Valentine's Day sabotages and growing need for control. Evelyn's lawyer tried to portray us as vindictive children who had betrayed their mother. It failed. Too much evidence, violations and years of documentation. Richard stopped calling and texting. We had crossed an invisible line and could not return. Ethan lamented. Didn't push. I held space, brought him tea, let him talk, and stayed quiet when he didn't. I miss the dad I thought I had, he said one night. I know, not the original, the one you wanted. I mourn the fantasy. Yes. He wiped his eyes. Marco's? 2 a.m. Fine. Tomorrow. Tomorrow's Marco. The trial began August 19th. Unseasonably hot. Courthouse was packed. Family drama always drew crowds. Claire flew from Portland. She looked tired but determined after losing weight. Ready? I asked. No, but I'm doing it anyway. Evelyn's lawyer used sympathy. Poor mother, abandoned by ungrateful children, mental health issues, just wanted to be close to her family. Made mistakes, but who doesn't? Claire's lawyer presented bank statements, iCloud access logs, text messages from a compromised account, a timeline of escalating behavior, expert testimony about narcissistic personality disorder, and financial abuse. Ethan testified about the Valentine's Day pattern, the 6 years of manufactured emergencies, and how exposure revealed manipulation wasn't love. I testified about the aftermath, emotional toll, therapy, and rebuilding. Ryan testified about stolen money, delayed home ownership dreams, and trust violations. Claire testified last, calm, measured, devastating. She didn't cry or yell, she just stated facts, dates, amounts, screenshots. The courtroom was silent after she finished. 4.5 hours of deliberation in a conference room, stale coffee and little talking. What was there to say? The bailiff entered. Jury's back. We entered, sat down, watched Evelyn, Richard, the lawyer, and the jury, tried to read faces, and gave up. Has the jury decided? Your Honor, we have. Addressing identity theft? How? Guilty. Unauthorized computer access charge? Guilty. On wire fraud charges? Guilty. For grand larceny? Guilty. Evelyn gasped or sobbed. Richard grabbed her hand. The lawyer slouched. On September 22nd, sentencing will occur. Court adjourns. In August heat we stood outside. Claire shook. Ryan held her. Ethan held me. We embraced. We did it, Claire whispered. You did it, Ethan said. We couldn't have done it without you. Richard walked by silently. Evelyn too. Her perfect composure broke, mascara running, face blotchy, mask gone. A small part of me felt sorry for her, remembering she was human, had made me birthday cakes and bought Christmas presents and probably loved us in her broken way. I mostly felt relief. It ended. All done. Sentencing day was a cool September morning with fall temperatures. She was the judge. Silver hair, sharp eyes. "Mrs. Morrison, you've been found guilty on all counts. Before I pass sentence, do you have anything to say?" Evelyn stood. Once Richard wasn't with her. He stayed home. Claire said they split. She didn't know or want details. "Yes, Your Honor." Evelyn spoke steadily. "No more tears. No show. I apologize. Not for being caught. Because I hurt my children. Both of them, for years." She looked at Claire, then Ethan. "I told myself I was guarding you, keeping you close, and preventing abuse. I exploited your trust, love, and patience." She inhaled. "My court-ordered therapist helped me see the pattern: narcissism, control, and inability to see you as separate people with your own lives." She regarded the judge. "Not expecting forgiveness. I deserve less. I wanted you to hear me say it aloud with witnesses. I was completely wrong. And I apologize." No one spoke in court. None of us knew Evelyn like this. Accountability, not manipulation or deflection. Finally, the judge nodded. "Thanks, Mrs. Morrison. You receive 30 months in minimum security and 4 years of supervised probation from this court. You will repay the victims in full plus 12% interest. Therapy will last your sentence and probation. Probation violations carry maximum sentences. Do you comprehend?" "Yes, Honor." "Take Mrs. Morrison into custody, bailiff." We saw a bailiff, a door, and a life changed as they led her away without handcuffs. Outside, Claire cried relief. "It's really over," she said. "It's really over," Ryan said. 30 months, Ethan whispered. "She'll probably be out in 20 months with good behavior." "Probably." Claire wiped her eyes. "But I don't have to see her. The restraining order stays through probation." "What about Dad?" "Texted this morning. Says he understands our actions. Promises to respect boundaries." "Do you trust him?" She thought, maybe people can change. Look at Mom. That apology seemed real. "Seemed," I stressed. "Yeah, seemed." She looked at us. "Ryan and I are pregnant." Silence. "What?" Ethan spoke first. 14 weeks. We wanted to let people know after the trial." "Claire." He hugged and lifted her. "It's amazing." "Put me down. I'm just celebrating." He lowered her. "Does Richard know?" "Not yet. We're telling him next week. If he wants to be in the baby's life, he must commit to therapy, not just one session to check a box." "Good boundary." "Learning from the best," she smiled. "You'll be an uncle." "I'm going to be an uncle," Ethan repeated, testing and liking the words. Drive home, processed. Felt all the feelings. Pulled into our driveway after 4:15 p.m. "Marco's?" Ethan asked. "I'm thinking that Thai place on Sterling, change of pace." Marco always chooses sacrifice after major life events. "Marco's closes Mondays." "Oh." He checked his phone. "Right. Thai then." We ordered pad Thai and green curry, ate on the couch and watched mindless TV. We didn't talk about the trial or Evelyn, we just lived in our house, marriage and life we had fought so hard to protect. Ethan's phone buzzed at 11 p.m. with an SMS from Richard. "Your mother asked me to tell you she meant the apology. She knows she has work to do. Hope you can talk someday. No pressure." Ethan showed me. "What will you say?" "Nothing." He put his phone down. "Perhaps in a year, 5 years, or never, but not today." Fair. That night we slept better than in months. Peace without waiting or vigilance. Life continued. Ethan moved up at work. I took night classes. We considered buying a house, having kids in a few years, and visiting Claire and Ryan in Portland. Evelyn wrote prison letters. Sometimes Ethan reads them. Put them in a box. Not ready to respond. He might never be. That was fine too. Richard began therapy. He sent monthly updates. He did not push for reconciliation. He just kept working and trying. That was something. Valentine's Day came around again in year 7. "What would you like to do?" I asked in January. "Dinner? Real dinner. No drama." "Are you sure?" "Positive. Marco's has a back room. I reserved it." Very fancy. We've earned fancy. February 13th has arrived. No phone calls, no emergencies, and no phony heart attacks. We got ready and drove to Marco's. The owner greeted us like royalty. Ah, the young couple. Your special night. Come, come. He led us into the back room. Candles, flowers, soft music. The works. This is beautiful, I said. Ethan took my hand and said, You deserve beautiful. After everything, you deserve beautiful. We ate, drank wine, and talked about nothing and everything, about our lives, our futures, and the boundaries that allowed love to exist rather than poison it. Ethan's phone remained silent while face up on the table. No calls, texts, or manufactured crises. We did it, he announced around 10 p.m. We actually did it. What did you do? We made it through Valentine's Day together, happy. No drama. Was there any doubt? Every year for 6 years, yes. I raised my glass. To year 7, and 8, and 40. To us, he corrected. And the family we're choosing to build. To us, I repeated. We clinked our glasses, the sound clear, bright, and full of promise. Outside, the February wind howled. Inside, we were warm, safe, and free. Marco brought dessert for the young couple who consistently returns and finds their way. He had no idea how correct he was in coming back, finding our way, and constructing something real from the ruins of something broken. We ate dessert slowly and made the most of the night because that was what we had fought for. Not perfection, not a drama-free existence, but the right to live our lives on our own terms, within our own boundaries, and with our own love. Ethan's phone vibrated once. Claire sent a text. Happy Valentine's Day. The baby kicks for the first time. I felt like saying hello to Uncle Ethan. He showed me. We both teared up. Text her back, I replied. He did. Hello baby Morrison Hughes. Uncle Ethan cannot wait to meet you. 3 dots appeared. Aunt 2, and I'm making you babysit. Deal, he typed. He put his phone away and grabbed my hand. Are you ready to go home? Ready. We paid Marco and walked to our car on a cold February night. We got in, started the engine, and sat for a minute. You know what is wild? Ethan said. What? 6 years ago, I believed that loyalty meant accepting everything. Never say no. Never set limits. Just enduring. And now? And now I understand that loyalty entails protecting what matters, even when it is difficult. Especially when it's difficult. Holding his hand. Took us a while to learn. Better late than never. We drove home down streets we'd driven 100 times before, past landmarks, memories, 6 years of manufactured emergencies and stolen Valentine's Days, and into something new, better, and ours. When we pulled into our driveway, every light was turned off. There are no emergencies or drama, just home. This is nice, Ethan commented. Boring, but nice. Boring's underrated. Boring's perfect. We went inside, changed, brushed our teeth, and settled into bed. His phone remained on the nightstand, silent, dark, and blessedly quiet. Love you, he said. I love you too. Even without the drama, particularly without the drama. He laughed, pulled me close, and we fell asleep tangled together, safe, sound, and free. Evelyn was finally released 20 months later. By then, Ethan and I had moved to a new house, neighborhood, and started over. She did not have our address. Richard did. He made the first call. Could I give her your number? She's asking. Not yet, Ethan replied. She is different. Very different. Good. Let her try it for a while first. 7 more months have passed. Claire had a baby girl named Grace. Ethan flew to Portland, met his niece, and returned glowing. Claire looks happy, he said. Very happy. Ryan's a natural father. Did she ask about Evelyn? No. I believe she has let go of everything, including her anger and hurt. Did you? He thought about it. Getting there. Another 7 months passed, marking 2 years since the sentencing. Evelyn sent a letter through her therapist rather than Richard with proper channels and permission. I understand you aren't ready to talk. That is okay. I wanted you to know that I'm working on myself, understanding what I did, and creating a life that isn't focused on controlling yours. My therapist says that healing is not a linear process. Some days I am furious with myself. Some days I just feel sad. But I am working. And if you're ever ready, I'll be here. not pushing. Just arrived. Mom. Ethan read it 3 times before putting it in the box with the others. He did not respond. Not yet. Do you think you'll ever talk to her? So I asked. Maybe. Probably. Someday, he said, looking at me. But not because I have to. Because I chose to. That's a good reason. The only reason. 4 years after his sentence on a random Tuesday in October, Ethan called his mother. He didn't tell me he was doing this. He just picked up the phone during his lunch break and dialed. The conversation lasted for 9 minutes. When he arrived home that night, he was quiet, processing. How did it go? I finally asked. Weird. Good. Weird. She did not push, nor did she feel guilty. Just asked how I was. She told me about her job at a bookstore and her ongoing therapy. I didn't mention Richard or Claire unless I brought them up. Which you didn't. Which I didn't. How are you feeling? Uncertain, but fine. Maybe this is what progress looks like. Slow, careful, and boundaried. Are you going to call again? Perhaps in a few months. We'll see. And that was it. There will be no grand reunions or tearful forgiveness scenes, just a small step towards something that may or may not resemble a relationship in the future. Regardless, it was fine. Claire and Ryan welcomed their second child, a boy named Miles, in the 7th year after their sentencing. Ethan was present for the birth. He hugged his nephew, cried, and called me at 3 a.m., unable to contain his happiness. He's perfect. Absolutely perfect. Send pictures. Sending now. Richard was also there, at the hospital, maintaining boundaries, respecting space, and making grandpa noises without overstepping. Progress is slow but real. Evelyn was not invited. She did not ask to be. She sent a card and a savings bond via Richard. With love, Grandma. Claire looked at it for a long time before putting it in a drawer. Maybe someday I will tell him about her. Not today. Not today. Fair enough? Valentine's Day came and went in year 11. We were at Marco's as always. The owner was older now, with gray hair, slower movements, and the same smile. Ah, the young couple. Not so young anymore. Thanks, Marco, I replied, dryly but still in love. This is good. This is what matters. We sat in our usual spot and ordered our usual meals. Ethan's phone sat face up and silent, as it always did. 11 years, he answered. 11 Valentine's Days, 7 good ones, better than 4 terrible ones. He raised his glass. To Marco, and boundaries, and boring evenings. To boring evenings, I repeated. We ate, talked, and then went home. No drama, no emergencies, and no last-minute disasters. All we needed was each other to create the life we desired, fought for, and deserved. 16 years later, Ethan and I were packing the car for our annual trip to Portland to see Claire, Ryan, and their children. Grace was 8 years old now. Miles was 6. Both perfect and wild. My telephone rang. Unknown number. I almost didn't respond. Hello. Hi. This is Evelyn, your mother-in-law. Former mother-in-law. I am not sure what. Evelyn. Hi. Pause. I got your number from Richard. I know I shouldn't call without permission, but I wanted. She cleared her throat. To ask you something, and I'll respect whatever response you give. Okay. Grace's birthday is next month. Claire sent me an invitation through Richard saying I could come if I wanted, if I was up to it. Her voice was different, older and softer. I was wondering if you would be comfortable with that. You and Ethan. I will not come if it makes things difficult. I looked at Ethan as he loaded suitcases. Let me call you back. Give me 1 hour. Of course. Thank you for considering it. Hanging up, I told Ethan. He sat down on the porch stairs. Claire invited her, apparently without informing us. Most likely she wanted to wait until we arrived. What do you think? I don't think it's my call. It is yours and Claire's. He remained quiet for a long time. Call her back. Tell her yes. However, there are certain ground rules. No gifts over $20. No unsupervised time with the children. There will be no discussion of the past unless specifically invited. One wrong move and she's gone. Are you sure? No. But life is too short to hold grudges indefinitely. That does not mean I trust her. This does not imply that we are reunited as family. Just means I'm curious to see if she's actually changed. I called Evelyn back and explained the rules. She quickly agreed, thanked me, and hung up before I could say anything else. That was weird, I told Ethan. Everything about our family is weird. Fair point. Grace's birthday party was chaotic with 8-year-olds sugar and a bounce house. Claire appeared tired but happy. Ryan was using the grill. Richard was playing with Miles. Everything is normal. Evelyn arrived with shorter hair and simpler clothes, carrying a small wrapped box. She stood in the driveway, as if she wasn't sure she was allowed to enter. Claire noticed her and approached. They spoke quietly. Claire hugged her briefly and carefully. Evelyn cried. Silent tears. Not performed. Real. She stayed exactly 2 hours. She spoke with Grace briefly. I handed her the present, a book priced at $15 based on the price sticker she had left on, most likely on purpose to demonstrate that she had followed the rules. She spoke to Ethan for 10 minutes, me for 5, and Richard for 20. She left Claire before the cake was served. How was that? Ryan asked, wrapping his arm around his wife. Surreal but fine. She obeyed. Will she attend Miles's party? We'll see. Take one step at a time. Claire and I talked on the porch that night after the kids went to bed and the adults had wine. I never thought I'd invite her, she said. A year ago, I would have said no way. Definitely not. What changed? Grace asked about her. The whole family is in an old photo. Claire sipped her wine when asked why Grandma Evelyn was missing from recent photos. I tried to explain in kid-friendly terms, but Grace kept asking and wanting to know, and I realized I was making her pay for Evelyn's crimes. Not seeing her grandmother because of events that occurred before she was born. That's generous. It's exhausting, she said. But it's the right level of exhaustion. The kind that comes from trying and giving people, including those who have hurt you, a chance to do better. Do you think she has? I think she's trying. That's all you can ask for. In quiet, we listened to Portland, city, and everyday sounds. Ethan told me something yesterday, I say. He said grudges are heavy and he's tired of carrying them. Smart man, your husband. He has his moments. Ryan and I are thinking about having a third. Really? Really. We think we can handle 3 kids if we can handle blended family drama. That logic seems flawed. Probably. We're doing it though. Claire and I laughed as we sat there, 2 women who had overcome family dysfunction to create something better. Not perfect, but better. That was enough. Final scene. 16 years after the first Valentine's Day disaster, Ethan and I were at Marco's. Where else could we be? Marco retired, but he still stopped by for Valentine's Day. Tradition. Ah, the young couple. Now old like me. He laughed at his joke. Still making that joke, I said. Winked. Still funny. Your table is ready. The corner, as usual. We ordered with Ethan's phone face up and silent on the table for years. No calls, texts or emergencies. Just us. 16 years of Valentine's dinners, choosing each other, and limits that made love possible. Remember year 2? Ethan asked. The mechanic shop. It's hard to forget. I was so upset with you for being suspicious. And I was right. You were. My hand was taken. Thank you. For what? For not leaving when it would have been easier. When most people would have. You're worth it. We're worth it, he said. We built this. Marco's son brought fresh bruschetta, which his father made. Ethan raised the glass. To boundaries and boring Valentine's days. It was 2 boring Valentine's days, agree. May we have 40 more? 40 more, he said. All was well as we clinked glasses, ate, chatted, laughed and planned for tomorrow, next week, and next year. Ethan's phone was silent. We build our lives one boring, beautiful Valentine's Day at a time. That was enough. Everything. The lawyer said. Given the amount stolen and the lawyers, not with anything. This is my wife and your mother. There are financial charges. That's serious. Prison time. She stole from her own daughter. Ethan asked. What did you expect? I expected family to stand together. We are standing together with Claire. He blushed. You're choosing your sister over your mother. I'm choosing the person who was victimized over the person who committed crimes. Yes, she's struggling. She needs help, not punishment. She needs consequences, I said. There's a difference. Simple for you to say. She's not your mother. Bitter words meant to hurt. No, I agree. She's not. My mother respects boundaries, privacy, and my adulthood and decision-making. Richard rose. I came here hoping we could figure this out as a family. We're not a family, Ethan whispered. This is not how you want us to be. We're a group of people who share the same DNA and have been pretending dysfunction is normal. That is not fair. The fairness is complete. Mum manipulates, you allow. Claire and I coped by being overly responsible and maintaining peace. That's unhealthy. That is not family. So what? You done? Just like that? We're done pretending, Ethan said. Richard grabbed his coat, walked to the door and stopped. She wants you both. She wants to explain. I'm sure she does. Would you at least consider it? Ethan regarded me. I shrugged. His choice. He said, maybe, finally. After the arraignment, after we see if she takes accountability, real accountability, not the performance she's so good at. Richard went. We heard him start and drive away. Marcos? Ethan asked. We can't keep eating Marcos every night. Why not? Is our Valentine's Day disaster tradition? I couldn't help laughing. Fine. Marcos. Carbonara is my order this time. Live dangerously. Our small city was quiet at night and Marcos was nearly empty by midweek. The owner grinned when we approached. 2 nights. Ah, the young couple has returned. This is love. If only he knew. We met Claire and Ryan at the courthouse at 9:15 a.m. Richard was already there with Evelyn's lawyer and Evelyn, who looked small and fragile with flawless hair and makeup. Her face lit up when she saw us. Ethan. Oh, sweetie. Thank God you are here. She approached. He retreated. Don't, he said. Her smile shifted. Darling, I know you're upset. I am not upset, I am done. Done, she said, looking at Richard the lawyer, and then back at Ethan. What do you mean by done? No longer playing this game. Game? No game. I am your mother. You are a woman who stole $27,400 from my sister, hacked her phone and has been manipulating us for years. His quiet voice was more devastating than shouting. And I'm done. Evelyn cried. Are they real or staged? No longer discernible. How can you say that after all I've done for you? Besides sabotaging every relationship I've tried. I protected you from what? Happiness. Evelyn's arm was touched by the lawyer. Morrison, should we go inside? No. She said, turning to Claire. You turned your brother against me. You were always jealous. Don't. Tall, strong and protective Ryan intervened. Don't talk to her. Evelyn looked surprised as if servants couldn't speak. Excuse me. You've heard me. Don't talk to Claire. Don't look at her. Do not contact her ever again. You can't tell me. I absolutely can. Ryan's soft, polite voice hid steel. You violated her privacy, stole her money, and now play the victim. It's disgusting. Richard moved forward. Now wait just a minute. No. Claire interrupted. Ryan's right. I'm done, mother. Completely done. After today we're moving. You won't have our address, numbers, or anything. You can't. Watch me. The bailiff announced, State versus Morrison. All parties inside. Evelyn sat with Richard and her lawyer, while we sat with Claire and Ryan. The divide was clear. In her early 60s, the judge had silver hair and sharp eyes. She reviewed the charges with a look that said she'd seen this before. Suburban family drama in her courtroom. Mrs. Morrison, you face identity theft, computer hacking, wire fraud, and grand larceny charges. What's your plea? Evelyn's attorney said, Not guilty, Your Honor. Noted. Bail is $60,000. Trial date to be determined. Miss Morrison looked at Claire. I know you're the main victim. Yes, Honor. A restraining order was requested. Yes. Granted. Claire Morrison and Ryan Hughes are not to contact Mrs. Evelyn Morrison. 0 calls, texts, emails, or third-party contacts. Violation warrants immediate arrest. Clear? Evelyn exclaimed. You can't. The gavel fell. I just did. Next case. Richard tried again outside the courthouse. This is insane. She's your mother, your family. Being family doesn't give her the right to commit crimes, Claire said. It was wrong. Claire said. Premeditated theft over 7 months. Ryan shielded Claire. Stop minimizing it. I'm not. Richard looked at his kids. Fine. Want to leave her? Go ahead. Do not cry to me when you realize your mistake. We won't, Ethan said. Richard left. Evelyn ran after him. We watched two people who would rather hide dysfunction than face it leave. Marcos? I said. Marcos. All agreed. We discussed Claire and Ryan's move, our new passwords, boundaries, and life without Evelyn over carbonara and wine. When are you leaving? So I asked. Ryan said, 2 weeks. I already gave notice at work. Claire is getting a remote job. That fast? We've been planning this for months, Claire said. The Portland job offer arrived in December. We were awaiting the right moment. Does Richard know? He does now. Mom found out from my texts and started the guilt campaign immediately. How bad? Bad. Claire swirled her wine, crying about being abandoned, threatening to cut me off, and calling me ungrateful. Used to feel guilty. I feel relieved now. Ethan raised his glass. To Portland. To Portland, we repeated. Marco brought tiramisu and cannoli. For both young couples. Good stuff. This is family. He had no idea he was right. August 19th was the trial date, 7 months away. Evelyn's lawyer sought a plea deal, community service, restitution, probation, no jail time. Claire turned down all offers. She needs to face actual consequences, she told her lawyer. Not rich people effects. Local, then regional media reported it. Rich mother accused of hacking daughter's accounts. Money, family drama, and Valentine's Day fueled the story. Richard failed to stop coverage. Her lawyer advised Evelyn to remain silent. Instead, she cried in an interview about how her children had abandoned her and how she only wanted to be close to them. Interviewer inquired about stolen money. That's a misunderstanding, Evelyn cried. Emergency assistance was available. I never thought. Her lawyer pulled her out of the studio, ending the interview. Ethan called me laughing after watching it at work. She exacerbated it. How? There's video evidence of her claiming she authorized access. Claire's lawyer rejoiced. Your mother is her own worst enemy, always has been. We helped Claire and Ryan pack, loaded the U-Haul, and said goodbye in our driveway in early March. Claire hugged me and said, promise you'll visit. Promise. And watch Ethan. He acts tough. But I know. She looked at her brother. Are you okay? Getting there. Therapy began last week. Good. She kissed his cheek. Call me. Real calls, not texts. I will. Ryan started the truck, waved and drove off. U-Haul vanished around the corner while we stood there. Feel weird? So I asked. Ethan wrapped his arm around me. But also lighter. Lighter's good. Marcos. We must find other restaurants. Marco knows us now. Fine, Marcos. Spring arrived. Trial prep continued. Ethan and I gave depositions, explaining the behavior pattern, Valentine's Day sabotages, and growing need for control. Evelyn's lawyer tried to portray us as vindictive children who had betrayed their mother. It failed. Too much evidence, violations, and years of documentation. Richard stopped calling and texting. We had crossed an invisible line and could not return. Ethan lamented. Didn't push. I held space, brought him tea, let him talk, and stayed quiet when he didn't. I miss the dad I thought I had, he said one night. I know. Not the original. The one you wanted. I mourn the fantasy. Yes. He wiped his eyes. Marcos. 2 a.m. Fine. Tomorrow. Tomorrow's Marco. The trial began August 19th. Unseasonably hot. Courthouse was packed. Family drama always drew crowds. Claire flew from Portland. She looked tired but determined after losing weight. Ready? I asked. No, but I'm doing it anyway. Evelyn's lawyer used sympathy. Poor mother, abandoned by ungrateful children, mental health issues, just wanted to be close to her family. Made mistakes, but who doesn't? Claire's lawyer presented bank statements, iCloud access logs, text messages from a compromised account, a timeline of escalating behavior, expert testimony about narcissistic personality disorder and financial abuse. Ethan testified about the Valentine's Day pattern, the 6 years of manufactured emergencies, and how exposure revealed manipulation wasn't love. I testified about the aftermath, emotional toll, therapy, and rebuilding. Ryan testified about stolen money, delayed home ownership dreams and trust violations. Claire testified last, calm, measured, devastating. She didn't cry or yell. She just stated facts, dates, amounts, screenshots. The courtroom was silent after she finished. 4.5 hours of deliberation in a conference room, stale coffee and little talking. What was there to say? The bailiff entered. Jury's back. We entered, sat down, watched Evelyn, Richard, the lawyer and the jury, tried to read faces, and gave up. Has the jury decided? Your Honor, we have. Addressing identity theft, how? Guilty. Unauthorized computer access charge? Guilty. On wire fraud charges? Guilty. For grand larceny? Guilty. Evelyn gasped or sobbed. Richard grabbed her hand. The lawyer slouched. On September 22, sentencing will occur. Court adjourns. In August heat we stood outside. Claire shook. Ryan held her. Ethan held me. We embraced. We did it, Claire whispered. You did it, Ethan said. We couldn't have done it without you. Richard walked by silently. Evelyn too. Her perfect composure broke, mascara running, face blotchy, mask gone. A small part of me felt sorry for her, remembering she was human, had made me birthday cakes and bought Christmas presents, and probably loved us in her broken way. I mostly felt relief. It ended. All done. Sentencing day was a cool September morning with fall temperatures. She was the judge. Silver hair, sharp eyes. Mrs. Morrison, you've been found guilty on all counts. Before I pass sentence, do you have anything to say? Evelyn stood. Once Richard wasn't with her, he stayed home. Claire said they split. She didn't know or want details. Yes, Your Honor. Evelyn spoke steadily. No more tears. No show. I apologize. Not for being caught. Because I hurt my children, both of them, for years. She looked at Claire, then Ethan. I told myself I was guarding you, keeping you close, and preventing abuse. I exploited your trust, love and patience. She inhaled. My court-ordered therapist helped me see the pattern: narcissism, control and inability to see you as separate people with your own lives. She regarded the judge. Not expecting forgiveness. I deserve less. I wanted you to hear me say it aloud with witnesses. I was completely wrong, and I apologize. No one spoke in court. None of us knew Evelyn like this. Accountability. Not manipulation or deflection. Finally, the judge nodded. Thanks, Mrs. Morrison. You receive 30 months in minimum security and 4 years of supervised probation from this court. You will repay the victims in full plus 12% interest. Therapy will last your sentence and probation. Probation violations carry maximum sentences. Do you comprehend? Yes, Honor. Take Mrs. Morrison into custody, bailiff. We saw a bailiff, a door, and a life changed as they led her away without handcuffs. Outside, Claire cried relief. It's really over, she said. It's really over, Ryan said. 30 months, Ethan whispered. She'll probably be out in 20 months with good behavior. Probably. Claire wiped her eyes. But I don't have to see her. The restraining order stays through probation. What about Dad? Texted this morning, says he understands our actions, promises to respect boundaries. Do you trust him? She thought. Maybe people can change. Look at Mom. That apology seemed real. Seemed, I stressed. Yeah, seemed. She looked at us. Ryan and I are pregnant. Silence. What? Ethan spoke first. 14 weeks. We wanted to let people know after the trial. Claire. He hugged and lifted her. It's amazing. Put me down. I'm just celebrating. He lowered her. Does Richard know? Not yet. We're telling him next week. If he wants to be in the baby's life, he must commit to therapy, not just one session to check a box. Good boundary. Learning from the best, she smiled. You'll be an uncle. I'm going to be an uncle, Ethan repeated, testing and liking the words. Drive home, processed. Felt all the feelings. Pulled into our driveway after 4:15 p.m. Marcos, Ethan asked. I'm thinking that Thai place on Sterling. Change of pace. Marco always chooses sacrifice after major life events. Marcos closes Mondays. Oh. He checked his phone. Right. Thai then. We ordered pad Thai and green curry, ate on the couch and watched mindless TV. We didn't talk about the trial or Evelyn. We just lived in our house, marriage and life we had fought so hard to protect. Ethan's phone buzzed at 11 p.m. with an SMS from Richard. Your mother asked me to tell you she meant the apology. She knows she has work to do. Hope you can talk someday. No pressure. Ethan showed me. What will you say? Nothing. He put his phone down. Perhaps in a year, 5 years, or never. But not today. Fair. That night we slept better than in months. Peace without waiting or vigilance. Life continued. Ethan moved up at work. I took night classes. We considered buying a house, having kids in a few years, and visiting Claire and Ryan in Portland. Evelyn wrote prison letters. Sometimes Ethan reads them. Put them in a box. Not ready to respond. He might never be. That was fine too. Richard began therapy. He sent monthly updates. He did not push for reconciliation. He just kept working and trying. That was something. Valentine's Day came around again in year 7. What would you like to do? I asked in January. Dinner. Real dinner. No drama. Are you sure? Positive. Marco's has a back room. I reserved it. Very fancy. We've earned fancy. February 13th has arrived. No phone calls, no emergencies, and no phony heart attacks. We got ready and drove to Marco's. The owner greeted us like royalty. Ah, the young couple. Your special night. Come, come. He led us into the back room. Candles, flowers, soft music. The works. This is beautiful, I said. Ethan took my hand and said, you deserve beautiful. After everything, you deserve beautiful. We ate, drank wine, and talked about nothing and everything, about our lives, our futures, and the boundaries that allowed love to exist rather than poison it. Ethan's phone remained silent while face up on the table. No calls, texts, or manufactured crises. We did it, he announced around 10 p.m. We actually did it. What did you do? We made it through Valentine's Day together. Happy. No drama. Was there any doubt? Every year for 6 years, yes. I raised my glass. To year 7, and 8, and 40. To us, he corrected. And the family we're choosing to build. To us, I repeated. We clinked our glasses, the sound clear, bright, and full of promise. Outside, the February wind howled. Inside, we were warm, safe, and free. Marco brought dessert for the young couple who consistently returns and finds their way. He had no idea how correct he was in coming back, finding our way, and constructing something real from the ruins of something broken. We ate dessert slowly and made the most of the night because that was what we had fought for. Not perfection, not a drama-free existence, but the right to live our lives on our own terms, within our own boundaries, and with our own love. Ethan's phone vibrated once. Claire sent a text. Happy Valentine's Day. The baby kicks for the first time. I felt like saying hello to Uncle Ethan. He showed me. We both teared up. Text her back, I replied. He did. Hello baby Morrison Hughes. Uncle Ethan cannot wait to meet you. 3 dots appeared. Aunt 2, and I'm making you babysit. Deal, he typed. He put his phone away and grabbed my hand. Are you ready to go home? Ready. We paid Marco and walked to our car on a cold February night. We got in, started the engine, and sat for a minute. You know what is wild? Ethan said. What? 6 years ago I believed that loyalty meant accepting everything. Never say no, never set limits. Just enduring. And now? And now I understand that loyalty entails protecting what matters, even when it is difficult. Especially when it's difficult. Holding his hand. Took us a while to learn. Better late than never. We drove home down streets we'd driven 100 times before, past landmarks, memories, 6 years of manufactured emergencies and stolen Valentine's Days, and into something new, better, and ours. When we pulled into our driveway, every light was turned off. There are no emergencies or drama, just home. This is nice, Ethan commented. Boring, but nice. Boring's underrated. Boring's perfect. We went inside, changed, brushed our teeth and settled into bed. His phone remained on the nightstand, silent, dark and blessedly quiet. Love you, he said. I love you too. Even without the drama. Particularly without the drama. He laughed, pulled me close and we fell asleep tangled together, safe, sound, and free. Evelyn was finally released 20 months later. By then, Ethan and I had moved to a new house, neighborhood, and started over. She did not have our address. Richard did. He made the first call. Could I give her your number? She's asking. Not yet, Ethan replied. She is different. Very different. Good. Let her try it for a while first. 7 more months have passed. Claire had a baby girl named Grace. Ethan flew to Portland, met his niece and returned glowing. Claire looks happy, he said. Very happy. Ryan's a natural father. Did she ask about Evelyn? No. I believe she has let go of everything, including her anger and hurt. Did you? He thought about it. Getting there. Another 7 months passed, marking 2 years since the sentencing. Evelyn sent a letter through her therapist rather than Richard with proper channels and permission. I understand you aren't ready to talk. That is okay. I wanted you to know that I'm working on myself, understanding what I did, and creating a life that isn't focused on controlling yours. My therapist says that healing is not a linear process. Some days I am furious with myself. Some days I just feel sad. But I am working. And if you're ever ready, I'll be here. Not pushing. Just arrived. Mom. Ethan read it 3 times before putting it in the box with the others. He did not respond. Not yet. Do you think you'll ever talk to her? So I asked. Maybe. Probably. Someday, he said looking at me. But not because I have to. Because I chose to. That's a good reason. The only reason. 4 years after his sentence, on a random Tuesday in October, Ethan called his mother. He didn't tell me he was doing this. He just picked up the phone during his lunch break and dialed. The conversation lasted for 9 minutes. When he arrived home that night, he was quiet. Processing. How did it go? I finally asked. Weird. Good. Weird. She did not push, nor did she feel guilty. Just asked how I was. She told me about her job at a bookstore and her ongoing therapy. I didn't mention Richard or Claire unless I brought them up. Which you didn't. Which I didn't. How are you feeling? Uncertain, but fine. Maybe this is what progress looks like. Slow, careful, and boundaried. Are you going to call again? Perhaps in a few months. We'll see. And that was it. There will be no grand reunions or tearful forgiveness scenes, just a small step towards something that may or may not resemble a relationship in the future. Regardless, it was fine. Claire and Ryan welcomed their second child, a boy named Miles, in the 7th year after their sentencing. Ethan was present for the birth. He hugged his nephew, cried, and called me at 3 a.m., unable to contain his happiness. He's perfect. Absolutely perfect. Send pictures. Sending now. Richard was also there at the hospital, maintaining boundaries, respecting space and making grandpa noises without overstepping. Progress is slow but real. Evelyn was not invited. She did not ask to be. She sent a card and a savings bond via Richard. With love, Grandma. Claire looked at it for a long time before putting it in a drawer. Maybe someday I will tell him about her. Not today. Not today. Fair enough. Valentine's Day came and went in year 11. We were at Marco's as always. The owner was older now with gray hair, slower movements and the same smile. Ah, the young couple not so young anymore. Thanks Marco, I replied dryly but still in love. This is good. This is what matters. We sat in our usual spot and ordered our usual meals. Ethan's phone sat face up and silent, as it always did. 11 years, he answered. 11 Valentine's days, 7 good ones, better than 4 terrible ones. He raised his glass. To Marco, and boundaries, and boring evenings. To boring evenings, I repeated. We ate, talked, and then went home. No drama, no emergencies, and no last-minute disasters. All we needed was each other to create the life we desired, fought for, and deserved. 16 years later, Ethan and I were packing the car for our annual trip to Portland to see Claire, Ryan and their children. Grace was 8 years old now. Miles was 6. Both perfect and wild. My telephone rang, unknown number. I almost didn't respond. Hello? Hi. This is Evelyn, your mother-in-law. Former mother-in-law. I am not sure what. Evelyn. Hi. Pause. I got your number from Richard. I know I shouldn't call without permission, but I wanted. She cleared her throat. To ask you something, and I'll respect whatever response you give. Okay. Grace's birthday is next month. Claire sent me an invitation through Richard, saying I could come if I wanted, if I was up to it. Her voice was different, older and softer. I was wondering if you would be comfortable with that. You and Ethan. I will not come if it makes things difficult. I looked at Ethan as he loaded suitcases. Let me call you back. Give me 1 hour. Of course. Thank you for considering it. Hanging up. I told Ethan. He sat down on the porch stairs. Claire invited her, apparently without informing us. Most likely she wanted to wait until we arrived. What do you think? I don't think it's my call. It is yours and Claire's. He remained quiet for a long time. Call her back. Tell her yes. However, there are certain ground rules. No gifts over $20. No unsupervised time with the children. There will be no discussion of the past unless specifically invited. One wrong move and she's gone. Are you sure? No. But life is too short to hold grudges indefinitely. That does not mean I trust her. This does not imply that we are reunited as family. Just means I'm curious to see if she's actually changed. I called Evelyn back and explained the rules. She quickly agreed, thanked me, and hung up before I could say anything else. That was weird, I told Ethan. Everything about our family is weird. Fair point. Grace's birthday party was chaotic with 8-year-olds, sugar, and a bounce house. Claire appeared tired but happy. Ryan was using the grill. Richard was playing with Miles. Everything is normal. Evelyn arrived with shorter hair and simpler clothes, carrying a small wrapped box. She stood in the driveway as if she wasn't sure she was allowed to enter. Claire noticed her and approached. They spoke quietly. Claire hugged her briefly and carefully. Evelyn cried. Silent tears. Not performed. Real. She stayed exactly 2 hours. She spoke with Grace briefly. I handed her the present, a book priced at $15 based on the price sticker she had left on, most likely on purpose to demonstrate that she had followed the rules. She spoke to Ethan for 10 minutes, me for 5, and Richard for 20. She left Claire before the cake was served. How was that? Ryan asked, wrapping his arm around his wife. Surreal but fine. She obeyed. Will she attend Miles's party? We'll see. Take one step at a time. Claire and I talked on the porch that night after the kids went to bed and the adults had wine. I never thought I'd invite her, she said. A year ago, I would have said no way. Definitely not. What changed? Grace asked about her. The whole family is in an old photo. Claire sipped her wine when asked why Grandma Evelyn was missing from recent photos. I tried to explain in kid-friendly terms, but Grace kept asking and wanting to know, and I realized I was making her pay for Evelyn's crimes. Not seeing her grandmother because of events that occurred before she was born. That's generous. It's exhausting, she said. But it's the right level of exhaustion. The kind that comes from trying and giving people, including those who have hurt you, a chance to do better. Do you think she has? I think she's trying. That's all you can ask for. In quiet, we listened to Portland, city and everyday sounds. Ethan told me something yesterday, I say. He said grudges are heavy and he's tired of carrying them. Smart man, your husband. He has his moments. Ryan and I are thinking about having a third. Really? Really. We think we can handle 3 kids if we can handle blended family drama. That logic seems flawed. Probably. We're doing it though. Claire and I laughed as we sat there, 2 women who had overcome family dysfunction to create something better, not perfect, but better. That was enough. Final scene. 16 years after the first Valentine's Day disaster, Ethan and I were at Marco's. Where else could we be? Marco retired, but he still stopped by for Valentine's Day. Tradition. Ah, the young couple, now old like me, he laughed at his joke. Still making that joke, I said. Winked. Still funny. Your table is ready. The corner as usual. We ordered with Ethan's phone face up and silent on the table for years. No calls, texts or emergencies. Just us. 16 years of Valentine's dinners, choosing each other, and limits that made love possible. Remember year 2? Ethan asked. The mechanic shop. It's hard to forget. I was so upset with you for being suspicious. And I was right. You were. My hand was taken. Thank you. For what? For not leaving when it would have been easier, when most people would have. You're worth it. We're worth it, he said. We built this. Marco's son brought fresh bruschetta which his father made. Ethan raised the glass. To boundaries and boring Valentine's days. It was 2 boring Valentine's days. Agree. May we have 40 more. 40 more, he said. All was well as we clinked glasses, ate, chatted, laughed and planned for tomorrow, next week, and next year. Ethan's phone was silent. We build our lives one boring, beautiful Valentine's Day at a time. That was enough. Everything. My sister threatened to have me kicked out if I didn't leave her room. At 3 a.m., until one day, she reached out to me with a secret. My parents adored me until I was 9 and diagnosed with high-functioning autism. My parents thought they were too lenient on me, so they increased their penalties. Sarah, my elder sister, defended me for years. She sneaked me food at night when my parents served me 25% of what I should eat. She would hug me as I wept when my parents yelled at me to battle the autism. I only avoided suicide most days because of her. She abandoned me when I was 16 and she was 17. When I entered her room at 3 a.m. to talk, she threatened to ask our dad to kick me out if I didn't leave. Sometimes I was overstimulated and rubbed my thumb with my cheek. Sarah usually sat with me and held my hand. She hurried to inform our parents I was doing it again, knowing they'd punish me. After that, I lived like a heartless zombie. I was disconnected daily. When I came back to reality, I forced myself to zone out again because I wanted to finish school and move out. Especially since Sarah wouldn't leave soon. Thank goodness my parents did anything for me. They covered my college costs. They demanded it. I suppose they wanted me gone. I didn't care since a victory is a win. Time for my second dorm night. I got the text then. It was Sarah. Don't reply to this. Please pick me up and drive me to your dorm at 5 p.m. on Saturday. Don't tell our parents. I'm sorry. I love you. I trembled before the text. She wanted to hang out. She wanted to be my sister again. That night I couldn't sleep. My mind kept replaying memories like a record. Even when I thought of Sarah laughing at me getting wailed on or telling my parents to drive autism out of me faster, I felt something. I felt grateful because Sarah attempted to give me a childhood. It seemed I owed her. On Sunday I drove her. She said go faster upon entering. She then hid on the back seat floor and refused to talk to me until we were at the hostel. At last she broke down. I calmed her during her anxiety episode, like she did for me years ago. After 45 minutes, she spoke. I never meant to hurt you, Emily. I swear I thought she was pranking me, but then she told me something so shocking I felt like throwing up. Do you remember my 17th birthday? She asked, voice shaking. I nodded. My dad had driven me to a field miles away and left me there until the day was over so I wouldn't ruin the day with my autism. Well, she said. Dad. Her eyes filled with tears. My stomach fell. He took my first time. I grasped her head and rubbed her back. Our dad had snatched her innocence. I'm sorry. Sorry, she repeated. He said talking to you would make me ugly because your autism would rub off. If he caught me, he'd do it to you too. It all made sense, and I felt guilty for ever disliking my sister. Our mom knew, but she didn't care. I asked if they knew where she was, and she shrugged. This was good because my dorm was far from campus and they didn't know where I lived. I told her I loved her and would keep her safe. She didn't know it, but I was going to make our parents pay for everything. The next morning, Sarah shook me and had wild eyes. Emily, Tom texted me. Mom and Dad are saying I'm mentally sick and made everything up. I checked my messages and saw Tom had texted me too. Family is being enlisted to find her. What's happening? My stomach sank. They were monsters, but they understood how to play the worried parent card. What do we do? Sarah wondered, pacing the small dorm room. What if people believe them? I pondered. Remember the evidence? They say what they want, but we have proof. Sarah started pacing, biting on her thumbnail as we did as kids, and Dad was in a bad mood. They're going to find me, she murmured. They'll track my phone or something. I held her shoulders. They're not. You're secure, I swear. I didn't tell her my anxieties to avoid stressing her out. Don't trust everything you hear, I texted Tom. Sarah's safe. It was too unsafe to let even well-meaning family members know where we were. So Sarah and I missed our customary dining hall excursion that day. I went to the convenience store near campus and bought sandwiches and snacks. When I returned, Sarah had pushed my desk in front of the door just in case, she said. We spent the day jumping at every hallway noise. Sarah would freeze like a deer in headlights when footsteps approached our door, but it was always other students going about their day. We were exhausted from being on alert by evening, so I suggested we binge-watch a stupid comedy show on my laptop. For a few hours, things almost felt normal, and Sarah even laughed. Around midnight, my phone buzzed with an email notification. Someone replied to one of our anonymous messages from my burner account. I opened it expecting the worst, but it was from Dad's company. They needed a victim statement for an internal investigation. I showed Sarah. Sarah stared at the screen for a long time. If I tell them everything, it becomes real. Like officially real. It happened and he deserves consequences. Sarah nodded slowly. I'll do it. But I need a day to write it all down to figure out what to say. The next day, Sarah spent hours typing on my laptop. I sat nearby working on assignments I'd fallen behind on. Sometimes she'd ask me if I remembered details, dates, or incidents. I helped as much as I could, but some of the worst had happened when I wasn't around. While she worked, I checked our parents' social media. Rachel had posted a tearful plea for anyone who had seen Sarah to contact them immediately. Her post claimed Sarah was sick and needed medical attention. Dozens of sympathetic comments, prayers, and shares made me sick. The same woman who watched her husband abuse her daughters for years was now playing the devastated mother, and people bought it. Sarah finished her account that night and asked me to read it before sending it. It was detailed, specific, and heartbreaking. She described John's sexual assault on her birthday and years of inappropriate touching, comments, and behavior. She anxiously inquired whether I should take anything out. I held her tightly. It's your tale. She chose to send it all, connected to a reply email with some of our proof and sent to HR. Then Sarah closed the laptop and snuggled up on my bed, emotionally exhausted. The next morning, the company thanked us for the information and assured us it would be handled with the utmost seriousness and confidentiality. They also stated they had a legal obligation to report certain types of abuse to authorities, which panicked Sarah. I didn't want that. Hey, calm down, I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. They probably just have to say that for liability reasons, and even if they report it, the police would need to find us first. This calmed her, but she was still on edge. We decided to be extra careful. I asked my friend Lily to bring us food instead of going to the dining hall or convenience store. She had been texting me all week asking where I was, but I only told her I was dealing with family stuff. When I called and asked if she could bring us groceries, she immediately agreed. Are you in trouble? The dinner was delivered, and she looked at Sarah, who was hiding in the restroom. It's complicated, I responded. I'll explain later. I swear. Please don't tell anyone I'm here, or that my sister is here. Lily nodded, frightened. Whatever you need, just let me know if I can help. After she left, Sarah came out of the bathroom. Can we trust her? I nodded. Lily's solid. She won't say anything. That weekend, John's company sent us another email. They had fired him immediately and thanked us for coming forward. Sarah and I high-fived when we read it. It felt like the first real win, but that day, I got a voicemail from a number I didn't recognize. When I played it, I nearly dropped my phone. It was John. Emily, I know you have Sarah with you. This little game you two are playing has gone too far. Your lies cost me my job and your mother is devastated. If you don't bring Sarah home by Monday, we'll report her missing. Think about what you're doing. His voice was calm and reasonable, like he used to talk to neighbors and teachers. It had fooled everyone for years. But something else terrified me. He seemed sure of our location, not guessing or trying to trick us. I deleted the message without telling Sarah, but I was shaken. Filing a missing persons report might lead the police to find Sarah. That night, after Sarah fell asleep, I called the campus legal aid office and pretended to be asking for a friend whose younger sister was being abused at home. The law student who answered explained that in our state, a minor could petition for emancipation under certain circumstances. I told Sarah about emancipation the next morning, and she seemed interested but scared. Would I have to go to court? Would I have to see them? Maybe, I said. But you'd have a lawyer and all our evidence. She thought about it all day and decided to do it that evening. You're not alone, I reminded her. I'm right here. The next day we went to the legal aid office together. Sarah had not left the dorm in over a week. She wore a hoodie pulled low over her face and kept looking around nervously as we walked across campus. David, a patient and kind law student, explained the emancipation process to Sarah. She had to prove she could support herself financially, had a place to live, and that emancipation was in her best interest due to the abuse. Are you employed or have savings? Sarah shrugged. David asked if grandparents, aunts, and uncles could help. Most of our extended family had sided with our parents in the past, but now, after everything we'd revealed, maybe, I said. Our aunt in Colorado always suspected something was wrong. She sent us money cards that our parents held for us. Never saw a dime of that money, Sarah murmured. David suggested we contact this aunt to see if she'd assist and gather further proof, such as medical records of injuries and school reports of behavioral abnormalities. I nodded, but I was distracted by a car that looked like John's in the campus parking lot. It was probably nothing, lots of people had silver Hondas, but it put me on edge. After returning to the dorm, there was a note taped to our door. My heart nearly stopped, thinking it was from our parents who had found us, but it was from my RA reminding everyone about the fire drill. Sarah immediately went to my laptop and started searching for Aunt Jessica's contact information. Found her? Rachel had a major argument with her at Thanksgiving when I was 12. She's on Facebook, Sarah said after 20 minutes of research. We sent a careful message asking if we might phone her concerning a family problem and waited. The response came faster than expected. Aunt Jessica answered and left her number within an hour. Call any time, I've been worried about you ladies for years. Sarah and I gazed at one another. Had Aunt Jessica known? Had she attempted to assist but been rejected by our parents? I placed the phone on speaker with quivering hands. Hello. Aunt Jessica's warm, deep voice sounded like I recalled. That's Emily. Sarah is here too. Girls. My gosh. Are you okay? I've seen some unusual posts from your mother. We alternated recounting the abuse, Sarah's escape, and our liberation plan. Aunt Jessica listened without interrupting, occasionally making little distress noises. After a lengthy quiet, she spoke with emotion. How you both cringed when your father yelled. Emily, you were slender. How your mother changed the subject when I asked too many questions. She inhaled. I attempted to report it once, after Thanksgiving called CPS, but they stated they couldn't do anything without evidence. Your parents must have assured them everything was all right. I felt grateful to this woman who helped us when no one else would. Will you aid Sarah's emancipation? I questioned. She needs financial support on paper. Of course I will, Aunt Jessica answered confidently. I want to do more. I wish to house Sarah. I have extra space. She could graduate high school in Colorado without this. Sarah's eyes widened. Really? You do? A heartbeat, Aunt Jessica said. Emily too during breaks. Sarah was ecstatic after the conversation. For the first time since this nightmare began, I felt like we may have a future with genuine people who cared about us. Did that just happen? Is there an exit? I agreed, smiling at her enthusiasm. It looks good, but we still have work to do. Emancipation may take months. I don't care, Sarah responded. Just knowing there's an end in sight, it changes everything. Friday, we returned to legal assistance. David helped us start the emancipation papers, and Aunt Jessica joined by phone to sign an affidavit promising to house and support Sarah. Things were looking great until I opened my email that night and saw my academic advisor's note. Urgent academic probation warning. I'd missed so many classes and assignments that I was in danger of failing the semester. If I didn't get back on track, I could lose my scholarship and have to move back home. I stared at the email in horror. How had I forgotten about this? I'd been so focused on helping Sarah that I'd neglected my own situation. What's wrong? Sarah inquired, seeing my frown, and I gave her the email. I can't stay here without my scholarship. I can't stay here either, Sarah added. Not until the emancipation goes through. We sat silently, weighing this new predicament. You have to go back to class, Sarah remarked. I'll be fine here alone. No way, I spat. What if they find you? They may attempt to take you back. They don't know which dorm you're in, she said. And I won't answer the door for anyone but you. I didn't like it, but she was correct. I had to save my academic standing, so I reluctantly returned to class the next morning. After spending so much time in the dorm, it was strange to be around other students again. Everyone was talking about parties, assignments, and relationship drama, but it seemed trivial compared to Sarah and I. When I told my professors about my family emergency, most gave me extensions on missed assignments. By the end of the day, I felt like I could catch up. When I returned to the dorm, Sarah was fine, as promised. She'd spent the day researching emancipation cases and making lists of evidence. Look at this, she said, giving me her notebook. I put down every big occurrence I can remember with dates when possible. I found my old journals, which may assist. I was impressed by her organization. Very helpful. I smiled at approval. I realized how rarely she must have heard positive feedback growing up. Our parents had only ever criticized, never encouraged. I went to class and worked on assignments while Sarah stayed in the dorm preparing her case and communicating with Aunt Jessica and David. In the evenings we swapped notes and planned our next steps. Rachel's email arrived at my student email address, which I hadn't checked in a while. The subject line was, "Please read." I opened it against my better judgment. "Emily, I don't know what lies your sister has been telling you, but your father and I are worried sick. Sarah needs aid. Professional aid. She's always had issues. You know. Remember when she made up stories for attention? Very similar, but worse. Your father is horrified by these claims. After everything we've done for you both, how could you believe such horrible things about him? Emily, we funded your college. We provided everything. We can forget this if you bring Sarah home. Nobody will get mad. Family unity is what we seek. Emily, please do the right thing." I read it 3 times, feeling ill each time. The manipulation was so clear without them. I gave Sarah the email. Her hands trembled as she read it. "She's lying," Sarah muttered. "You know she's lying, right?" "Of course I know," I said. "What happened?" "I saw what they did to us," Sarah acknowledged, but she was uneasy all day. The next morning, Sarah was seated at my desk, looking at the laptop screen. "What are you doing?" I asked, groggy from sleep. "Mom contacted me too," she replied bluntly. "She claims stress is causing Dad's heart issues. It'll be my fault if he dies." I got out of bed and stared at the laptop. Rachel had written me an even more deceitful email. "Don't listen to her," I insisted. "Dad's heart is okay. They're pressuring you to return." Sarah nodded uncertainly. "What if he's sick? What if he's not?" I stopped her. "Even if he was, it wouldn't be your fault. Sarah, none of this is your fault." She closed the laptop and massaged her eyes. "I know. Logically, I know. I only have them in my brain. They made me feel responsible for everything for years." I understood what she meant and sometimes thought that if I'd been better, tried more, or been less autistic, they wouldn't have mistreated us. "We need to block their emails," I said. "They're just trying to mess with our heads." Sarah agreed, and we spent the morning filtering their communications into a folder not visible to us. I met with my academic advisor that afternoon. He was worried about my absences but seemed okay with my plan to catch up. Sarah texted me as I left his office. "Someone's knocking on the door, not answering." Immediately texted back, "Good, keep it closed. On my way." My pulse raced as I rushed across campus. Had they discovered us? How? The dorm hallway was deserted when I arrived. I opened the door and saw Sarah pallid on the bed. "They knocked for like 5 minutes," said. "Then they slipped this under the door." I unfolded the folded paper, fearing the worst, and it was from the RA mandatory floor meeting tonight at 8 o'clock. Unknowingly, I exhaled. "It's dorm stuff. No worries." Sarah nodded but seemed worried. "I thought it was them. I believed they found me." I joined her on the bed. "A student ID is required to pass the front desk, even if they know my dorm. You're safe." I knew. She rested on my shoulder. My fear persists. I knew that emotion well since I'd lived in terror of my parents' next punishment for years. I attended the floor meeting that evening while Sarah kept locked in the room. It was just the normal dorm announcements about quiet hours, planned activities, and a recent burglary. Nothing essential. Sarah was on the phone with Aunt Jessica about moving to Colorado when I returned. They discussed local schools, activities Sarah would like, and other topics. It was good to hear Sarah sound enthused about the future. After she hung up, I caught up on homework while Sarah organized her evidence. I got an SMS from an unknown number almost midnight. "I know where you are both. This concludes." I gazed at the message, my blood freezing. Only John would send anything like that. Sarah blanched as I showed it. "He got your new number how? He knows where we are, how?" Shaking my head, I tried to think, he's faking. He must be. He couldn't know which dorm we're in, but I wasn't sure as I said it. John was always adept at manipulating us. What if he traced Sarah's phone? He may have been searching the school for us. "We need to leave," Sarah replied, taking her backpack. "Right now." "Wait," I murmured, attempting to relax. "Let's think. If we panic and run, we may be in danger. This dorm is secure. Not just anybody can take you." Sarah wasn't persuaded. "What if cops are called? What if they report me missing and cops search?" She had a point. If the cops got involved, things would become messy fast. "Okay," I responded. "Call David from legal aid. See his advice." It was late, but it was an emergency. Thankfully, David answered. I carefully explained. David began, Don't answer the text. If it's your dad, engaging merely confirms location. What if he knows where we are? Sarah asks. Even if he did, David said. He can't legally compel Sarah to go without police. Show the police your proof if they become involved. The abuse, threats, everything. But I don't want to talk to the police, Sarah objected. David answered, I understand. But I'll be there with you if necessary. You won't confront them alone. After hanging up, Sarah calmed down. So, we stay put. I nodded. But let's be ready. We spent the next hour assembling our most crucial documents and proof, making sure everything was easily accessible if we needed to leave fast. In the morning, no more threatening messages or unannounced guests. Maybe John was kidding after all. But as I got ready for class, my phone called. An unknown number. I paused, then answered. My stomach fell as John said, Hello, Emily. I'm on campus. We must discuss. I informed Sarah on campus. He's here, and hung up. I held Sarah's shoulders as she hyperventilated. Our building is unknown to him. Dorms number in the dozens. We're okay. Nodding to regulate her respiration. We do what? I'll call Lily and ask to stay at her apartment for a few days, I thought immediately. When I phoned, Lily immediately agreed. She lived off campus in a small apartment with her roommate Sophie. It wasn't ideal, but it would be safer than the dorm if John was searching the school. We packed only the essentials and our evidence and waited until most students were in class to make a run for it. We made it to Lily's apartment without incident. She and Sophie were in class, but Lily had left a key under the mat as promised. After locking the door, we sank on the couch, tired from tension. Will they arrest him? Sarah abruptly asked. Shrugged. Unsure. Maybe. We jumped at every sound outside at Lily's all day. When she returned home from class, she saw our faces and realized something was wrong. Okay, she whispered between us. I think it's time you told me what's really going on. We explained. Not everything, but enough for her to understand why we were hiding. Lily listened without interrupting, her face growing more frightened with each revelation. She said, Jesus, after we finished. Of course you can stay here as long as you need, and if anyone comes looking for you, I've never seen you in my life. Her instant support made me cry. Thank you. We sat up late chatting that night, feeling uncomfortable but glad to share our experiences. Lily and Sophie were kind and helpful, providing practical advice and emotional support. For the first time in weeks, I felt that Aunt Jessica, David, Lily, and Sophie may support us against our parents. David called the next morning. Your father was detained. His company's report and your evidence were used by the police. I glanced at Sarah in disbelief. Arrested? Really? Yes, David said. Multiple counts, including child sexual assault. The bail hearing is tomorrow. What does that imply for us? Sarah asks. There's an official police inquiry, so your father can't get near you. A temporary restraining order is automatic. Sarah cried after hanging up. It's unbelievable. I feared no one would trust us. I grabbed her tightly. People believe us, and John will pay for his actions. David called the next day concerning John's bail hearing. The court ordered bail at $200,000. Your mother is collecting the money, but it may take a while. He's still jailed? Sarah inquired, hopeful. For now, sure, David said. The restraining order remains even if he makes bond. He can't approach you. That was comforting. I still didn't trust John to obey court instructions. Sarah didn't either, as she checked the locks many times before bed. John was in jail for a week, unable to post bail. Rachel had been phoning family for loans, but few were willing. Sarah's emancipation hearing was in a week, and David was certain it would be granted, especially given John's criminal accusations. Once approved, Sarah could legally go to Colorado with Aunt Jessica. Things were looking good, but then the next blow came. I received an SMS from Sarah in class. Rachel is outside the dorm, crying and causing trouble. Despite my professor's confusion, I gathered my stuff and rushed across campus, praying Sarah had shut the door. I arrived to the dorm to find a small throng outside. My mother was in the center, crying about her ill daughter who needed to come home. Campus security was attempting to calm her down. I pushed through the crowd, furious. Why are you here? Rachel turned to me, her expression instantly changing from distress to manipulation. Thank God, Emily. Help me get your sister. Her health is poor. She must return home so I can care for her. She performed well, but I knew better. Sarah has a restraining order against you, I said. You're not supposed to be anywhere near her. Rachel's face stiffened briefly before tears returned. It's a misunderstanding. Dad never injured anyone. Sarah is confused and lying. Stop it. I spoke out. Everyone now knows the truth. In prison, John. No more. We were separated by campus security. Ma'am, we're going to have to ask you to leave university property, a cop told Rachel. If you have a restraining order against you, being here could result in your arrest. Rachel told me, this isn't over, before letting security take her away. I ran to the dorm room where Sarah was shivering on my bed. Is she gone? She inquired when I entered. Yeah. Security took her away. At her side I said, are you okay? I could see she was shaken as she nodded. She screamed my name, saying I needed to come home and was sick and confused. Some filmed with their phones. Excellent. Precisely what we needed. Campus virality of Rachel's performance. She can't hurt you, I said. Your emancipation court is next week and the restraining order protects you. You'll be free from them legally afterward. Sarah breathed deeply. I know. Only seeing her that way. That woman was persuasive. What if people trust her? I told her. They won't. But I wasn't convinced. Rachel was always wonderful at playing the victim. That night, Rachel's breakdown videos went viral on school social media. Most comments called Rachel insane and rude, but a few questioned her claims. Sarah's confusion or mental illness made my fury boil. After everything we'd been through, some people still trusted our abusers. The next day, the dean of students emailed me to come to her office. My stomach dropped. Was I in trouble for Rachel's scene? But Dean Patterson was unexpectedly empathetic. I've been updated on your position, she added. The institution supports you and your sister. Security will watch for your parents and we will make academic accommodations if needed. I almost sobbed with relief. Thanks. That's significant. Of course, she answered politely. No student should face what you're facing. Do you need anything more from us now? Thought about it. Yes. My roommate will return from her boyfriend's house. Sarah's recuperation has benefited from privacy. Can we have a single room? Dean Patterson nods. I think we can. I'll check availability. We were approved to move to a small single room in a calmer dorm by the end of the day. It wasn't much bigger than our existing place, but it would be ours. No roommate to explain things to or work around. Sarah's emancipation hearing day arrived. Sarah donned a borrowed shirt from Lily, and I wore my only non-jeans pants. David seemed confident as we arrived at the courts. Everything's in order, he said. With the criminal charges against your father and the restraining order already in place, I don't foresee any issues. Rachel, Sarah's legal guardian, was allowed to attend this court hearing despite the restraining order. She dressed modestly and politely like she was going to church. Sarah bruised my hand with her pressure. She'll try to stop it, she muttered. She can try, I muttered, but she won't succeed. The meeting was surprisingly fast. The court read the papers and asked Sarah about her high school goals and living arrangements. Aunt Jessica testified via video chat that she would offer housing and assistance. Rachel rose up, blotting her tears with a tissue to speak. She said, Your Honor, my daughter is a difficult kid who has been influenced by her sister. My husband is innocent of these claims. Sarah has always experienced emotional issues. Mrs. the Judge interrupted Thompson. I examined the police reports and TRO. Your husband is now in detention for serious child abuse allegations. Is the police and district attorney also manipulated? Rachel faltered. No, but... Furthermore, the court said, Sarah's instructors reported trauma-related behavioral changes. I trust Sarah's evidence and medical records of injuries. Rachel grew stern. She lied. They both are. Over his spectacles, the judge viewed her. Mrs. Thompson, think hard about your stance. Denying recorded abuse might hurt you in court. That silenced her. The judge announced his ruling after a few more inquiries. Emancipation benefits Sarah. Petitions approved, effective immediately. Sarah cried alongside me, happy tears. She was legally free from our parents. Rachel approached us outside the courthouse. Sarah, please. Your error is dreadful. We were separated by David. Mrs. Daughter has a restraining order against Thompson. I recommend staying away. Rachel's face twisted with anger. This isn't over, she growled, as she had outside the dorm. You'll regret this, both of you. Her threats were empty now that Sarah was free and John was in jail. We celebrated with pizza and ice cream in our new dorm room. Sarah couldn't stop smiling. She said, "I still can't believe it. I'm actually free." "You're free," I said. "And in 3 weeks you'll be in Colorado with Aunt Jessica, starting your new life." Sarah smiled hesitantly. "I'm going to miss you." "I'll miss you too," I said. "We'll chat often, and I'll visit during breaks. Promise?" She looked like the young girl who sneaked into my room when we were kids when she requested. "Promise," I said strongly. The following 3 weeks whizzed by. Sarah packed her few belongings and we made plans for her trip to Colorado. Aunt Jessica had already enrolled her in the local high school and set up her bedroom. Detective Parker updated us on the case against John, which was progressing with more charges. Rachel was now under investigation for child endangerment and failure to report abuse. Sarah and I gazed at the letter sent from our old dorm to our new one the day before Sarah's trip. Rachel's handwriting was clear. "Shall we open it?" she inquired. I said. "Might as well see what lies she's telling now." Only one page of paper was inside. No tears or manipulation this time, just a brief message. "You wrecked this family. Father is broken. You lied and cost me everything. I hope your work pleases you. Never contact us again." After reading twice, Sarah gave it to me. Does she still not understand? They ruined the family. Not us. I nodded, crumpling the letter and throwing it away. Some people never take responsibility, but we're free of them. I drove Sarah to the airport the next day and we embraced long at security. "Thank you," she muttered. "For believing me, for helping me, for everything." I embraced her harder. Sisters do that. Protecting each other. As I watched her go through security, I felt sorry that we'd wasted so many years to fear and abuse and hopeful that we might both improve our lives. On the drive back to campus, I thought about everything we'd been through. Years of abuse, fear, pain, but also the strength we'd found, the people who'd helped us, and the justice that was finally being served. Our parents had tried to break us, but they failed. Sarah and I had survived. I drove into campus parking feeling lighter than in years. Classes, friends, a life, and a sister who, despite everything, I'd saved, just like she saved me, filled my future. As I got out of the car, the crisp fall air touched my face, and I breathed deeply, appreciating freedom. For the first time, I wasn't terrified, hiding, or pretending to be someone else to escape punishment. I could be Emily, autism and all. As I returned to my dorm, I noticed the vibrant red and orange leaves crunching beneath my feet, the sound of students laughing in the distance, and the smell of campus cafe coffee. Simple pleasures that had been overshadowed by fear for so long. Sarah texted me. "Past security. Boarding shortly. Have missed you." I responded back, smiling. "Miss you too. Call me when you land." That night I sat alone in our dorm room, my dorm room now, and felt a strange mix of emotions. Relief that Sarah was safe and on her way to a better life. Pride that we'd stood up to our parents and won. Sadness for all the years we'd lost. But mostly, I felt hope. Hope for Sarah's future in Colorado and my future in college. Hope that the worst was past. I opened my laptop and started writing a psychology class essay on resilience to overcome trauma and hardship. I smiled at the irony since Sarah and I knew about resilience. I understood as I write that our narrative went beyond abuse. It was about finding our voices, recognizing our worth, and understanding that wonderful people exist to aid us. It was about two sisters who remained in love despite challenges. My dad screamed that I was insane before the judge. He stopped when I revealed I bought his law firm's debt to leave him homeless. The courtroom was suffocatingly quiet. It was the kind of silence that feels heavy, pressing against your eardrums. The only sound was the rhythmic tapping of the court reporter's fingers on her machine. I sat at the defense table, my hands resting flat on the polished oak. I didn't fidget, I didn't look down. I just stared straight ahead, letting the cool metal of my watch press against my wrist. Across the aisle, my father, Richard, was putting on the performance of a lifetime. His face was a terrifying shade of crimson, the veins in his neck bulging against the collar of his expensive custom-tailored shirt. He was pacing back and forth, waving a thick stack of papers in the air like a weapon. He was a lawyer, and the courtroom was his stage. But today, he wasn't defending a client. He was trying to destroy his own son. "He needs a conservatorship, Your Honor," Richard bellowed, pointing a shaking, accusatory finger directly at my chest. Look at him. He is an embarrassment to our family legacy. He is 31 years old, living in a shoebox apartment, working some imaginary consulting job that doesn't pay a real salary. He is deeply unstable. He is a danger to himself. And if the court does not intervene, he is going to blow his entire inheritance on his delusions. I didn't blink. I just watched him. I watched the man who was supposed to protect me actively try to erase my freedom. He wanted the court to declare me legally insane. He wanted total control over my bank accounts, my medical decisions, my life. Next to him, his attorney, a greasy guy named Marcus, was frantically scrolling through a digital dossier on his tablet. Marcus was supposed to be Richard's bulldog, the guy who intimidated witnesses into submission. But right now, Marcus was sweating. I could see a bead of moisture rolling down his temple. The bailiff had just handed Marcus a sealed envelope from the judge, and whatever he was reading on that paper was making his hands shake. Judge Harrison sat high behind the bench. He was an older man, late 60s, with a face carved from stone and eyes that missed absolutely nothing. He let Richard rant for another full minute. He let my father dig his own grave word by word, shout by shout. My son cannot be trusted to make basic life decisions. Richard yelled, slamming his hand on the podium. He is catatonic. Look at him. He hasn't spoken a single word to defend himself, because he knows I am right. He needs psychiatric help, and he needs it today. Judge Harrison slowly picked up his wooden gavel. He didn't bang it. He just held it in his hand, letting the weight of the wood rest on the desk. He looked at my father, then looked at me, and then turned his gaze back to Richard. Are you quite finished, Mr. Sterling? The judge asked. His voice was incredibly calm, but it carried a chilling authority that instantly sucked the air out of the room. Richard straightened his tie, breathing heavily. I am just trying to save my son, Your Honor. Save your son, Judge Harrison repeated slowly. He put on his reading glasses and picked up the paper the bailiff had provided. He read it silently for a few seconds. The tension in the room snapped tight. You could hear a pin drop. Then the judge lowered the paper. He looked over the rim of his glasses directly at my father. Mr. Sterling, you really don't know who he is, do you? Richard blinked. The arrogant sneer wiped off his face, replaced by genuine confusion. Excuse me? He is my son. He is a sick boy, who needs. Stop talking, Judge Harrison ordered. It wasn't a request. Marcus, my father's lawyer, suddenly made a sound like a choking dog. He grabbed Richard's sleeve, pulling him backward. Richard, Marcus whispered frantically, his voice trembling so hard I could hear it from my table. Richard, shut up. Look at the document. Look at the signature. Richard yanked his arm away, glaring at Marcus. What are you doing? I am making a point to the judge. Wait, what? Richard muttered, finally looking down at the paper. Marcus was shoving into his chest. His face went pale, ghost white. The blood completely draining from his cheeks. How did we get here? How did a father and son end up on opposite sides of a courtroom, fighting for my basic human rights? To understand the trap I had just sprung on him, you have to go back. You have to see the rot beneath the shiny surface of my family. It started long before that day in court. The resentment in my family didn't explode overnight. It was a slow poison. My father, Richard, was a prominent lawyer in Seattle. He built his identity on the image of success. He wore $3,000 suits, drove luxury cars, and belonged to the most exclusive country club in the Pacific Northwest. To the outside world, he was a pillar of the community. Behind closed doors, he was a tyrant who demanded absolute perfection, and I was his biggest disappointment. I was never the son he wanted. I didn't want to be a cutthroat attorney. I liked numbers. I liked puzzles. I became a forensic accountant. I tracked down missing money, exposed corporate fraud, and audited massive supply chains. It was quiet, behind-the-scenes work. But to Richard, if your name wasn't on a billboard or the front page of the newspaper, you were a nobody. The real star of the family was my older brother, Tristan. Tristan was the golden child. He was handsome, charming, and possessed an incredible talent for spending money he didn't earn. I remember last Thanksgiving vividly. The dining room smelled like roasted turkey and expensive red wine. My mother, Eleanor, had spent the entire week decorating the house to look like a magazine cover. We were all sitting around the long mahogany table. I was quietly eating my mashed potatoes when Tristan walked in, twirling a shiny new key fob around his finger. Just picked her up today, Tristan announced, flashing $1 million smile. Porsche 911 Midnight Blue. The dealer practically begged me to take it off the lot. My mother clapped her hands together, her eyes shining with pride. Oh, Tristan, that is wonderful. You work so hard, sweetie. You deserve to treat yourself. I almost choked on my water. Tristan didn't work hard. Tristan didn't work at all. He called himself an entrepreneur. which was just a fancy word for launching startup companies that crashed and burned every 6 months, usually taking my father's money down with them. He had never drawn a real salary in his life. Richard raised his glass of scotch, beaming at Tristan. To my eldest son, a man who knows how to command respect on the road and in life. They clanked glasses. Then Richard's eyes slid over to me. The warmth vanished from his face, replaced by that familiar, cold judgment. "And what about you, Liam?" Richard asked, his voice dripping with condescension. "Still playing around with your little spreadsheets? Still doing that consulting thing?" I set my fork down. "I'm a forensic accountant, Dad. I run my own firm now. We just signed a major contract." I didn't mention it was a massive promotion. A federal contract worth millions. I knew better than to share my victories in this house. They would only be minimized. Richard actually laughed. It was a sharp, mocking sound. He tossed his napkin onto the table. "A firm? You work out of your apartment, Liam. Is that what we are calling unemployed these days? A consultant? It's a cute hobby, son. But let's be real. You don't have a stable salary. You don't have a real career. You are playing pretend." Tristan smirked, cutting into his turkey. "Come on, Dad. Take it easy on him. Not everyone has the drive to be a CEO. Some people are just meant to be background characters." I felt the heat rising in my neck. I looked at my mother, hoping for just a tiny ounce of defense, but Eleanor just took a sip of her wine and refused to meet my eyes. She always took their side. Always. "So, I'm doing fine," I said quietly, keeping my voice perfectly level. "Doing fine isn't the sterling way," Richard snapped. "You are an embarrassment, Liam. A 31-year-old man who can't even afford a decent car. It's pathetic." I didn't argue. I didn't yell. I just picked up my fork and continued eating. Let them think I was a failure. Let them believe I was broke. The truth was, my cute little hobby was bringing in more money in a single month than Richard's law firm made in a year. But I kept my mouth shut. Silence was my armor. The Thanksgiving dinner was just a symptom of a much deeper disease. The real fracture happened a few years earlier, right after my grandmother's funeral. My grandmother was the only person in the family who truly saw me. She knew Richard was a narcissist, and she knew Tristan was a parasite. When she passed away, the reading of the will dropped a nuclear bomb on the family. She left the bulk of her estate, a massive trust fund, an inheritance worth roughly $4.5 million entirely to me. She left Richard a vintage grandfather clock, and she left Tristan nothing. Zero. The day we found out, Richard threw a glass against the wall in the lawyer's office. He demanded they contest the will. He claimed my grandmother wasn't in her right mind, but the paperwork was ironclad. The money was mine. That inheritance put a target on my back, and Tristan was the first one to take a shot. At the time, I was engaged to a woman named Sarah. We had been together for 3 years. She was beautiful, ambitious, and I thought she loved me. But Sarah had a weakness for shiny things and high status. After the funeral, when the tension in the family was at an all-time high, Tristan started hanging around my apartment more often. He would show up in his expensive suits, talking about his fake business deals, flashing his credit cards. One Tuesday evening, I came home early from work. The apartment was completely silent. I walked into the bedroom and saw Sarah's closet doors wide open. Half her clothes were gone. Her suitcases were missing. Sitting on the kitchen counter was a folded piece of paper and my engagement ring. The note was brief. "Liam, I'm sorry. I just can't do this anymore. You are too quiet, too stagnant. I need someone with ambition. I'm leaving with Tristan." I stood in the empty kitchen for an hour, just staring at the piece of paper. My brother, my own flesh and blood. He didn't even want Sarah. He just wanted to prove he could take something from me. He wanted to punish me for getting the inheritance. I called my mother. I needed someone to talk to, someone to tell me this was wrong. "Mom," I said, my voice cracking. "Sarah left me. She moved in with Tristan." There was a long pause on the other end of the line. Then Eleanor sighed, not a sigh of sympathy, but a sigh of annoyance. "Well, Liam, you have to look at it from her perspective. Tristan has a bright future. He's charismatic. He's going places. You isolate yourself. You can't blame a woman for wanting security." My chest tightened. "Security? Mom, Tristan is broke. He drained his college fund 10 years ago. He lives off Dad's credit cards. I'm the one with a steady job." "Don't raise your voice at me," she scolded sharply. "Your brother is trying his best. Maybe if you shared some of that grandmother's money with him, he wouldn't have to struggle so much. You're being very selfish, Liam." I hung up the phone. I didn't cry. I didn't break anything. A cold, hard realization settled over me. I had no family. I just had a group of people who shared my DNA, and they only valued me for what they could extract from me. From that day on, I locked my emotions away. I threw myself entirely into my work. I decided that if they wanted to see me as a weak, invisible failure, I would let them. I would become a ghost. Edit. For those asking in the comments, no, I didn't fight Tristan for Sarah. If she could be bought with a leased Porsche and fake ambition, he was doing me a favor by taking her. My focus shifted entirely to my career. As a forensic accountant, my job is to follow the money. People lie, but numbers always tell the truth. About a year after Sarah left, I was hired to audit a medium-sized corporate firm that was going through a messy bankruptcy. During the investigation, I had to trace a series of wire transfers to various external vendors. One of those vendors was Sterling and Associates, my father's law firm. I sat at my computer late one night, the blue light of the monitor reflecting in my glasses. I pulled up the financial records for Richard's firm. Since they were a vendor in a federal audit, their public financial disclosures were fair game. I started digging, just out of curiosity at first. What I found made my blood run cold. Richard wasn't just struggling, he was financially drowning. His firm was bleeding cash from every pore. He was 3 months behind on payroll. He had taken out massive, high-interest loans from shady creditors just to keep the lights on. He was paying off old debt with new debt, a classic Ponzi structure. He was literally taking retainers from new clients to pay the settlement obligations of his old clients. But the worst part was the malpractice. I dug deeper into the public court records. Richard was losing cases left and right. He had completely botched a massive divorce settlement for a high-profile client because he missed a filing deadline. He was facing 2 separate lawsuits for legal negligence. He was commingling client funds with his operating accounts to pay his personal country club dues. He was a fraud. The expensive suits, the dinners, the cigars, it was all built on a mountain of toxic debt and lies. I wanted to know exactly how deep the hole was. I knew Richard's ego better than anyone. He believed he was the smartest man in any room. He thought he was untouchable. So, I tried a simple trick. I accessed the firm's client portal login page. For the username, I typed his email. For the password, I typed Richard1. The screen loaded. Access granted. I leaned back in my chair, disgusted. His password was his own name and the number 1. It was pathetic. I navigated through his internal ledgers. The numbers were catastrophic. He needed at least $800,000 just to avoid bankruptcy and keep his law license from being revoked. He was cornered. And a cornered animal is dangerous. I printed out the ledgers, put them in a secure file on my encrypted hard drive, and logged out. I knew it was only a matter of time before the bomb exploded. A normal father would have called his family, admitted his failures, and asked for help. A humble man would have downsized his lifestyle, sold the big house, and started over. But Richard was not a normal father, and he was definitely not humble. A few weeks later, I went to my parents' house to pick up some old boxes I had left in the attic. The house was quiet. Richard's BMW wasn't in the driveway, so I assumed they were out. I let myself in with my old key. As I was walking past the heavy oak doors of Richard's home office, I heard voices. The bank rejected the loan extension, Eleanor. We are out of options. It was Richard. He sounded exhausted. Desperate. I stopped dead in my tracks, pressing my back against the wall in the hallway. What about Tristan? Eleanor asked, her voice trembling. Can he ask some of his investor friends? Richard scoffed loudly. Tristan doesn't have any investor friends. He's an idiot who just bought a Porsche on my credit line. The bank is threatening to foreclose on this house, Eleanor. If the bar association finds out about the client funds, I will go to prison. Silence hung in the air. Then my mother spoke again, her voice dropped to a sinister whisper. What about Liam? My heart hammered in my chest. Liam won't give me a dime, Richard growled. He's too stingy. He's sitting on millions from his grandmother's inheritance, living like a rat in that downtown apartment, and he won't even help his own father. I didn't say we should ask him, Eleanor said coldly. I'm saying Liam hasn't been acting right lately, Richard. He's withdrawn. He doesn't socialize. He works weird hours. He's clearly depressed, maybe even delusional. I squeezed my eyes shut. I knew exactly where she was going with this. If he is legally incapacitated, Eleanor continued smoothly, as his next of kin, you would be granted power of attorney. You could take control of the trust fund. You could manage the inheritance for his own good. We could save the house, save your firm, and get Liam the help he needs. Richard didn't object. He didn't say, no, he's my son. I won't do that. Instead, I heard the sound of ice clinking against a glass. Dr. Vance owes me a favor, Richard said slowly. I got him out of that messy malpractice suit 5 years ago. He's a licensed psychiatrist. If he signs an affidavit stating Liam is a danger to himself, we call the police. Eleanor finished the thought. A 5,150 hold, 3 days in a psychiatric ward, long enough for you to file an emergency conservatorship with Judge Harrison. I couldn't listen anymore. I backed away silently, my rubber-soled shoes making no noise on the hardwood floor. I slipped out the front door and walked to my car. My hands were shaking not from fear, but from a rage so pure and white-hot it burned my throat. My own parents. My mother and father were plotting to lock me in a psychiatric hospital, strip away my human rights, and steal my inheritance just to pay off their own greedy mistakes. They thought I was weak. They thought I was a quiet, passive little boy who would just break down and surrender. They had no idea who they were dealing with. They wanted a war. I was going to give them a massacre. It happened on a Tuesday. The rain was coming down in sheets, beating against the windows of my apartment. I was sitting at my kitchen island at 11:45 p.m., drinking black coffee and running a complex data analysis for a new tech client. My apartment was spotless, quiet, and completely normal. Suddenly, a heavy, aggressive pounding echoed through my front door. It wasn't a friendly knock. It was the kind of knock that demanded entry. I frowned, saving my work on the laptop. I walked to the door and looked through the peephole. Standing in the dimly lit hallway were two police officers. One of them had his hand resting near his duty belt. I unlocked the deadbolt and opened the door. "Can I help you, officers?" I asked, keeping my voice calm and polite. The older officer, a guy with a thick mustache and a nameplate that read Jenkins, looked me up and down. His eyes darted past my shoulder, scanning my apartment for signs of chaos. "Liam Sterling?" "Yes, that's me." Officer Jenkins pulled a folded yellow document from his jacket pocket. "Mr. Sterling, we received an emergency call from your family. We have a 5,150 involuntary psychiatric hold order, signed by a licensed physician. We need you to step out into the hallway and come with us." The air left my lungs. Even though I knew they were planning something, hearing the words out loud felt like getting hit in the chest with a sledgehammer. A 5,150 hold. They actually did it. They actually pulled the trigger. "A psychiatric hold," I repeated, making sure to keep my hands visible and open. "Officer, I assure you there has been a massive misunderstanding. I am perfectly fine." The younger officer stepped forward, his face stern. "Sir, the affidavit states you are suffering from severe delusions, that you are a threat to your own safety, and that you have been displaying erratic, violent behavior. We don't want any trouble. Please just come quietly to the hospital for an evaluation." "Violent behavior?" I hadn't raised my voice in 3 years. "May I see the document, please?" I asked. Jenkins hesitated, then handed me the paper. I read the terrifying words printed on the official letterhead. "Patient exhibits severe paranoid schizophrenia, severe financial delusions, immediate risk of self-harm. Recommendation: 7.2 hour involuntary commitment. If they took me tonight, Richard would be in front of a judge by tomorrow morning. He would freeze my accounts, he would drain my inheritance. I would be trapped in a sterile room, pumped full of sedatives, while my family dismantled my life." I felt a cold sweat break out on my neck. I was standing on the absolute edge of the abyss. One wrong move, one raised voice, one sign of panic, and the cops would tackle me to the floor and drag me out in handcuffs. That would be all the proof Richard needed to show the court I was unhinged. I took a slow, deep breath. I let the analytical, forensic side of my brain take complete control. "Officer Jenkins," I said, my voice steady, professional, and entirely rational. "I understand you are just doing your job. But please, look at me. Look at my apartment." I stepped aside, gesturing to the brightly lit, perfectly organized living room. "I am currently in the middle of a conference call with overseas clients. I don't drink. I don't do drugs. This report is a malicious fabrication filed by my father, who is currently facing bankruptcy and is trying to seize my grandmother's trust fund." Jenkins frowned, looking at my clean apartment, the glowing laptop with financial charts, and my calm demeanor. He looked at the yellow paper, then back at me. He was starting to doubt the call. "Sir," Jenkins said slowly, "a doctor signed this. Dr. Vance." I nodded. "Dr. Vance is my father's golf partner. I haven't seen Dr. Vance in 8 years. I can prove it." I asked the officers if I could grab my laptop. Jenkins nodded, keeping a close eye on me. I walked to the kitchen island, turned the laptop around, and opened my home security software. "I have motion-activated cameras at my front door and inside my living room," I explained, clicking the mouse. "You can review the footage for the last 6 months. You will not find a single instance of violent behavior, self-harm, or anyone named Dr. Vance entering this apartment to evaluate me." The younger officer leaned in, watching the screen. "Furthermore," I said, opening an encrypted audio file, "my father is a lawyer named Richard Sterling. He is currently payroll insolvent. I have an audio recording from 3 weeks ago, captured securely, where he and my mother actively discuss using a fake 5,150 hold to gain power of attorney and steal my inheritance." I hit play. The clear, unmistakable voice of my father filled the room. "Dr. Vance owes me a favor. If he signs an affidavit stating Liam is a danger to himself, we call the police. Then my mother's voice, a 5,150 hold. Officer Jenkins's jaw tightened. He looked at his partner. The younger cop shook his head in disgust. Falsifying a police report and forging a medical psychiatric hold was a serious felony. Mr. Sterling, Jenkins said, his tone completely shifting from authoritative to sympathetic. I am incredibly sorry to have disturbed you. This is clearly a civil matter, and frankly, it looks like extortion. We are not taking you anywhere. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. Thank you, officers. I appreciate your professionalism. Jenkins took the yellow paper back. I'll be filing a report on this. Falsifying a 5,150 is a crime. If you want to press charges against Dr. Vance and your father, I will personally testify. Not yet, I said quietly. I handle my own audits, but I will keep your card. The officers left. I locked the door and leaned my forehead against the cool wood. My heart was beating so fast I felt dizzy. They had tried to lock me in a cage. They had tried to erase me. I walked back to my laptop and saw an unread email in my secondary inbox. It was from a private investigator I had hired a week ago to keep tabs on Tristan. The email contained photos. Tristan, smiling, signing paperwork at a high-end auto dealership, extending the loan on his Porsche. Attached was an intercepted text message from Tristan to Richard. Make sure the psycho gets locked up tonight. The Porsche payment is due Friday. Don't screw this up, Dad. Tristan wasn't just a bystander. He was the mastermind. He was pushing Richard to destroy me just so he could keep his stupid sports car. I grabbed my phone. I had to know if there was even a shred of humanity left in the woman who gave birth to me. I dialed my mother's cell phone. It was 1 a.m. She answered on the second ring, her voice breathless and fake panicked. Liam. Oh my God. Liam, where are you? Are you at the hospital? The police called us. They said you were having an episode. Mom, I cut her off. My voice was like ice. The cops are gone. I'm sitting in my apartment. I showed them the audio recording of you and Dad planning this whole thing. Dead silence on the line. The fake panic instantly vanished. Liam, Eleanor said, her voice dropping into that low, manipulative tone she always used. Listen to me. You are confused. You are sick. Your father is just trying to protect you from yourself. By forging a psychiatric hold? I asked, my grip tightening on the phone. By trying to lock me in a ward, so you can steal my inheritance, to pay for Tristan's Porsche? How dare you? Eleanor hissed. Tristan is your brother. He is struggling. Your father's firm is in a little bit of a cash flow bind, yes, but we are a family. We share our burdens. You are sitting on millions of dollars doing nothing while we are losing sleep over bills. You are selfish, Liam. You have always been a cold, ungrateful boy. A physical ache flared in my chest, but I forced it down. So to get the money, you decided to destroy my life. You decided to tell the world I was insane. Eleanor started crying the fake, weaponized tears she used to win every argument. We just need the money, Liam. Please, just sign the power of attorney over to your father. Let Tristan manage the trust. We will make sure you are taken care of. Please don't break this family apart. She was actually blaming me. She was trying to make me feel guilty for surviving their assassination attempt. You broke this family, Mom, I said softly. And now, I am going to break you. I hung up the phone. I didn't block her number. I just set the phone face down on the counter. The last tiny piece of love I had for my parents died in that exact moment. It withered away to dust and blew away. I was no longer a son. I was an auditor, and my family's ledger was deeply in the red. I didn't sleep that night. I brewed another pot of coffee, opened my encrypted drives, and started drafting the blueprint for their total destruction. If Richard wanted to play high-stakes legal games, I was going to show him how a forensic accountant plays the board. The next morning, I met my best friend and business partner, Caleb, at a quiet diner downtown. Caleb was a brilliant corporate strategist, the kind of guy who could find a legal loophole in a brick wall. He was also the only person I trusted. I slid a manila folder across the sticky diner table. Caleb opened it, scanning the forged 5,150 document, the financial ledgers from Richard's firm, and the photos of Tristan's Porsche. Caleb whistled low, taking a sip of his coffee. Wow, your dad is a piece of work. Forging a psych hold? Liam, you could take this to the district attorney right now. He'd lose his law license by Friday and face jail time. Too fast, I said, staring out the window at the rainy street. Jail is too easy. If I just turn him in, he plays the martyr. He goes on the news, cries about his sick son framing him, and files for bankruptcy. He escapes the debt. Tristan keeps the car. Eleanor plays the victim. No. I looked back at Caleb, my eyes dead serious. I don't just want him disbarred. I want to take everything he values. I want the firm. I want the house. I want the cars. I want to humiliate him so profoundly that he can never look down on anyone ever again. Caleb grinned. It was a dangerous, predatory smile. Okay, I'm listening. What's the play? We are incorporating a new holding company, I said, pulling out a fresh legal pad. Fast track it through Delaware. Hide the ownership structure behind 2 shell LLCs. Total anonymity. What are we calling it? Caleb clicked his pen. Aegis Holdings. Aegis Holdings will be a private equity firm, I replied. And Aegis's first official business move will be acquiring toxic debt in the legal sector. Caleb stopped writing. He looked up at me, his eyes wide as he realized what I was suggesting. Liam, you want to buy your dad's debt? Not just buy it, I said. I want to own him. I hired a PI. He found out Richard is defaulting on a massive loan with Cascade Horizon Bank. The bank is getting ready to call the loan and seize the firm's assets. Richard is desperate for a lifeline. We are going to throw him an anvil disguised as a life preserver. We spent the next 4 hours mapping out the corporate structure. We registered Aegis Holdings. I wired $3.5 million of my grandmother's inheritance into Aegis's operating accounts. I wasn't blowing the money, I was investing it in karma. By noon, Aegis was a real, legally binding corporate entity. By 2 p.m., I had a meeting scheduled with the director of Cascade Horizon Bank. The bank director's name was Mr. Sterling, no relation. Just a funny coincidence, though he preferred to be called Matthew. He was a balding man in a cheap suit who looked like he hadn't slept in a week. When I walked into his office, representing Aegis Holdings, he looked at me with skepticism. But when I showed him the proof of funds, his attitude completely changed. Mr. Sterling, Matthew said, sweating nervously. I have to be honest. The debt portfolio for Sterling and Associates is toxic waste. Richard Sterling is completely unreliable. He misses payments. He threatens my loan officers with lawsuits, and his firm is practically insolvent. Why would a private equity group want to buy this garbage? Aegis sees potential in distressed assets. I lied smoothly, sitting comfortably in the leather chair. We specialize in aggressive restructuring. We are willing to buy the entire debt portfolio, all his loans, his credit lines, the mortgage on his office equipment at 90 cents on the dollar. Cash today. Matthew looked like he was going to cry tears of joy. He was the unexpected traitor in Richard's life. The guy who smiled in Richard's face but was willing to sell him out to a stranger in a heartbeat just to clear his own spreadsheet. I'll have the transfer papers drawn up immediately, Matthew said, shaking my hand vigorously. Within 48 hours, the transaction was complete. Cascade Horizon Bank was out of the picture. Aegis Holdings was now the sole creditor for Sterling and Associates. Every computer, every desk, every client file in my father's office legally had a lien on it owned by me. But I knew Richard. If he found out his debt was sold to a faceless corporation, he might panic and file for Chapter 11 bankruptcy to protect himself. I needed him comfortable. I needed him arrogant. I needed him to think he was winning. So, I had Caleb, acting as the COO of Aegis, make a phone call to Richard. Caleb pitched Richard a fairy tale. He told Richard that Aegis was an angel investor group, looking to back aggressive, high-profile lawyers. He told Richard that Aegis admired his legal mind and wanted to inject fresh capital into his firm to help him expand. Richard swallowed the bait whole. His massive ego wouldn't let him question why a mysterious firm wanted to give him money. He just assumed the universe was finally recognizing his genius. 2 days later, Caleb sent the contract over to Richard's office. It was a proposal for an $850,000 cash injection. It looked like a standard private equity investment, but the devil was entirely in the details. I drafted the contract myself. I used my knowledge of corporate law to bury a massive, lethal trap in the fine print. Paragraph 14, Section C. It was a cross-collateralization clause combined with a personal guarantee. It basically stated that, if the firm defaulted on the loan, or if the guarantor, Richard, committed an act of moral turpitude or public disparagement against Aegis or its agents, the debt would instantly accelerate. It meant the entire $850,000, plus all the old debt Aegis bought from the bank, would be due within 24 hours. And because of the personal guarantee, if the firm couldn't pay, Aegis had the right to seize Richard's personal assets, his pension, his house, Eleanor's jewelry, and most importantly, Tristan's precious Porsche, which Richard had co-signed for. I sat in my apartment watching the secure digital portal. I saw the notification pop up. Document opened by R. Sterling. 10 minutes later, another notification. Document signed. He didn't even read it. He didn't have his bulldog lawyer, Marcus, review the clauses. Richard was so blinded by his own greed, so desperate for the cash, that he just scrolled to the bottom and slapped his digital signature on his own death warrant. I authorized the wire transfer. $850,000. Hit Richard's operating account. What did he do with the money? Did he pay the employees he owed? Did he settle the malpractice lawsuits? No. My private investigator sent me photos the next day. Richard used the money to pay for a massive renovation of his country club locker room to impress his friends. He bought Eleanor a diamond necklace. He paid off the late fees on Tristan's Porsche. He was partying with my money. He was celebrating his victory, completely unaware that he had just wrapped a titanium noose around his own neck and handed me the rope. With the financial trap set, I needed to secure the physical battlefield. Richard's law firm rented the entire third floor of an old, historic downtown building called the Apex Tower. It was an aging brick structure, slightly run down, but it had good bones. Richard always complained about the building, mocking it as a dump, but he stayed because the rent was cheap. I contacted a commercial real estate broker. I instructed him to approach the owner of the Apex Tower on behalf of Aegis Real Estate, a subsidiary I created. We made a cash offer that was 20% above market value. The owner accepted immediately. Within a month, Aegis owned the building. I owned the building. I fired the old, lazy property management company and hired a strict, aggressive new team. I spent $500,000 renovating the lobby, upgrading the security systems, and fixing the elevators. But the most important renovation was the top floor, the penthouse suite. I gutted the penthouse and built a massive, modern, state-of-the-art office and living space for myself. It had floor-to-ceiling windows, biometric locks, and a private elevator. I moved out of my small apartment and moved into the Apex Tower. I was literally living right above my father's head. I would stand by my window with a cup of coffee, looking down at the street below. Every morning at 8:30 a.m., I watched Richard pull up in his leased BMW. I watched him bark orders at the valet. I watched him strut into the building like he owned the place. He had no idea that the roof over his head, the floor beneath his Italian leather shoes, and the very air conditioning he was breathing all belonged to the son he had tried to lock in an asylum. To throw him off my scent, I kept a small mailbox in the lobby, Unit 3C. It was just a drop box, but if anyone looked at the building directory, it looked like Liam Sterling was just a lowly tenant renting a tiny studio in the back. The stage was completely set. The pieces were perfectly positioned on the board. All I had to do was wait for him to make a move. I didn't have to wait long. 2 months after Aegis bought his debt, Richard filed the petition in family court. He filed for an emergency conservatorship, claiming I was mentally incompetent and unfit to manage my grandmother's inheritance. He attached a newly forged letter from Dr. Vance. He was making his final, desperate grab for my money. He thought he was bringing me to the slaughterhouse. He didn't know he was stepping into a courtroom where I owned the judge's gavel, the building, and his entire existence. Which brings us right back to that courtroom, where Judge Harrison was staring at my father over the rim of his glasses, asking the question that would end Richard's life as he knew it. "You really don't know who he is, do you?" Judge Harrison's words hung in the air like a guillotine waiting to drop. He had just asked my father if he really knew who I was. Richard was completely derailed. His carefully rehearsed speech about my supposed insanity died in his throat. Richard scoffed, a nervous, dismissive sound. He adjusted his silk tie, trying to reclaim his authority in the room. "Your Honor, I know exactly who he is. He is my son. He is a sick, unstable young man who lives in squalor. Have you seen the address on his mail? He lives in the Apex Tower. It is a crumbling brick pile downtown. He refuses to let his own mother visit because he is ashamed of how he lives. It is a studio apartment in a building that probably has rats in the walls. He cannot even afford a doorman, and you expect me to believe he is competent to manage a multi-million-dollar inheritance?" I bit the inside of my cheek to keep my expression completely flat. The Apex Tower. He called it a crumbling brick pile. I called it a historic restoration project. And he was right about the rats when I first bought the building 6 months ago. But I hired the exterminators. I hired the contractors. I renovated the lobby, and I took the entire top floor for myself. He thought I was a tenant in Unit 3C. He didn't know 3C was just the mail drop I kept to throw him off the scent. He stood there, chest heaving, triumphant. He thought he had delivered the killing blow. He thought he had exposed me as a fraud. He didn't realize that by insulting the crumbling brick pile, he had just insulted his own landlord in open court. Judge Harrison slowly took off his reading glasses. He didn't look angry anymore. He looked bored. And that was so much worse for Richard. "Mr. Sterling," the judge said, his voice quiet and dangerously calm, "I am going to give you exactly 10 seconds to sit down and shut your mouth, because if you say one more word about the defendant's mental state, I will hold you in contempt so fast your head will spin." Richard opened his mouth to argue, but his lawyer, Marcus, physically yanked him down into his chair. Marcus was terrified. He was still staring at the document the bailiff had handed him. "Good," the judge said. He picked up the next document in the stack on his desk. "Now that we have established your very colorful opinion, let us look at the facts. Because according to this deed, the crumbling brick pile you just mentioned, he doesn't just live there. Judge Harrison slid a single piece of heavy parchment paper across the polished wood of his bench. The bailiff retrieved it and handed it to Marcus. Marcus's eyes darted across the page, his breathing growing shallow. The Apex Tower, Judge Harrison stated, his voice devoid of any emotion. Unit 3C is indeed a mail drop. Mr. Sterling, you were right about that detail. But Liam Sterling does not rent it. He owns the building. The entire building, including the commercial suites on the 3rd floor. The suites your law firm currently occupies. Richard blinked. He looked at the paper in Marcus's hands, then at me, then back at the judge. His brain was violently misfiring. He could not process the information. It went against everything he believed about the world and his place in it. That is impossible, Richard stammered, his voice losing its booming theatrical quality. My landlord is a corporate entity. I pay rent to Aegis Real Estate. I signed the lease renewal last month. I have never written a rent check to my son. Aegis, the judge repeated, tasting the word. He reached into a thick manila folder on his desk. Now, that is a name that appears quite frequently in these financial files. Aegis Real Estate. Aegis Capital. Aegis Holdings. I watched Richard's eyes widen. He recognized that last name. Aegis Holdings was the private equity firm that had just injected $850,000 into his failing business. It was the only thing keeping him from total ruin. Judge Harrison pulled out a massive, heavy binder. The spine cracked loudly as he opened it to the first tab. According to your firm's financial disclosures, Judge Harrison continued, Aegis Holdings is your primary investor. In fact, looking at these ledgers, they are the only reason your firm is still solvent. They bought out your toxic debt from Cascade Horizon Bank, and then they injected $850,000 into your operating account 2 months ago. Is that correct? Richard straightened his posture, frantically trying to find a shred of familiar ground. This was business. He understood business. Or at least he thought he did. Yes, Your Honor, Richard said, forcing a confident tone. Aegis is a private equity angel investor. They saw the massive potential in my firm. They recognized my legal acumen, and decided to back a winner. They saved us. He turned his head and sneered directly at me. Unlike my son, who wouldn't know a capital investment if it hit him in the face, Aegis believes in me. I watched him spin his web of lies. It was almost tragic. He was standing in a federal courtroom, bragging about the rope I had just sold him to hang himself with. He genuinely believed some Wall Street billionaires were deeply impressed by his mediocre divorce and custody settlements. Aegis believes in you, the judge echoed dryly. He turned the heavy binder around so Richard could see the incorporation documents displayed on the first page. That is fascinating, Mr. Sterling. Because according to these federal incorporation documents, the sole incorporator, the chief executive officer, and the primary signatory for Aegis Holdings, is Liam Sterling. The air left the room. It didn't hiss out slowly, it simply vanished. Richard stared at the signature at the bottom of the page. It was my signature. The exact same signature I used on the birthday cards he threw in the trash. The exact same signature I put on the lease renewal he had blindly signed last month. No, Richard whispered, his face contorted. No, this is a trick. This is fraud. He looked at Marcus, his face twisted into a mask of desperate, cornered arrogance. Marcus, tell him. Tell the judge this is a forgery. My son does not run a private equity firm. He plays with spreadsheets in a rat-infested apartment. He doesn't have the brain capacity to pull off a corporate acquisition. Marcus just stared at the desk. He wouldn't look at Richard. He wouldn't look at me. He just slowly shook his head. The federal seal is real, Richard. The notary stamp is authenticated. He owns it. He owns Aegis. Richard ripped his arm away from his lawyer. Get off me, Marcus. I am not going to sit here while my son makes a mockery of this court. Richard turned back to the judge, his confidence violently morphing into raw aggression. He pointed a shaking finger at me again, jabbing the air. Look at him. Look at that cheap suit. Look at those scuffed shoes. Does that look like a CEO to you? Successful people do not live like refugees, Your Honor. He is lying. This is a symptom of his mental illness. I glanced down at my shoes. He was right about one thing. They were slightly scuffed. I had scuffed them climbing through a warehouse window last week to verify inventory for a client's audit. I didn't replace them because I didn't care. Unlike Richard, I didn't need to wear my net worth on my feet. True power doesn't need to scream for attention. Mr. Sterling, Judge Harrison warned, his voice turning to gravel. I will not warn you again about your outbursts. But Richard was entirely beyond reason now. The reality of the situation was too devastating for his ego to accept. He thought he had found the ultimate flaw in my plan. A manic, unhinged grin began to spread across his face. Wait a minute, Richard said, his voice rising in a bizarre, triumphant pitch. Wait just a minute. I see what this is. You thought you were so smart, didn't you, Liam? Richard laughed aloud. It was a wet, ugly sound that bounced off the wood paneling, stripping away the very last shred of dignity he had left. He looked at Judge Harrison with the kind of condescending pity usually reserved for a confused child. Your Honor, my son just admitted to a massive regulatory violation in open court, Richard declared, smoothing his tie with shaking hands. He just handed us the victory. Marcus made a sound like a dying animal. He grabbed Richard's sleeve, his knuckles turning white. Richard, he hissed, his voice trembling so hard it was audible 3 rows back in the gallery. Richard, stop talking. Do not do this. Please, just sit down. Shut up, Marcus, Richard snapped. He turned his attention entirely to me, his eyes wide and wild. You stupid boy. You tried to play big shot, but you didn't do your homework. You are not a lawyer, Liam. You are just a glorified bookkeeper. And according to the American Bar Association, Rule 5.4, non-lawyers cannot hold equity in a legal practice. It is strictly illegal. Richard slammed his hand on the table, leaning forward as if he were delivering a closing argument to a jury. You cannot own my firm. The entire contract is void. You just broke the law to pretend you were important. I am going to have you investigated for fraud. I will take every penny of that inheritance you stole from Tristan and me, and I will see you behind bars. He looked up at the judge, practically vibrating with victory. Dismiss this fake corporation, Your Honor. Rule 5.4 protects me. He is not my boss. He is a criminal. I didn't move. I didn't flinch. I let his words echo in the silent room. I let him taste the absolute peak of his false victory. Then, I leaned forward, resting my elbows on the defense table. For the first time that morning, I spoke. You are right, Richard, I said softly, my voice perfectly steady. Richard's manic grin widened. He thought I was surrendering. I stood up. I walked slowly around the defense table, my heels clicking on the hardwood floor with a deliberate, rhythmic sound. Marcus shrank back in his chair as I approached, clutching his briefcase against his chest like a shield. But Richard didn't retreat. He puffed out his chest, still clinging desperately to his delusion that a legal technicality would save him. I stopped right in front of him. I was close enough to smell the stale scotch on his breath from the night before, close enough to see the heavy sweat beading on his upper lip. I cannot own equity in your law firm, I said, my voice cutting through the stale air of the courtroom like a scalpel. I know Rule 5.4. I memorized the ABA model rules. Before I even filed the paperwork to incorporate Aegis. But you didn't read the contract you signed last month, did you? Richard's smile faltered. A microscopic flicker of doubt crossed his eyes. What are you talking about? You bought the firm. I didn't invest in you, Richard, I said, cold and clear. I bought your debt. I motioned to the judge. Judge Harrison nodded, and handed me the thick file of loan agreements. I tossed the heavy file onto the table, right in front of Richard. It landed with a loud thud. 2 years ago, you were drowning, I continued, pacing slowly in front of him. 3 banks had rejected your loan applications. You were completely payroll insolvent. You were about to lose your license for commingling client funds to pay your country club dues. You lost that massive custody battle, because you were too busy playing golf to file the paperwork. You were a dead man walking. Richard's face twitched violently. That was temporary. A cash flow issue. It wasn't equity, I said evenly, staring directly into his eyes. It was insolvency. Aegis bought your bank loan, your credit line, and the lien on your office equipment. Then, we extended you $850,000 on a senior secured basis. I am not your business partner, Richard. I am your senior secured creditor. I don't own your firm. I own the collateral. Marcus put his head in his hands. He understood perfectly. Every chair, every laptop, every single client file belongs to me, if you default on the loan, I said. I reached down, flipped open the contract on the table, and pointed to a specific highlighted section, paragraph 14, section D. Default on character. It is a standard moral turpitude and disparagement clause. Insulting your guarantor or questioning their competency in a recorded public hearing triggers immediate acceleration of the debt. I tapped the paper. You just spent the last 20 minutes calling me mentally incompetent, an embarrassment, and a fraud on the official court record. You defaulted. The loan is due. All of it. I checked my watch. Right now. Richard's face drained of the last drop of color. He looked like he was going to vomit. I don't have that money. You know I don't have that money. I have 12 grand in the operating account, and a maxed out credit card. I turned to the judge. Your Honor, as the sole proprietor of Aegis Holdings, I am officially calling the loan. I request an immediate enforcement order to seize all corporate assets of Sterling and Associates to satisfy the debt. Marcus rose to his feet, his voice shaking. Your Honor, please. If he takes the equipment and the files, the firm dies today. My clients will be ruined. I accept your resignation, Marcus, I said flatly, without looking at him. Richard finally exploded. The polished lawyer facade completely shattered. He looked like a trapped animal. He grabbed his phone from the table, his thumbs flying across the screen. I planned for this, Richard shouted, his voice cracking with hysteria. I knew you were plotting a takeover. I have a fail-safe. I am filing. Chapter 7, Bankruptcy right now. Progress bar is literally on my screen. Liquidation. Automatic stay. You get nothing, Liam. The firm is dead, but you cannot touch me. He leaned back, breathing heavily, gripping the phone. Checkmate, he thought. Bankruptcy protects the company from creditors. I just shook my head. It was almost sad how predictable he was. I reached into my inside jacket pocket and pulled out one last sheet of paper. Bankruptcy protects companies, Richard, I said quietly. It does not protect guarantors. Richard blinked, the phone freezing in his hand. What? You didn't read the fine print, I said, placing the paper on top of his phone. Paragraph 1-4, Section C. Cross-collateralization with a personal guarantee. You were so desperate for the cash, you signed a personal guarantee. If the business goes bankrupt, and the assets do not cover the debt, the remaining balance transfers directly to your personal estate. Total, crushing silence fell over the room. You didn't bankrupt the firm, Richard, I said, delivering the final blow. You bankrupted yourself. I now have legal claims on your house, the vacation cottage, your retirement pension, your country club membership, and of course, the loan you co-signed for Tristan's Porsche. I leaned in close so only he could hear me. I own you. Judge Harrison brought his wooden gavel down with a sharp, echoing crack. This hearing is dismissed with prejudice. The petition for conservatorship is denied. Asset seizure for Aegis Holdings is granted. Mr. Sterling, you have 24 hours to vacate your personal residence. Commercial eviction at the Apex Tower is immediate. Marcus packed up his briefcase and practically sprinted out of the courtroom without saying a single word to his client. Richard remained frozen in his chair, small, stunned, and completely broken. He stared blindly at the wall, watching the illusion of his grand legacy evaporate into thin air. I walked out of the courtroom without looking back. My shoes clicked against the marble floors of the hallway, a steady rhythm of closure. I didn't feel a massive rush of adrenaline or overwhelming triumph. I just felt relief. The heavy, suffocating weight that had been pressing down on my chest for 31 years was finally gone. The tumor had been completely excised. That evening, I stood in the lobby of the Apex Tower with 2 armed security guards and a commercial locksmith. We rode the elevator up to the 3rd floor. The glass doors of Sterling and Associates were locked, but inside, the lights were still on. I watched without emotion as the locksmith drilled out the heavy brass lock. The door swung open. The office was empty. Richard hadn't even bothered to come back to pack up his personal desk. He had just run. I walked over to the receptionist's desk. Mounted on the wall was a heavy bronze nameplate that read, Richard Sterling, Senior Partner. I grabbed the edge of the plate and pulled. It ripped off the drywall with a satisfying crunch. I dropped the heavy metal plate into a cardboard liquidation box on the floor. The liquidation team would handle the rest tomorrow. They would auction off the leather chairs, the mahogany desks, the computers. I wouldn't profit from this, and I didn't care. The $850,000 I spent wasn't a business investment. It was the price of my absolute freedom. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out. The caller ID flashed. Tristan. I answered it, putting the phone to my ear, but remaining silent. Liam! Tristan screamed into the receiver. He sounded hysterical, completely unhinged. Background noise indicated he was standing on a street corner. Liam, what the hell did you do? A tow truck just pulled up to my apartment. They took the Porsche. They showed me a repo order with Aegis's name on it. You cannot do this. I need that car. You don't need a Porsche, Tristan, I said calmly. You need a job. The free ride is over. You vindictive psycho. Tristan yelled, his voice cracking. Dad is having a breakdown. Mom is packing suitcases. They are taking the house. Liam. Our house. You have to fix this. Call the bank. Tell them it was a mistake. It wasn't a mistake, I replied. It was an audit. And your accounts are completely drained. I hung up the phone. A second later, a text message popped up from Eleanor. It was a long block of text filled with crying emojis. Liam, please. You are destroying your family. We have nowhere to go. Have mercy on your father. We love you. Please, call me back. I stared at the message. I thought about the night she calmly suggested locking me in a psychiatric ward so they could steal my grandmother's money. I thought about the total lack of mercy she showed me. I didn't reply. I pressed the settings button on her contact profile. Not blocked, deleted. I deleted Tristan. I deleted Richard. They were no longer family members in my phone. They were just random, disconnected numbers. I erased them from my digital life just as thoroughly as I had erased them from my financial life. I walked to the elevator, rode it up to the penthouse, and poured myself a glass of cold water. I stood by the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, looking out over the Seattle skyline. The city lights flickered in the darkness. I took a deep breath, inhaling the absolute, unbroken silence of my home. Sometimes, you don't have to destroy a toxic family. Sometimes you just have to give them enough rope, step back, and let them hang themselves. A year passed. Time really is the ultimate equalizer. Without the constant drain of Richard's manipulations and Eleanor's emotional guilt trips, my life accelerated in ways I never thought possible. Aegis Holdings evolved from a shell company designed for revenge into a legitimate, highly profitable corporate auditing firm. Caleb and I expanded our operations. We moved out of the Apex Tower and leased a massive commercial space in the financial district. We hired a staff of 50 accountants and legal analysts. My federal contracts doubled. I wasn't just surviving anymore. I was thriving. I still lived in the penthouse at the Apex Tower. I liked the building. It was a physical reminder of where I started and what I had overcome. I kept Unit 3C as a mail drop just for the irony of it. I spent my weekends reading, traveling, and occasionally playing terrible rounds of golf with Caleb. I didn't buy a fleet of sports cars. I upgraded my old sedan to a reliable SUV. But that was it. True wealth isn't about showing off. It is about the quiet comfort of knowing you never have to ask anyone for permission to exist. I was happy. Actually, genuinely happy. My mind was sharp, my conscience was clear, and my circle of friends was small but fiercely loyal. But karma has a funny way of finishing the paperwork even when you have already closed the file. I didn't actively seek out information about my former family. I didn't care enough to stalk their social media. But in the legal and financial circles of a city, gossip travels fast. 6 months after the courtroom incident, I ran into Marcus at a coffee shop near the courthouse. He looked older, more tired, but a lot less stressed. He bought my coffee, and we sat down for a few minutes. Richard got disbarred, Marcus told me, stirring his black coffee. The Bar Association investigated the Sterling and Associates bankruptcy. They found the ledgers where he commingled client funds with his personal accounts. They stripped his license permanently. He narrowly avoided prison time by pleading poverty and claiming severe mental distress. I took a sip of my coffee. Where is he now? He's working retail, Marcus said, shaking his head in disbelief. Selling luxury luggage at a department store in the suburbs. Eleanor left him. She filed for divorce as soon as the bank foreclosed on the big house. She moved to Florida to live with her sister. Last I heard, she was working as a receptionist at a dental clinic. It made sense. Eleanor loved the status of being a wealthy lawyer's wife. Without the money, Richard was useless to her. And Tristan? I asked. Marcus chuckled darkly. Tristan crashed and burned. After you repossessed the Porsche, Sarah dumped him. She realized he was completely broke. Tristan tried to launch another fake tech startup, but nobody would fund him without his dad's signature. He's currently waiting tables at a steakhouse downtown and living in a rented room. I nodded slowly. It wasn't a tragedy. It was just gravity. They had built their entire lives on a foundation of lies, entitlement, and stolen money. Once the foundation was removed, the collapse was inevitable. And as for Dr. Vance, the golf buddy who falsified my medical records, Officer Jenkins kept his promise. An anonymous tip containing the audio recording of Richard's plot was mailed to the state medical board. Dr. Vance's license was suspended, pending a massive federal investigation into insurance fraud. He would never practice medicine again. I thanked Marcus for the coffee and walked back to my office. I didn't feel the need to gloat. The ledger was perfectly balanced. People often ask me if I regret what I did. They ask if I ever feel guilty for dismantling my own family. Society teaches us that blood is thicker than water. That you have to forgive your parents, no matter what they do to you. But I learned a very different lesson. Respect is a two-way street, and love should never be a weapon used to control you. Richard and Eleanor didn't see me as a son. They saw me as an ATM. They saw me as an obstacle to their own selfish desires. When they tried to strip away my sanity and my freedom, they broke the social contract of family. I didn't destroy them. I simply stopped being their victim. I used the very tools Richard worshipped: money, contracts, and the law to reflect his true nature back at him. Power isn't about screaming the loudest in a courtroom. Power isn't a shiny Porsche or a country club membership paid for with stolen money. Real power is the quiet, unbreakable confidence that comes from knowing exactly who you are and what you are capable of building with your own two hands. Real power is standing in a storm, completely silent, watching the people who tried to break you shatter against your walls. I am Liam Sterling. I am not an embarrassment. I am not mentally incompetent. I am a man who rebuilt his life from the ashes of a burning bridge, and the view from the top of the Apex Tower is absolutely beautiful. My parents kicked out pregnant. At 17, They sued for my $750,000 trust 18 years later, only to realize their daughter is a prosecutor. My name is Clara. I am a prosecutor. I stand in courtrooms, I build airtight cases, I speak clearly, and I do not flinch. When people look at me today, they see someone who looks like she was forged in fire, someone built for the harsh fluorescent lights of the justice system. They see the tailored suit, the unwavering eye contact, the rigid posture. They do not see the girl who sat on a porch in the freezing rain at 17 with nowhere to go. But she is still in there. She is in every case I take, in every file I open, in every door I hold open for someone who looks like they are about to give up entirely. I need to tell you about my grandmother before I tell you what she left me. Because the money is absolutely not the story here. She is. Her name was Martha. I will call her my grandmother for the rest of this because that is what she was to me in every single way that mattered in this world, not just through the coincidence of blood, but through the deliberate act of showing up. I got pregnant at 17. The boy who did it disappeared the exact same week I told him. It took one brief, panicked conversation behind the bleachers at school, and he was gone like he had never existed in the first place. A ghost. I was left holding the terrifying reality all by myself. I told my parents on a bleak Sunday evening in late November. My mother was standing in the kitchen, wiping down a counter that was already perfectly clean. My father was sitting in the living room, watching some sports game on the television. I stood in the narrow hallway between them because I did not know which room to choose. I felt like if I stepped into either room, the floor would collapse beneath me. I told them. I just blurted it out. I'm pregnant. My mother stopped wiping the counter. She closed her eyes tight, as if she could make me disappear just by refusing to look at me. My father stood up from his recliner. The television was still blaring in the background, a stark contrast to the absolute, suffocating silence that had just fallen over our house. He did not yell. He did not scream. He spoke in a voice that was infinitely worse than yelling because it was chillingly calm and entirely final. He said I had made my choice, and now I could live with it somewhere else. My mother did not argue with him. She did not say, wait. She did not say, let us sit down and talk about this. She did not cry. She simply walked past me, her shoulder brushing against mine, went straight to my bedroom, and started pulling my clothes out of my dresser. She shoved them into an old, beat-up canvas suitcase. So it's packed my life away as if the container made the act of discarding her only daughter more civilized. She zipped it up. She carried it to the front door and dropped it on the hardwood floor with a heavy thud. And then, she went right back to the kitchen and picked up her sponge. I stood in the hallway, clutching a positive pregnancy test in my coat pocket, watching my mother return to whatever mundane task she had been doing before her daughter's life completely fell apart. My father walked over and opened the front door. He did not say, get out. He did not have to. He just held the door open and looked at me the exact way you look at a piece of broken furniture you have already decided to drag to the curb. I picked up the suitcase. I walked out. The heavy oak door clicked shut behind me. The deadbolt slid into place. That sound, the sharp, metallic snick of the lock, is something I still hear in my nightmares. It was raining. Not a light drizzle, but that heavy, bone-chilling Pacific Northwest rain that soaks through your clothes in seconds. I did not have a plan. I did not have a bank account. I had a suitcase full of sweaters, a cell phone with exactly 14% battery, and a baby growing inside me that absolutely nobody in the world wanted except me. I was 17. I was terrified. I did not know what my life was going to look like anymore. I just knew that the door behind me was locked, the rain was getting heavier, the streetlights were flickering on, and I had to go somewhere before I froze. I walked to my grandmother's house. It was not close. It took me over an hour and a half on foot, dragging that heavy suitcase over cracked sidewalks in the dark. By the time I finally reached her street, my cheap sneakers were completely soaked through, my toes were numb, the suitcase felt like it weighed 100 pounds, and I was shaking violently from cold, fear, and the specific kind of bone-deep exhaustion that only hits you when your body realizes that nobody is coming to save you. I stumbled up her wooden porch steps. I knocked. It was nearly midnight. The yellow porch light flickered on, casting a warm halo in the freezing mist. The door opened. My grandmother stood there in her thick flannel robe. She looked at me, dripping wet on her welcome mat. She looked at the canvas suitcase. She looked at the dark, relentless rain falling behind me. And she did something that no one else in my entire family had done that night. She reached out, grabbed my arm firmly, and pulled me inside. She did not ask why I was there. She did not ask what had happened. She did not ask who, or when, or how. She simply closed the door against the storm, locked it, walked to the hallway closet, came back with a thick blue towel, and draped it over my shivering shoulders. Then, she walked into her small kitchen, and put the kettle on the stove. That was it. There was no lecture. There was no heavy sigh of disappointment. There were no conditions laid out. There was just a warm towel, a whistling kettle, and a woman who fundamentally understood that some people do not show up at your door at midnight because their life went right. They show up because they have completely run out of places to go. I told her everything that night. I sat across from her at the small, scratched wooden kitchen table. I wrapped my freezing hands around a steaming mug of chamomile tea, and I cried until I couldn't breathe. She listened without interrupting once. When I finally finished, wiping my face with the back of my sleeve, she was quiet for a long moment. Then she looked me dead in the eye and said, "You are staying here." She said it the way she said everything in her life. Simply. Factually. Like, the answer had been incredibly obvious, before I had even managed to ask the question. I lived with my grandmother from that exact night forward. She gave me the small guest bedroom at the back of the house, the one that looked out over her overgrown garden. She cleared out the closet the very next morning. She bought a crib from a second-hand store before my stomach even started showing, because she said it was better to have it ready and waiting than to scramble and panic later. She did not make me feel like a burden. She did not make me feel like a charity case or a guest who had overstayed her welcome. She made me feel like I had finally come home, which, looking back now, is exactly what I had done. I had just never lived there before. My son, Leo, was born on a Tuesday morning. The delivery was agonizingly long, and I spent almost all of it gripping my grandmother's fragile, wrinkled hand until my knuckles turned white, because there was absolutely no one else's hand to hold. My mother was not in the waiting room. My father was not pacing the halls. At one point, a young nurse came in, checked my vitals, and asked my grandmother, "Are you Mom?" My grandmother smiled softly and said, "No, I am her grandmother." But on that day, in that sterile hospital room, she was the only parent I had. The first few years of Leo's life were the hardest thing I have ever endured. Harder than the bar exam. Harder than any murder trial I have ever prosecuted. Leo was a tiny, colicky baby, and I was barely more than a child myself, trying to figure out how to keep us both alive. The massive, terrifying distance between the life I desperately wanted to give him and the life I could actually afford felt like an uncrossable ocean. I worked brutal, back-to-back shifts at a greasy diner downtown during the day. I smelled like stale coffee and frying oil constantly. I took community college classes, and then eventually university classes, at night. My grandmother watched Leo while I was gone. And every single time I dragged myself through the front door, exhausted to the marrow of my bones, she would meet me in the hallway, take the baby from my arms, walk into the kitchen, and come back with a plate of food she had kept warm in the oven. She never once said, "You look terrible." She never said, "This is too much for a teenager." She never told me I was ruining my youth. She just kept the food warm, the house quiet, and my baby safe. I studied at that scratched wooden kitchen table every single night. Massive, heavy law books cracked open. Spiral notebooks, stacked beside them. A cheap calculator. 3 different colors of highlighters. The table was small, and the overhead light above it was a harsh, buzzing yellow that gave me headaches, but it was my sanctuary. I would sit there reading about torts and criminal statutes until my eyes physically could not focus anymore, sometimes well past 2 in the morning. Sometimes, until the dense text blurred into meaningless shapes, and my heavy head would drop onto my crossed arms. My grandmother developed a quiet habit during those grueling years. On the nights I fell asleep at that kitchen table, she would come out of her bedroom down the hall without making a single sound. She would walk into the living room, take the heavy blue blanket from the back of the floral couch, the soft, worn one with the slightly frayed edges, and she would gently drape it over my sleeping shoulders. Then, she would quietly set a fresh cup of tea on the table, right next to my highlighters, where I would immediately see it when I inevitably woke up shivering. She never shook me awake. She never scolded me to go to a proper bed. She just covered me, left the tea, and went back to her room. I did not even know she was doing it at first. I was so exhausted I thought I was sleepwalking. I would wake up at 4 a.m. with the heavy blue blanket wrapped around me and the tea gone cold beside my open books, and my sleep-addled brain would think it had magically appeared on its own. It took me 3 weeks to finally catch her. I was half awake, my head resting on my textbook, when I felt the warm, familiar weight of the blanket settle over me, and I smelled the faint, comforting scent of her lavender soap. Every single night. Without fail. Without a single word of praise expected. That frayed blue blanket became the most important, sacred object in my entire life. Not because of the cheap synthetic fabric. Because of what it represented. It meant that someone in this cold world was watching over me. Someone noticed when I was too broken and tired to keep pushing forward. Someone cared enough to drag themselves out of a warm bed in the dead of night just to do something incredibly small, incredibly quiet, and incredibly warm. Nobody else in my life had ever done anything like that. My parents had opened a door, and shoved me out into a freezing rainstorm. My grandmother opened a door, and wrapped me in a towel. The vast, immeasurable difference between those 2 open doors is the only reason I am alive today. I finished my undergraduate degree. I took the LSAT. I got accepted into law school. I graduated near the top of my class. I passed the bar exam on my first try. I walked into the district attorney's office and became a prosecutor. Every single one of those monumental life achievements was born at that tiny kitchen table, under that buzzing yellow light, with that frayed blue blanket draped heavily over my shoulders and that cup of tea going cold, beside my case files. Leo grew up in that warm, quiet house. He took his very first wobbly steps on the living room rug. He babbled his first coherent words sitting in his high chair in the kitchen. I watched him grow tall enough to reach the edge of the counter, then tall enough to open the fridge, and finally tall enough to reach the ceramic mugs on the very top shelf. My grandmother watched all of it happen. She was present for every single milestone. She used to sit in the rocking chair and tell Leo stories at bedtime. I would stand in the hallway, pressing my back against the wallpaper, and listen to her frail voice drifting through the thin walls. She told my son that his mother was the bravest, strongest person she had ever known in her long life. She told him that one day, when he was older, he would fully understand what that kind of bravery meant. I stood in that dark hallway sometimes, listening to her praise me, and I covered my mouth with both hands and cried silently until my ribs ached, because I did not feel brave. I never felt brave. I felt like a terrified girl who had simply gotten lucky enough to stumble up the right porch steps on the worst night of her life. But my grandmother was doing something else entirely during those 18 years, something I would not find out about until she was permanently gone. Something quiet, steady, and entirely invisible, which was exactly the way she did everything. She did it without ever asking for credit, without ever needing a round of applause, without anyone knowing. And when the truth of what she had done finally came out into the light, the exact same people who had locked their door and thrown me away 18 years ago suddenly decided they desperately wanted back into my life. Not because they missed their daughter. Not because they wanted to meet their teenage grandson. But because of the staggering secret she had left behind. My grandmother got sick on a rainy Tuesday in October. By the following Wednesday, she was admitted to the hospital, with severe pneumonia, and complications from a failing heart. By the end of that miserable month, she was allowed to come home, but she was fundamentally different. The vibrant spark was fading. She was slower, quieter, more fragile. The kettle would stay whistling on the stove much longer because she simply forgot she had turned the burner on. Her daily walks to the mailbox at the end of the driveway suddenly took twice as long, her breathing shallow and labored. Leo was 17 by then, the exact same age I was when I showed up on her porch, and my son stepped up in a way that shattered my heart and glued it back together all at once. He started helping her with all the small things she used to do without a second thought. He carried the heavy groceries from the trunk. He reached for the plates on the top shelf. He sat with her on the porch swing in the cool evenings, and neither of them talked much. They did not need to fill the air with noise. They had their own silent language, built over 18 years of bedtime stories, shared Saturday morning cartoons, and the kind of deep, unconditional trust that absolutely does not require spoken words. One evening, I came home very late from the DA's office, after prepping for a brutal homicide trial. The house was dark. Leo was fast asleep on the living room couch. He had been studying for his AP history exam. His thick textbooks were open on the coffee table. His spiral notebook was beside them. A yellow highlighter was still loosely gripped in his hand. He looked exactly, terrifyingly like I had looked at that kitchen table 18 years ago. I stood there in the doorway for a long moment, my briefcase heavy in my hand. Then I set it down, walked to the back of the couch, and picked up the blue blanket. The exact same one. Soft. Frayed at the edges. Smelling faintly of laundry detergent and old memories. I gently draped it over my son's broad shoulders, tucking it under his chin the exact same way my grandmother had draped it over mine 1,000 times before. I walked into the kitchen, filled a glass of ice water, and set it on the table right where he would see it when he woke up. I did not shake him awake. I did not tell him to go sleep in his bed. I just covered him, stepped back into the shadows, and watched his chest rise and fall. And in that quiet, devastating moment, I realized I had become her. Not on purpose, not by trying, but by pure inheritance. The real kind of inheritance. Not real estate. Not money. The kind of inheritance that lives deep in your hands and instinctively shows up when someone you love is simply too tired to keep going. My grandmother's final days were incredibly quiet. She explicitly told the doctors she did not want to die in a sterile hospital room hooked up to a chorus of beeping machines. She wanted her own house, her own kitchen, her own window looking out at her garden. Leo sat beside her bed more than I did in those final 2 weeks. He held her fragile, paper-thin hand. He read chapters of his history books out loud to her. One rainy afternoon, I was walking past her bedroom door, and I heard her voice. It was incredibly thin, barely a whisper, but still sharp and clear. She was telling my son to make sure he took care of his mother. She told him, "Leo, The strongest people in this world are the ones who still desperately need someone to put a blanket over their shoulders sometimes. She coughed weakly and added, "Do not ever forget that." I stood in the hallway, pressing my spine against the wall, shoved my hand hard over my mouth, and I cried the exact same way I had cried 100 times in that house, completely silently. In the shadows of the hallway where nobody could see me break. She passed away peacefully on a Sunday morning. Leo and I were both sitting right there beside her. When she took her last breath, the entire house went still, in a way that was fundamentally different from just being quiet. Quiet is merely the temporary absence of noise. Stillness is the permanent absence of a soul. The silver kettle was sitting cold on the counter. Her reading glasses were folded neatly on the side table. The blue blanket was draped over the back of the couch. Everything she had touched in that house felt like it was still warm with her presence, even though her body was rapidly cooling. After the grim, exhausting arrangements were handled, and the funeral passed in a blurry haze of black clothes and meaningless condolences from distant relatives, her estate attorney called me. His name was Mr. Vance. He told me there were several legal documents I needed to come into the office to review. I drove to his downtown office expecting standard, boring paperwork. A simple will. Maybe the transfer deed to the house. Something straightforward. It was absolutely not straightforward. Mr. Vance sat me down in his leather chair, slid a thick manila folder across the mahogany desk, and opened it. My grandmother had been secretly setting aside money since the exact year I arrived shivering on her porch. Not massive, suspicious amounts, small, highly calculated ones. Consistent, relentless deposits. The exact way she did everything in life. She had taken a modest inheritance of her own from decades ago, invested it with ruthless, quiet precision, and over 18 years, the compound interest and smart market moves had grown it into something staggering. Furthermore, years ago, there had been a sale of a piece of family property, a small lakeside cabin. She had received her legal percentage of the sale. Instead of spending a single dime of it, she had folded her entire share directly into this secret investment account. Quietly, without breathing a word of it to my parents or anyone else in the extended family. The account was locked inside an ironclad, irrevocable trust. The only named beneficiaries were Clara and Leo. I sat in Mr. Vance's pristine office, staring at the final number at the bottom of the financial statement, and my throat closed up. I physically could not speak. $750,000. $750,000. It was not billionaire money. It was not going to put us on the cover of a magazine. But to a single mother and her teenage son, it was earth-shattering. It was enough to completely change the trajectory of our lives forever. It was enough to pay for Leo's entire college education in cash. It was enough to pay off the house. It was enough for absolute, untouchable security. It was enough to know, with absolute certainty, that the quiet woman who had covered me with a frayed blanket every night had also been secretly weaving a massive financial safety net underneath me for almost 2 decades. Mr. Vance folded his hands on the desk and looked at me gently. She gave me very specific, strict instructions, Clara. She expressly did not want you to know about this account while she was alive. I wiped a tear from my cheek. Why? She said you needed to learn how to stand on your own 2 feet first, Mr. Vance replied, reading from a handwritten note attached to the file. She said this money was never meant for rescuing you. You rescued yourself. This money was for making sure that if you or Leo ever needed a solid floor to land on, it would always be there. I drove home in a complete daze. I walked into the empty house. I sat down at the kitchen table, the exact same scratched wooden table, the exact same buzzing yellow light. I placed my palms flat on the cool surface, and I thought about every single night I had sat in that exact chair, surrounded by heavy textbooks and highlighters, crying from pure exhaustion. Every night I had passed out and woken up with a blanket on my shoulders and cold tea beside my notes. She had been building 2 distinct things at the exact same time: my internal strength, and my external safety net. She forced me to feel the grueling pain of the first one, and she completely hid the second one, until she knew I was ready to handle it. I sat Leo down in the living room that evening and told him everything. He listened quietly. He didn't jump up and down. He didn't scream. He just stared at the kitchen table the exact same way I had stared at it an hour earlier. Like he was seeing the wood grain for the very first time, even though he had eaten every meal of his life there. Then he looked at me, a soft smile playing on his lips, and said, "Great-grandma always told me she was taking care of us. I always thought she just meant cooking dinner." I almost smiled. Almost. Then, the phone calls started. In a family as deeply dysfunctional and gossipy as mine, nothing involving a lawyer's office, a dead relative, and a massive sum of money stays quiet for more than 48 hours. Word of the trust had already started leaking through the extended family grapevine before I had even processed the grief. My mother called me first. I had not heard her voice on a telephone in 18 years. She did not say, "Hello, Clara." She did not say, "I am so incredibly sorry about your grandmother passing." She did not ask how her grandson was doing. She immediately said, her voice tight and clipped, "I heard about the trust account Vance is managing." I sat on the couch, the phone pressed to my ear, and said absolutely nothing. She kept talking, her tone shifting into a sickeningly fake, diplomatic cadence. She said that the Lakeside family property sale that had funded a large portion of that trust involved assets that morally belonged to the whole family. She said that she and my father had a rightful, equitable claim to a significant portion of that $750,000. She said it was only fair to split it. I sat there and listened to her the exact same way I listened to a desperate defense attorney trying to spin a pathetic lie in my courtroom, without a single expression on my face. Without a single interruption. I let her dig her own grave with her words. When she finally ran out of breath and stopped talking, I spoke. My voice was deadly calm. "There is absolutely nothing to discuss," I said. "What you are generously calling family money was Martha's legal, documented share of a sale from over a decade ago. Once that money hit her bank account, it was hers. She had every legal right on earth to place it wherever she chose. The account is locked in an irrevocable trust with 2 legally named beneficiaries. It is mine, and it is Leo's. You are getting nothing." My mother gasped, her fake diplomacy vanishing instantly. "Clara, that is completely unfair. We are your parents. We are her family." I felt my blood turn to absolute ice. "You packed my clothes into a cheap canvas suitcase when I was 17 years old. You watched your husband open the front door and throw your pregnant daughter out into a freezing rainstorm. You can call me to talk about what is fair, when you have stood on that porch, freezing to death, and thought long and hard about what you did to me." I hung up the phone. I didn't slam it. I just pressed end. I looked down and realized my hands were shaking violently. Not from fear, from something much older, much deeper. The sound of her voice had dragged me violently back to that narrow hallway 18 years ago, just for a few agonizing seconds. Then, the prosecutor and me took over, and the shaking stopped. My father called the very next morning. His voice was terrifyingly calm. The exact same chilling, final calm that had pushed me out into the rain all those years ago. He didn't bother with fake pleasantries. He said they were not trying to cause unnecessary problems. He said they simply wanted what was rightfully theirs. He argued that the property sale proceeds should have been split among all living family members at the time, and that Martha hoarding it was a betrayal of the family trust. Then, the calm mask slipped, and he delivered the threat. He said, "Clara, if you do not cooperate and sign over half of that account, we will take you to court and freeze the assets indefinitely." I let his threat hang in the air for 5 full seconds. Then I said, "Then take it to court." He was dead quiet for a very long time. All I could hear was his heavy breathing through the receiver. I do not think he expected that answer. I do not think he had any earthly idea who he was actually talking to. The last time this man had spoken a word to me, I was a terrified, weeping, pregnant teenager standing in his hallway with a suitcase. Now, I was a senior prosecutor who had spent the last decade in chaotic courtrooms, aggressively dismantling people who lie under oath for a living. He didn't know that. He hadn't bothered to pay attention to my life. They actually filed the lawsuit. The court date was set for early spring. My parents hired a flashy, expensive civil litigation attorney who drafted a massive complaint arguing that the proceeds from the Lakeside property sale had been improperly and unethically allocated. They argued that my grandmother was suffering from early-stage cognitive decline when she finalized the trust, and that the trust did not reflect the original intent of the family's generational wealth. They even had the absolute audacity to claim undue influence, insinuating that I had manipulated a frail old woman into giving me everything. I hired my own attorney, a brilliant estate litigator named Sarah, but I essentially co-counseled the entire defense myself. We didn't just respond to their complaint. We crushed it under a mountain of irrefutable, suffocating evidence. We compiled 18 years of meticulous documentation, bank records, showing every single deposit, investment statements tracking the exact growth of the funds, my grandmother's handwritten, notarized instructions to Mr. Vance, letters from her primary care physician confirming she was completely sound of mind and possessed full mental capacity on the exact dates the trust documents were signed and updated. We built a paper trail so clear, so incredibly consistent, that it showed every single dollar in that account had been deliberately, legally, and joyfully placed there by a woman who knew exactly what she was doing, and exactly who she was protecting. The morning of the hearing, I woke up early, I took a shower, I walked into my closet and I put on my armor. I put on the sharp, tailored navy blue suit I wear when I am prosecuting a major felony. I looked at myself in the full-length mirror. 18 years ago, I had stood in front of a different mirror in my childhood bedroom, sobbing uncontrollably while I watched my mother lazily toss my sweaters into a suitcase. Today, I was standing in my own house, bought and paid for, putting on the clothes I wear to command a courtroom. I was not walking into that building as a terrified defendant. I was walking in as someone who owns the floor. Leo drove to the courthouse with me. He was 18 now, a senior in high school, tall and broad-shouldered. I explicitly told him he did not have to come, that it might be ugly, that he could just go to school. He looked at me, grabbed his jacket, and said, "I'm going." She was my great-grandma too. He sat in the very back row of the gallery benches. He was quiet, still, watching everything with sharp eyes. The exact same way my grandmother used to sit on the porch and watch the neighborhood, present without needing to perform. He was there simply because he chose to stand by my side. My parents were already seated at the plaintiff's table when I walked through the heavy double doors. Their expensive attorney was organizing a stack of messy folders. He glanced up as I confidently strode down the center aisle, my heels clicking sharply against the polished wood floor. He saw my posture, my suit, my leather briefcase, and he paused. "Good morning, counselor," he muttered nervously, recognizing me from the county directory. That was the exact moment my father turned around in his chair and looked at me fully. I had not seen his face in person in 18 years. My mother sat next to him. She looked significantly older, her face lined with bitterness and age. They looked older in that jarring, shocking way people do when they have not been a part of your life long enough for the physical changes to feel gradual. My father sat upright, his posture rigid and controlled. It was the exact same posture he had the night he held the front door open to the rain. They stared at me. I stared right back. I could see the exact second the terrifying realization hit them. I saw it register in their widening eyes. They weren't just recognizing my face, they were recognizing who I had become. The pathetic, weeping girl they had thrown outside like trash was standing right in front of them, radiating the kind of absolute authority they had never, ever given her. They were truly seeing their daughter for the very first time in their lives, and they were exactly 18 years too late. The hearing itself was an absolute bloodbath, and it lasted less than an hour. My parents' attorney stood up and tried to argue his flimsy case. He puffed his chest out and claimed that the proceeds from the family property should have been distributed equally among all living relatives. He loudly declared that my grandmother had no moral right to redirect family funds into a private trust without consulting my parents. He spoke confidently, pointing to large, colorful charts and timelines, spinning a version of history that sounded somewhat reasonable if you didn't know the actual monsters involved. Then, my attorney, Sarah, stood up. She didn't raise her voice. She didn't use flashy charts. She simply opened our binders and presented the documentation the exact same way I do when I build a murder case. Cold, hard, chronological facts. She presented the bank records showing 18 years of small, consistent deposits. She presented the investment statements. She presented the medical affidavits proving my grandmother's razor-sharp mental state. And then, Sarah dropped the absolute hammer. The twist we had been saving. My parents' attorney had argued that my parents were financially responsible family members who deserved their fair share of the estate. Sarah calmly pulled out a secondary file that my grandmother had left sealed with Mr. Vance. "Your Honor," Sarah said smoothly, "opposing counsel claims his clients were unfairly excluded from their moral share of the estate. However, we have a detailed ledger, kept in the deceased's own handwriting, spanning the last 30 years. Sarah handed copies to the bailiff, who passed them to the judge and to my parents' attorney. My father's face instantly drained of all color. The deceased, Martha, meticulously documented every single loan, bailout, and stolen asset the plaintiffs took from her over the decades, Sarah continued, her voice echoing in the silent courtroom. The $15,000 they borrowed for a failed business venture in 1998. The $22,000 they took from her to pay off their own credit card debt in 2004. The $10,000 they demanded for home renovations they never completed. The ledger totals exactly $114,000 of the deceased's money that the plaintiffs took and never repaid. My mother physically shrank down into her chair. My father stared at the table, his jaw clenched so hard I thought his teeth would shatter. "Furthermore," Sarah said, pulling out one final piece of paper, "we have a letter written by the deceased, dated and signed, explaining her intentions with absolute clarity." The judge, a stern older man with silver hair, adjusted his glasses and read the letter out loud for the court record. "I have started saving this money the exact year my granddaughter arrived freezing on my porch. Nobody else in this family has contributed a single red cent to this account, or to the survival of the two people it is meant for. The plaintiffs have already extracted their share of my wealth through decades of unpaid debts and financial manipulation. I am leaving this trust entirely to the ones who actually came when I needed them. I am leaving this to the ones who stayed." My parents' attorney weakly tried to stand up and argue that my grandmother had been manipulated by me. That a teenager who showed up pregnant had somehow masterminded a 2-decade-long financial conspiracy to brainwash a grown woman. The judge slowly lowered the letter. He looked at the massive stacks of documentation. He looked at the 18-year timeline. He looked at the ledger of my parents' debts. Then, he looked directly down at my parents' attorney, his eyes narrowing with absolute disgust, and asked, "Counselor, do you have a single shred of actual, empirical evidence of this supposed undue influence, beyond your client's blatant entitlement and bruised egos?" The attorney swallowed hard. "No, Your Honor." The ruling took less than 3 minutes. The lawsuit was dismissed with prejudice. The trust was ruled completely valid and ironclad. The funds remained exclusively with the named beneficiaries. My grandmother's final wishes were upheld perfectly. Before striking his gavel, the judge looked over his bench, locking eyes with my parents, and delivered a statement that I went home and wrote down in my journal so I would never forget it. He said, "The record before me reflects a woman who made incredibly deliberate, legally sound, and heavily documented decisions over a period of 2 decades. She knew exactly who she was protecting, and more importantly, she knew exactly who she was protecting them from. This court will not penalize a grandmother's foresight to reward her children's greed. Case dismissed." Bang. 18 years. That is exactly how long my grandmother had been silently planning for this exact moment. She never imagined it would end in a courtroom. She hated courtrooms. She had simply been planning for the inevitable moment when Leo and I might need a floor to land on, and she knew my parents would try to rip it out from under us. So, she built it out of concrete, one small deposit at a time. Quietly. Without asking for a single drop of recognition. I stood up from the defense table. I looked across the aisle at my parents. My mother was staring blankly at the mahogany table, looking like she desperately wanted to crawl under it and disappear. My father was looking directly at me. I expected to feel a massive surge of adrenaline. I expected to feel explosive anger, or maybe a deep, vindictive satisfaction. I thought I would want to gloat. I didn't feel any of those things. I just felt incredibly, overwhelmingly tired. And underneath the exhaustion, there was a quiet, heavy sadness. Not sadness for what they did to me. I had processed that trauma years ago. It was sadness for what they had missed. They had missed 18 years of Leo. They missed his first steps. They missed his laughter. They missed 18 years of sitting at that scratched kitchen table, wrapped in that blue blanket, drinking warm tea. They missed all the beautiful, quiet moments that actually make a life worth living. And now, they were sitting in a cold courtroom, utterly humiliated, trying to steal a piece of the only person who hadn't missed it. I turned my back on them and looked at Leo in the gallery. He gave me the smallest, almost imperceptible nod, just a slight tilt of his chin. My grandmother used to do that exact same nod when I came home late from law school. It meant, "I see you. I am proud of you. Let's go home." We walked out of the courtroom doors and into the wide marble corridor. My parents stayed seated in the courtroom, frozen in their defeat. As Leo and I were walking toward the elevators, I heard frantic footsteps echoing on the marble behind me. "Clara." It was my father's voice. He was practically jogging to catch up. He said my name, just my name, nothing else. I stopped. Leo stopped right beside me, his shoulders tensing defensively. I could feel my father standing 3 feet behind me. I could hear his ragged breathing. I could feel the desperate, pathetic energy radiating off him. He was trying to figure out how to say something. I could hear the words caught in his throat, choking him. The exact same man who had swung the front door open so effortlessly and banished me to the rain 18 years ago physically could not open his mouth to apologize now. I did not turn around to look at him. Not because I was boiling with anger. Not because I wanted to inflict emotional pain. But simply because I had spent the last 18 years of my life, facing forward, moving forward, surviving forward. And the man standing behind me had never, not once in 18 years, taken a single step in my direction. I was officially done turning around for people who refused to walk toward me. I stepped onto the elevator with my son. The metal doors slid shut, cutting off my father's face forever. We walked out of the courthouse and into the Seattle afternoon. The rain had finally stopped. The sun was breaking through the thick gray clouds, casting a bright, blinding light over the wet pavement. The air smelled clean and washed. Leo reached out and put his heavy hand on my shoulder for just a second as we walked to the car. He didn't say a word. He just gripped my shoulder, the way people hold on to things they fiercely want to protect. The exact same way my grandmother used to grip my arm when I was having a panic attack over my law exams. Briefly. Firmly. Without requiring an explanation. We drove straight to my grandmother's house. Neither of us turned the radio on. Neither of us spoke. Leo drove. I sat in the passenger seat, resting my head against the cool glass of the window, trying to feel something clean and triumphant like victory or closure. But life isn't a movie. I just felt the immense, crushing weight of a very long, very hard day, finally settling deep into my bones. We pulled into the driveway. The house looked exactly the same. That was the magic of it. The entire world could shift, families could tear each other apart in courtrooms, time could march on, but that small house stayed anchored. The white paint on the porch, the overgrown rose bushes, the smell of old wood, lavender soap, and something underneath it all that I could never put a name to, but would recognize blindly in a dark room. We walked inside. I went straight to the kitchen. I stood over the scratched wooden table where I had studied every single night for years. I ran my fingertips slowly along the surface. I could feel the physical grooves in the wood from where I had pressed my pens too hard into my notebooks. I could see the faint, overlapping rings from 100 mugs of hot tea that my grandmother had silently set down beside me while I slept. I stood in the center of the kitchen for a long time before I moved. A part of my exhausted brain was still expecting to hear her slow, shuffling footsteps coming down the hall. I was waiting for the sharp whistle of the kettle. I was waiting for the familiar creak of her rocking chair in the living room. None of those sounds came. The house was holding its breath, the exact same way it had been holding its breath since the morning the paramedics took her away. I walked over to the stove. I filled the silver kettle with water and turned the burner on. I reached up to the top shelf and took down 2 ceramic mugs. I dropped a tea bag into each. When the kettle whistled, I poured the boiling water. I carried the mugs to the table. I set one down in front of the chair where Leo usually sat. I set the second one down directly across from it, at the empty chair at the head of the table. Leo walked into the kitchen. He looked at the steaming mug in front of his chair. He looked at the second mug sitting in front of the completely empty chair. He leaned against the counter and asked softly, "Why 2?" I stared at the steam rising from the hot water. "It is just a habit." He didn't ask again. He didn't tell me I was being sentimental. We both knew exactly whose seat that was. We sat there in the kitchen for hours as the sun went down. Leo drank his tea while reading an article on his phone. I mostly just wrapped my cold hands around my mug and stared at the wall. I wasn't even thirsty. I just desperately wanted to sit at that table one last time with the heat of something comforting radiating into my palms. That night, I stayed up very late. I wasn't studying case files. I wasn't prepping for a trial. I was just sitting in the dark living room, staring at the shadows on the wall. I think I was trying to permanently memorize the exact dimensions of the room, or maybe I was just too emotionally drained to stand up and walk to my bedroom. I don't really know. At some point, my eyes grew incredibly heavy. I crossed my arms on the table, rested my head down, and I fell asleep. I don't remember exactly when the exhaustion finally pulled me under. I woke up hours later, just before dawn. The house was freezing, but I was warm. There was a heavy weight draped perfectly over my shoulders. I reached up and touched the fabric. It was soft. It was slightly frayed at the edges. It was the blue blanket. The exact same blanket my grandmother had used to cover me 1,000 times when I was a terrified, exhausted teenager. The exact same blanket I had draped over Leo when he was studying. I slowly lifted my head and looked toward the dark hallway. Leo was standing there in his sweatpants. He wasn't saying anything. He was just leaning against the doorframe, watching me in the dim light. He looked at me the exact same way she used to look at me when I woke up startled at that table. Quiet, grounded, present. Just making absolutely sure I was warm enough before he went back to sleep. I sat there in the dark, with the heavy blanket resting on my shoulders, my cold tea sitting on the wood table, and my tall, strong son standing in the doorway watching over me. Neither of us spoke a single word. I think we both inherently knew that if either of us opened our mouths to speak, we would start crying uncontrollably, and neither of us was emotionally equipped for that kind of breakdown at 4 o'clock in the morning. So we just stayed exactly where we were. Him standing guard in the hallway. Me sitting at the table. The frayed blue blanket resting between us like a physical bridge, powerfully connecting 3 different people across 3 different generations. I understood something profound in that quiet, pre-dawn moment. What my grandmother actually gave me was never, ever the $750,000. The money was just a tool. The money was just math. Her real legacy was this. The frayed blanket. The front door, she threw open without asking a single judgmental question. The hot tea, she left silently beside my law books. The 18 years of quietly, relentlessly showing up when it mattered most. And now, that exact same legacy was living and breathing inside Leo. It was in his hands. It was in the way he stood in the doorway to protect me. I didn't sit him down and formally teach him to do that. He just knew how to do it. He absorbed it. The exact same way you just naturally know things that have been lingering in the air of a warm house long enough to become permanently woven into the drywall. Real love does not require a grand explanation. It doesn't require a loud announcement or a demand for gratitude. It just requires showing up when the world gets cold. She showed up for me every single day from the exact moment I knocked on her door, shivering in the rain. And now, almost 2 decades later, her great-grandson was standing in a dark hallway at 4 in the morning, making absolutely sure his mother wasn't cold. That is her true legacy. Not the massive trust fund. Not the explosive victory in the courtroom. Not the defeat of my parents. The blanket. I still make 2 cups of tea some mornings before I leave for the courthouse. One for me, one for the empty chair. I don't do it every single day. Just on the heavy days when the rain is falling hard in Seattle, and I miss her the most. I got the house in my inheritance, while the favored brother got a boat. I renamed it Benjamin House, ignored their rage, and cut toxic ties. I'm Jack, 32 years old, and I've never been the favorite. Not the golden child, the family pride, or even the person that gets invited to group shots without being reminded. My oldest brother, Lucas, 37, has always worn the invisible crown. The successful one, the married one, the one who gave my parents grandchildren, it looks that he is the only person in our lineage who matters anymore. I used to brush it off. I persuaded myself I was simply the quieter, more independent black sheep, in a nice, misunderstood way. But it wasn't charming. And it stopped being manageable when my parents made it apparent, both financially and emotionally, that I was only a supporting character in a drama with Lucas as the hero. I didn't expect anything when my granddad died. That man was a phantom for most of my life. A mystery elderly lady who lived 3 states away and sent the same birthday card each year. A basic best wishes letter with a crisp $25 note inside. However, it looks that he had been paying attention. He'd noticed something I hadn't realized he was observing. Christmases when I received socks while Lucas's children ripped into drones and tablets. On Thanksgivings, I sliced the turkey, cleaned the dishes, and sat at the kids' table while Lucas offered toasts about family values. Birthdays were neglected, and phone calls were never answered. The years I spent beginning my own life from scratch, working 2 jobs in my early 20s, seeking an online degree, canceling holidays because I couldn't afford the gas to go home, while Lucas received support in the form of loans that were never expected to be paid back. My grandfather saw everything, and in the end, he handed me a significant legacy that I had no idea existed. The call arrived on Tuesday. I was in the process of making lunch. Nothing fancy. Simply eggs and bread. My mother called out of the blue. "No. How are you?" No small talk. Just then, your grandfather's lawyer called. "You're receiving a sizable check." I blinked. I honestly didn't know how to answer. "Wait, what?" I said, half laughing. I figured she was joking. My mother does not tell jokes. She remarked, "He left you the house." As if it were rotten. "There's also an investing account. Lucas only gets the boat." That was it. That signaled the beginning. I could practically hear storm clouds developing at the other end of the telephone. She didn't congratulate me. They didn't inquire how I was feeling. Only a flat, frigid pause. "Then you realize that your brother may use the money more than you. He has children, Jack." It wasn't even subtle. That line bothered me for several days. He has children. As if that fact alone negated everything I'd done to get here. As if being unmarried, childless, and living in a small 1-bedroom apartment disqualifies me from getting kindness or fairness. I had no idea how much the inheritance was at the time. I hadn't phoned the attorney yet, but she did, and Lucas had as well, as I received a text from him 3 days later. There is no greeting or introduction. "You realize you owe me this, right?" I stared at the screen. I must have read it 25 times. I owe him. What do I owe him? My grandfather left me money. I was still processing the reality that I inherited anything at all. And now I'm meant to feel sorry about it. I didn't say anything because I couldn't trust myself not to erupt. I eventually contacted the lawyer on Friday. His name was Matthew Palmer, and he sounded precisely like someone with that name, measured, courteous, and a little bored of human interaction. He confirmed what my mother said. I had a completely paid-off house in a quiet area an hour outside of the city, as well as an investment account worth little less than $350,000. Lucas, on the other hand, acquired the family boat, which was apparently valued at $55,000. A generous present, but hardly life-changing. Matthew expressed it calmly, as if he expected me to respond adversely. But I was too astonished to be anything but silent. I hadn't communicated with my granddad in nearly 6 years. Nevertheless, he had left me with this. Not because I was his favorite, but because, according to the letter, he wanted to balance the balances. That letter was only 2 paragraphs long, yet I read it more than I can remember. He said he'd seen how I was handled, that he liked my independence, and that he was proud of the man I'd grown into, even though no one else had acknowledged it. I cried. I don't weep much, but I cried while sitting alone on my hand-me-down couch, clutching a letter from a man I barely knew who understood me better than my parents. Of course, the brief period of calm did not persist. The next week, Lucas called instead of texting, which made me worry what had occurred. Perhaps he wanted to bury the hatchet, speak like an adult, and resolve things calmly. I was naive to believe that. He said, "Hey," with a dismissive tone. "I'm assuming you've already processed everything." I didn't understand what he meant by processed, so I remained silent. He said, "Look, I'm not trying to be a jerk. Okay, but come on, buddy. You don't need all that. You're single, you don't have children or a mortgage. What are you going to do with it?" I blinked again. These people relished reminding me that I didn't have any children. "I don't think it matters," I said. "Grandpa bequeathed it to me. That's it." There was a pause. Then he laughed. This quick, harsh sound resembled a scoff. "You realize you're not being fair, right? I have 3 children. Are you aware of how expensive it is to raise 3 children? And the house? You don't even want a house. You're a city guy." I swore. I could feel my hands squeezing the phone more strongly. My jaw clenched so firmly that I believed my teeth would snap. "I didn't ask for any of this, Lucas." I tried to keep my voice even. "It's not about what I desire. It's about Grandpa's choice." He did not like it. He hung up. Then I received messages from my mother, father, and even my aunt, whom I hadn't heard from in years. These are all variants on the same topic. Be a larger person. Help your brother. Family comes first. It's just money. He needs it more. You'll understand when you have your own family. It was as if they'd all been handed a screenplay. The connotation was apparent. If I did not give Lucas what he desired, I was selfish, immature, frigid, and ungrateful. What are you ungrateful for? It was no longer about money. It was all about control. About them discovering, possibly for the first time, that I possessed something they couldn't handle and guilting me into giving it up. A week later, I got an email from Matthew Palmer. Subject: urgent attempted contact regarding inheritance. Lucas apparently approached the law firm personally, wondering if there was a legal method to reallocate his fortune. He had attempted to fight the will, not for any fraud or technicality, but because he thought it was unfair. The attorney informed him respectfully but firmly that the will was genuine. My grandfather was of sound mind, and there was no grounds for a dispute. I anticipated it to be the conclusion. It wasn't. That Sunday, my mother sent me a message. "Send it to him, or do not bother coming home." No hello. No context. Just that. I sat there, phone in hand, staring at the words. Send it to him or do not bother coming home. I didn't cry that time. I smiled. That's when I noticed something had changed. That night, I didn't phone anyone. I didn't argue. I didn't give a dramatic answer. I booked a flight. I changed my password. I secured my accounts. I updated the security system in my home. I sent Matthew Palmer a single email, authorizing him to handle any future correspondence, and told him that I wanted to talk about the next steps in securing the property. Then I went to bed with my phone on silent. I awoke to 45 missed calls and 1 rage-filled voicemail from my father. And that was just the beginning. It started tiny, as these things often do. Little digs and passive-aggressive remarks. I had foolishly believed that going low contact following the transfer it to him message would bring me peace. Instead, it looked to inspire something worse, as if I had broken some unspoken law of the family order, and now they were all lining up to put me back in my proper position. I didn't go home for Easter. It's not such a huge issue, right? I was never a lover of large family gatherings. However, in the days leading up to it, the texts resumed. Mom said, "You could at least make an appearance. Lucas's kids want to see their uncle." Dad said, "It's not about you, Jack. It's about family. Stop acting like a victim." And Lucas, of course, said, "Enjoy spending Grandpa's money alone." So I ignored them, cooked myself a quiet dinner, watched a movie, and tried to enjoy the silence. The photos started pouring in on Facebook. The complete family dressed in pastel colors. Lucas's children are carrying large plastic eggs. My folks are beaming in the background. And then, because the world can't resist a good jab, my mother posted a photo with the message, "So grateful for family. All of our blessings in one room." Oh, I didn't even like Facebook. I hardly checked it. But that night, I checked it 3 times. I didn't miss them. I just wanted a reminder. I needed to remember how swiftly they removed me once I stopped supporting their story. A week after Easter, I got an email from a real estate agent. It was about the house, more specifically my grandfather's house. They asked if I still intended to list it. I hadn't even called a realtor yet. Confused, I called the agency. The woman on the phone was friendly and kind, but clearly perplexed. "Oh, I spoke to a Mr. Lucas last week. He said he was representing you as family and wanted to get the ball rolling." I nearly dropped my phone. I responded, "No. I had not authorized anyone to represent me or sell my home. She apologized sincerely and offered to write a notation in the file, but the damage was already done. He had tried to sell my house, and not discreetly. According to the agency, he had already photographed the inside. That was the part that made my blood run cold. I hadn't given him the key. So, how the hell did he get in? I traveled out to the property the next day. It was a calm Wednesday morning, and I drove an hour with a pit in my stomach. The neighborhood remained tranquil as usual. On immaculate lawns, retirees stroll little dogs and mailboxes while respectfully raising flags. But when I pulled into the driveway, I noticed it right away. The lockbox. A huge black realtor lockbox sits on the doorknob. He'd replaced the darn locks. I stood there for an entire minute, gazing. I own a house. My inheritance. The only thing that was always mine. And he stepped in and claimed it as if it were nothing. Rage does not strike immediately. As portrayed in films. Not always. Sometimes it comes in waves. Slow, crawling, and relentless. I didn't shout. I didn't punch anything. I simply took out my phone and photographed the lockbox, the exterior, and the mailbox with my name on it. I strolled around the perimeter and took a slow video. Then I drove straight to the police station. It was the first time I'd stated it aloud to an official. I believe my brother broke into my house. The officer was unexpectedly sympathetic. He took the report and asked whether I had evidence of ownership. I did, and was instructed to call a locksmith and a lawyer. That evening, I had the locks changed again. This time, a security system is installed, which includes cameras, motion sensors, and a smart doorbell. I did not tell anybody. I didn't want them to know what I was planning. I just wanted to watch. Sure enough, 3 nights later, the motion sensor went off. I was inside my flat, but my phone lit up with a warning. Front door activity was detected. When I opened the app, there he was, Lucas, standing on the porch in a sweatshirt, struggling with the lockbox, which no longer existed. He appeared perplexed and annoyed. He rattled the doorknob before looking directly into the camera. He saw the light and knew what it was. He didn't say anything, but I could see it in his expression. He knew. I never called him or mentioned it, but the silence that followed was heavy with unspoken meaning. A week later, I received a certified letter by mail. My parents had engaged a lawyer. The letter was a polite, lawful, and straightforward request. They asked me to consider handing Lucas partial ownership of the estate. It presented it as a goodwill gesture. They said it was for the benefit of family harmony. My father had signed it, not my mother, or Lucas, my father. The same man who had told me, "You've got to earn your way in this world, Jack," now wanted me to give up what I'd earned through grief, suffering, and silent, terrible years of being the one no one battled for. I did not reply. Instead, I returned to the house and sat in my grandfather's old recliner, which they had not yet sold or donated. I sat down and simply existed. I gazed around at the dusty shelves, the antique lamp with the bent shade, and the subtle aroma of leather and time. That's when I discovered the photo, nestled beneath a stack of old Reader's Digests on the bottom shelf of the bookshelf next to the fireplace. A framed picture of myself and Grandpa. I don't remember it being taken. I must have been 19 or 20. We were sitting outside somewhere, possibly on his porch, and I had an odd grin. He appeared to be proud. Tired but proud. That photograph crushed my heart more than any betrayal because it made it real. He had spotted me when no one else had. I left the photo as a totem. The following day, I received another text from Lucas. "You're being ridiculous. You know this isn't over, right?" I didn't react. 3 days later, my aunt called. The individual who never calls. She sounded breathless, as if she were pacing. "I'm staying out of it," she explained. "But you should know your parents are planning to go public about this." "I haven't seen it." "Go public? What does that even mean?" "They are informing everyone, including Lucas's cousins, neighbors, and church, that you are withholding money from him and that Grandpa's will was manipulated." I laughed. I couldn't help it. It wasn't hilarious, but it was ridiculous. Manipulated. I hadn't spoken to the man in 6 years. If anything, I assumed Lucas would get everything. But it was all part of the show. That was always the play. If they couldn't embarrass me privately, they would do it publicly. The Facebook postings resumed the next Sunday. "Dad, some people forget that family is a responsibility, not a competition." Gran, sad to see what greed does to a man. Hannah, Lucas's spouse, "My babies don't deserve this. They just want their uncle back." Then, because nothing in this family happens in isolation, I got an email from my company's human resources department. A worried community member had sent me an anonymous email saying that I was embroiled in a legal struggle over contested assets, which could harm my credibility. It was subtle and imprecise enough to be ignored, But someone had tried to harm my career. That's when I knew it wasn't about inheritance. It wasn't even about the home. It was about power and retribution. They couldn't believe I had defended myself and had something they couldn't touch. So they planned to burn the ground around me until I crawled back. But I wasn't crawling back. I was done crawling. I did not react in the way they expected. That was certainly the most perplexing aspect for them. There were no furious responses. No long explanations. There is no family chat meltdown. I did not show up at their doorstep to defend myself. I didn't beg to be understood. I didn't even share my side of the story on Facebook, which in our family is considered silence under oath. Instead, I became quieter. And by quiet, I mean I moved away from everyone. My phone switched to permanent silent mode. I stopped checking notifications. I deleted Facebook entirely. I even changed my phone number, not out of malice, but out of need, because seeing my father's name or Lucas's texts on my screen made my chest constrict like I had swallowed a fist. And I couldn't keep living like that. But let me clarify, I did not do it because I was powerful. I did it because I was exhausted. There comes a period when you experience an emotional low. Not the shouting or crying on the floor sort, but the quiet kind. Like sitting at the bottom of a drained swimming pool, looking up at the world above, and understanding no one is coming for you. That was me alone in a house full of other people's furniture, eating microwave noodles at a plastic fold-out table because I didn't have the time or energy to relocate real furniture yet. That house, my inheritance, appeared less like a gift and more like a battlefield. Every nook was a reminder of the battle I had not asked for. Lucas sought to incorporate the guest bedroom in his web home photographs. The vacant living room where they formerly celebrated holidays without asking me. Even the front porch, which I'd started referring to as the lockbox scene, was on my mind. So, yeah, I stopped speaking to them. However, this did not imply that the sounds had ended. Word spread immediately. My cousin Chris texted me one night. "Yo man, are you really suing your parents?" I had not been. Not yet. However, the rumors had pushed me from selfish to legally hostile. And the reaction followed me like a foul odor. Suddenly, I was the reason why the family group vacation did not happen. I was the one who divided the family up. I was making Lucas's children uncomfortable at school. One of my old high school buddies even messaged me, saying that my father had asked his mother at church to pray for Jack's heart. I was presented as the villain in a story that they had written without my involvement. And for a while, I allowed it get to me. I spent weeks scarcely getting out of bed. I've stopped replying to business emails. My supervisor, a nice person, called to see how I was doing. I lied, claiming I had the flu. He granted me the rest of the week off. I spent it watching documentaries and stared at the spinning ceiling fan above me. One night, I broke. It wasn't dramatic. I was brushing my teeth when I observed my own reflection in the mirror. Hair is a disaster. The hoodie was soiled with ramen soup. The eyes appear sunken and fatigued. And out loud, like an idiot, I whispered, "What if they're right? What if I was selfish? What if I should just give it to Lucas? What if I was making too big a deal out of it? Wouldn't it be easier to just let go, hand it over, and go back to being the quiet one who never made waves?" That thought stayed with me all night. However, something odd happened the next morning. I woke up. That's it. I just got out of bed, had a long shower, cleaned the kitchen, and purchased a proper table from Wayfair. Not because I had a spiritual awakening or watched a TikTok about healing, but because I knew the world would not stop spinning for me. No one was coming to save me. And if I didn't want to drown in their interpretation of my life, I had to start building my own. So, I took it slowly. The first thing I did was remodel my home. I didn't even plan to live there long term, but I wanted to make it mine. To reclaim the narrative, I began with the kitchen, ripping out the cabinets myself, watching YouTube videos on tile installation, and painting till my hands cramped. It was dirty, slow, and utterly outside of my comfort zone. But it gave me something I hadn't felt in months. Control. The neighbors began to notice. Maggie, in her late 60s, is a dog owner and an amazing baker. She gave me lemon bars and introduced herself. She had knew my granddad. He said he used to wave from his porch every morning. We spoke for 25 minutes. Nothing serious, just a typical discussion that I hadn't had in a long time. I hadn't realized how much I missed being seen until I wasn't constantly hiding behind guilt. The house began to transform, as did I. At work, I regained my footing. I got involved with a new customer project. Allow a few calls. My supervisor noticed, offered me a raise, and mentioned that I seemed different lately, in a nice manner. I smiled and thanked him. I didn't tell him it was because I'd finally quit carrying a family on my back, which never truly carried me. I did not waste my inheritance. I did not purchase a sports vehicle or jet to Bora Bora. I met with a financial advisor. He's a smart guy. They explained things in a way that did not make me feel like a child. He helped me divide the account into 3 sections. He designated one for savings, one for investment, and one for what he referred to as joy spending. I like it. I utilized the joy fund to accomplish one task. I scheduled a solo trip to Kyoto. Just me. A backpack. And no plans. Maggie was ecstatic when I told her. Said, "My grandfather always wanted to go to Japan. He never did. He'd be proud." She said, "Of the man you're becoming." I don't know why that hit me so hard. Maybe because no one else had said it. Not once. Not even close. But I was becoming someone. Not despite what happened, but because of it. Of course, my family's silence did not last forever. After a few months of silence, the messages resumed, but this time differently. Lucas messaged me on WhatsApp. I didn't respond to the simple question, "Can we talk?" Then I got an email from my mom. "We miss you. Lucas's kids ask about you." There is still no mention of the house, the will, or the threats. Just a confused, guilt-soaked attempt to draw me back in. I sat with it for a long, wondering if I should react, but instead, I took out an old photo of me and Grandpa from the bookshelf and placed it on my new desk next to my laptop. The place smelled different now. Fresh paint, clean wood, and a hint of lemon from the candles I'd lit while working from home. I was my. That knowledge changed everything for me since I no longer felt the need to prove anything to them. Not my worth, success, or right to exist. I didn't respond to the message, but I didn't dislike them. I simply didn't belong to them anymore. That, more than anything else, marked the start of the upward trend. It's strange how silent clarity may be. Not the kind you see in movies. There's no symphonic swell, no slow motion walk into the sunset. Just simple, intentional steps that add up to something more powerful than words. You cease requesting permission. You stop hoping that they would change. You cease explaining your side to those who have already decided not to hear it. You begin to think like someone who has finally realized what they are worth. And that's precisely where I was. It had been a year since the will was read. During that period, I changed the house from a battlefield to my home. The kitchen glittered with subway tile that I had installed myself. Rather than dust and bitterness, the study smelled of books and coffee. The guest room had become a haven for plants and sunlight. I even named it Room B after my grandfather, Benjamin. I did not inform anyone about it. It was a simple tribute. Financially, I was stable, better than steady. My job had elevated me twice. My savings were healthy. My investments were increasing. My mental space was clearer than it had ever been. Nevertheless, I couldn't let it go. Not the house or the money, but the betrayal. I could forgive those who committed mistakes. However, what they did was not a mistake. They calculated it. They attempted to take something that was not theirs, not because they needed it, but because they felt it should be theirs. Because Lucas had children. Because I was only Jack. Because, in their opinion, I didn't count unless I gave something up. The worst part was that they still thought they could get away with it since I had gone silent. They were unaware that quiet did not constitute surrender. Silence was a tactic. It began when I discovered the group photograph. It was an old photo from 2 years before Grandpa died. Thanksgiving. Everyone jammed into the backyard, pretending they weren't secretly annoyed with each other. My parents are in the center, with Lucas's arms around his wife and children. My aunt and uncle were on the left, and I was at the far edge, barely visible behind a tree branch. I hadn't seen it in years, but something about it reminded me of taking that photo. I literally utilized the timer, set up the tripod, and directed everyone where to stand. Then I rushed across the yard to be into the frame and was forced to the perimeter so Lucas could be in the center. Typical. I stared at the photo for a long time and then remembered something else. Lucas gave a toast that day. There's something smarmy about heritage and family unity. Everyone clapped as if he were a resurrected John F. Kennedy. I recall him looking at me from across the table. Already discarding me and planning to inherit the planet by default. And it hit me. They felt that his legacy belonged to him. But I had it now. And I knew just how to remind them. The first task was to go to the residence. I didn't want to just live in it. I wanted to make it obvious, like shouting from a rooftop. It never was yours. So, I engaged an architect. Not just any architect, but Ryan, a former classmate of mine who had established a design firm in the city. We weren't friends in college, but we ran into each other at a lecture this spring and shared information. I told him I wanted to restore the house while conserving the bones, and update the interior while retaining the essence. He got right into it. "I love this style," he commented as he walked around the corridors, holding a sketchpad. "It's 1000, 950 seconds Americana, but with subtle craftsman touches, we can really bring that forward. I nodded, watching him run his fingers over the window sills. I wanted to feel as if I had earned my place, rather than inherited it. He didn't ask any questions and went right to work, and I paid him up front. Nothing expresses independence like writing a check without trepidation. The second phase involved establishing a paper trail. I started gathering any document I could get my hands on. The will, the property deed, Matthew Palmer's emails, the police report for Lucas's attempted break-in, screenshots of my family's social media posts, and messages from Lucas, my dad, and my aunt. I categorized them into a computer folder with tabs for legal, emotional abuse, property dispute, public slander, and internet harassment. Not because I planned to litigate, but because I wanted the option, because power means more than simply money and vengeance. It's about leverage. And when you've spent your entire existence as the person they assumed would never fight back, nothing scares them more than realizing you've been recording everything. Step 3, I began asking questions. Not for my family or their group. It all began with Maggie, my neighbor. She and my grandfather had a long conversation on the porch. She remembered some things. Did you know Lucas tried to sell this house? I said casually one day while sipping iced tea in her backyard. Her eyes expanded. He what? Yes, I said. Had a realtor here, and everything was done before the will was even fully executed. She had no idea. Your grandfather would have. Well, he'd be livid. He kind of was, I admitted, smiling weakly after his death. We laughed, but my mind was spinning. I began contacting people who knew my grandfather, such as his church acquaintances, an old fishing companion, and the hardware store employee who sold him bird feed every spring. They all remembered me, some faintly, others lovingly, which shocked me. Mrs. Walker, his old Sunday choir acquaintance, told me something disturbing. He once told me, she added on the phone, that he was worried your family would eat you alive if he didn't intervene. I swallowed hard. She maintained her pace. He said, Jack's good. Not loud, but good. And good men get steamrolled if no one steps in. That was the moment I knew. This wasn't just my fight. It was my job to honor the things he had sought to defend. So I started writing. This was not a vengeance letter. It wasn't even for them. This was for me. I wrote down everything they said to make me feel smaller. Every time I was made to feel like a burden, Lucas received something I did not. I did every duty while they were watching television. I was always an afterthought at family gatherings. Every time I allowed them make me wonder if I was worth loving. Then I wrote down what I had accomplished despite them. I completed my degree, worked 2 jobs at once, paid off my debt, bought my first car, was promoted, traveled alone, and built a house from the ground up. The list was longer than I had anticipated. At the bottom, I wrote, I will no longer apologize for who I had to become to survive. The people who refused to see me. I folded the list and slipped it into the drawer next to my bed. Not because I needed to see it, but because they might eventually. And when they did, I wanted them to know that I recalled everything. The last step in the setup happened almost by accident. Ryan had finished the blueprints. Permits had been filed. Renovations were underway. And as we strolled through the house together, admiring the early changes, he mentioned something noteworthy. You know, he remarked, running his hand along the new stair banister, this place has history. If it were mine, I'd name it. I arched an eyebrow. Name it? Sure, he shrugged. People name properties all the time, especially homes with a legacy. You've got something special here. That night, I sat in the living room, my living room, staring at the fireplace. Then it dawned to me, the Benjamin house. Not spectacular or dramatic, simply his name. But it felt natural, like a mirror of everything he had given me. Not just the inheritance, but the belief that I was worth fighting for. The following day, I completed the paperwork, created a website, registered the property as a modest retreat space for writers and artists, and scheduled my first summer guest, an author friend in need of a peaceful location to finish her manuscript. With that, the mansion no longer served as a symbol of grief. It became a mission, a means to redefine the legacy. My legacy. And my family hadn't realized what was coming, but they would because I wasn't done yet. Definitely not. The housewarming invitation was not meant for them, but I sent it regardless. A cream-colored card with simple embossed letters. You are cordially invited to the reopening of the Benjamin House, a creative retreat and legacy home. Date, time, website link, and RSVP are optional. No signature or explanation required. I addressed it to my parents, Lucas, and even my aunt, who once told me, family sticks together, but not everyone is glue. I was sure they'd get it. I knew it would burn. Quite simply, that was the point. The official reopening was small, with only approximately 30 individuals in attendance, primarily creatives, neighbors, and a few work colleagues. The house had been changed. An open-concept living area with sleek Scandinavian lines and warm vintage features. Grandpa's original table remained in the dining room, but it was now placed beneath a chandelier I discovered at a vintage shop. The rear porch was totally rebuilt to face the woods and include a wraparound railing and string lights. This was not a palace. It represented dignity. The new sign above the entrance read, "The Benjamin House, established 1962, reclaimed 2028. It was delicate, but I was confident it would land just where I needed it to. Lucas found the webpage first. I know because he texted me the night before the opening. "What the hell is this? You turned Grandpa's house into a business." I glanced over his message, sipping tea, before answering. "I turned it into something that gives back." "You tried to sell it." He left it on read. "Good. Because the vengeance will never be explosive. No lawsuits or shouting matches. I had something better. Visibility. Everyone they knew would see the announcement. The church buddies, the neighbors, and the old family friends who had been quiet over time but still watched Facebook like it was the evening news. I had documented the entire restoration process as a blog on the internet, complete with images, updates, and even a brief video walkthrough narrated by Ryan. In the opening credits, I paid tribute to Benjamin Knight, who recognized worth where others saw stillness. It wasn't petty. It wasn't even intended for them, but they took it that way. A few days after the debut, my mother called. I did not respond. She left a voicemail. Her voice was tight and controlled, as if she was trying not to let anything slip out. "Your father and I feel very disappointed by how you've handled this. There were ways to include the family, but you've made this whole thing about yourself. It's sad, Jack. Really sad." I stored the voicemail, listened to it only once, and never again. Because I already understood how they functioned. Any authority I wielded was selfish. Any barrier I set was betrayal. Any achievement I had outside of their system represented a threat. They had no control this time, though. That, above all, was retribution. Not the money, not the land, not even the website, retreat attendees, or the full booking schedule. The actual revenge was this. They no longer mattered. And when individuals no longer have the power to harm you but are aware that they once did, their silence irritates them. But I wasn't done. There was one more item. I hired a videographer after encountering him at a neighborhood arts festival. I told her I intended to create a short documentary, perhaps a 12-minute piece for the website and YouTube channel. She inquired about the subject matter. I told her the truth. It's about legacy, about reclaiming it, about what happens when someone quietly invests in the black sheep of the family and how that changes everything. She adored it. We filmed for nearly a week. She documented the restorations, letters from my grandfather, old family photos I uncovered in storage, and Maggie and Mrs. Walker's stories. I narrated much of it. My voice shook occasionally, but I didn't edit it out. I've posted the final video, titled "The House He Gave Me a Quiet Inheritance." Within 3 weeks, it had 25,000 views. I didn't expect that. Strangers began to approach out, stating how much it resonated with them, how they had similar families, and how they, too, were invisible. One man claimed he cried while viewing it. A woman emailed me and said it encouraged her to go back to school at 42. Another person wanted to see the house. She stated she hadn't written poetry in a decade, but viewing the video inspired her to pick up a pen again. I preserved every communication, not for validation, but to demonstrate that I was not alone. Then came the fallout. It started when my father's coworker supposedly watched the footage. I learned this via my cousin, who texted, "Uncle Frank is losing it. Says, someone at his office shared your video during lunch. He's mad you're airing private family history online." This made me chuckle because that was the concern, right? I was not lying, I was telling the truth, and everyone believed me. My aunt unfriended me across all networks. My mother wrote a lengthy status about narcissistic individuals who rewrite history. My brother was radio silent until one night, when I received a handwritten letter from Lucas. It was 2 pages long. The first half was fury masked as diplomacy. He claimed I misinterpreted him, that he never wanted to take anything from me, and that he was only attempting to preserve the family history. Toward the conclusion, the tone changed. It became quieter. He said it this way, "I don't know why Grandpa chose you. I don't think I'll ever understand it. But it's clear now that he saw something in you that the rest of us didn't. Maybe we were too busy looking in mirrors." That remark has stuck with me. It was the closest thing to an apology I had ever received. But I didn't write back. I didn't need to because forgiveness is not the same as access. They could heal at their own pace, but they refused to do so in my house. In May, the Benjamin House formally opened for its first full retreat. The writers, 2 painters, and 1 digital artist remained for 12 days. I cooked for them on weekends. We had porch talks, built bonfires, and recounted stories about healing, creation, and what it means to begin again. One evening, a Vermont writer told me, "This place feels like it was built by someone who knows what it's like not to be heard." I grinned. "I do." She nodded. "Well, you're heard now." And I was. By the people who mattered. By the people who saw me. Not as a wallet. Not as a scapegoat. Not as a failure. But as someone who turned a shattered legacy into something worth passing on. That October, I planted a tree in our backyard. A sugar maple. Grandpa loved them. I stood there once the digging was finished, my hands filthy, the sun sinking, and spoke out loud for the first time. "Thank you for choosing me." The breeze rustled the branches. And for a little moment, it seemed like an answer, because in the end, it was no longer about vengeance. It was about restoring the man they had attempted to remove, without permission. I never told my family the complete truth about what I was working on, but I believe they eventually figured it out, since legacy is defined by what you do with what you have. And I'd finally done something no one in my family had dared to try. I decided to restart slowly, steadily, and permanently. My parents gave my brother $350,000, me $0. Then they sued me at 21 for my success. I fought back. Won. Now they're broke and begging. I said no. The process server found me on my front porch. I had just returned from the hardware shop to replace some drywall anchors in the guest bedroom. The house was still in progress, but it was mine. I bought it 6 months ago at the age of 22, using money I had saved since I was 13. John Williams. I set down the bag. He handed me the envelope. "You've been served." He then strolled away, as if he hadn't just landed a bomb on my Tuesday afternoon. I stood there holding the envelope, which appeared to be of legal weight. I opened it slowly. Margaret and David Williams against John Williams. My parents were suing me. I read the first page, then the second, and then went back and read them again to be sure I wasn't misunderstanding anything. Claim tortious interference with a potential economic gain. Additional arguments include unjust enrichment, fraud, and breach of familial obligation. Translation: they sued me because I was successful while my older brother Hudson was not. The accusations were absurd. Defendant John Williams purposely manipulated family relations to get an unfair advantage. The defendant concealed critical business advice and mentorship from his brother Hudson Williams, causing Hudson's business efforts to fail. Defendant utilized his family name and reputation to establish a business while hindering his brother's attempts. Defendant obtained secret financial assistance from extended family members, which he falsely claimed to have acquired independently. They demanded $300,000 in damages, as well as the transfer of my house to Hudson as compensation for lost chances. I sat down on the porch stairs. "Read it again." The phone was already ringing. "Mom," I replied. "What the hell is this? Don't you dare use that language with me. You're suing me. You left us no choice. You've been selfish and cruel to your brother." "Selfish? Selfish? I worked 3 jobs throughout college while you paid for Hudson's private school," Dad said in the background. "Let me talk to him." The phone was swapped. "John, this is happening. You can either settle reasonably, or we'll see you in court." "Settle for what? What did I do?" "You know exactly what you did. You built your little business using our family connections." "What connections? We're middle class." "There are no connections. You sabotaged your brother. Every time he tried to start something, you were there undermining him." "I offered to help him. I offered to teach him basic business planning. He told me I was thinking too small." I heard Mom's voice again. She'd taken the phone back. "You stole his future, John. That house should be his. That business should be his. You knew he was the entrepreneur in the family. He's failed 3 businesses. You gave him $120,000 and he lost it all because you sabotaged him. I was in college building my own thing. I didn't even live in the same city." Hudson's whiny, loud voice could be heard in the background. "That's my house. I should be living there. He stole my life." I closed my eyes. "Hudson, you're 25 years old. You live in Mom and Dad's basement. I didn't steal anything. I built something. With our family's help," Hudson exclaimed. "Grandpa gave you money. Admit it, Grandpa's been dead for 6 years. And he left us both the same amount. $2,500. Liar. You got more. You must have." I stood up. "I'm done with this conversation. Mom, you'll be hearing from our lawyer. We're taking you to court, and we're going to win. You owe your brother. You owe this family." I don't owe you anything. I worked for everything I have. You gave me nothing, Dad. Because you didn't need anything. You were always self-sufficient. Hudson needed support. So, you're punishing me for not being a failure. We're correcting an injustice. See you in court. Click. They hung up. I sat there, holding the phone. I then called my best friend, Miller. Yo, what's up? My parents are suing me for $300,000. Silence. What? I told him everything. The complaint, the claims, and the demand for my home. Dude, that's insane. Can they do that? Apparently, they can file. Winning is different. This is about Hudson, right? Golden child Hudson who's failed at everything. Yeah, man. Your parents are delusional. You built everything yourself. I watched you do it. They're claiming I sabotaged him. That I used family connections to succeed. Miller laughed. Bitter. Family connections? Your dad's a middle manager and your mom's in HR. What connections exactly? What are you going to do? Fight it. I'm not giving them a dime. Good. They're out of their minds. After we hung up, I sat on my porch and reflected about the past 7 years. I started working when I was 14, not because I wanted to, but because I asked my parents for $20 for robotics club, and Dad answered, money doesn't grow on trees, son. You want it? Earn it. The following week, Hudson received $500 for an entrepreneurship camp. I started mowing lawns that Saturday for $15 per hour. By summer's end, I had saved $800. Hudson spent $500 on video games and Chipotle. When I turned 16, I purchased an old bike from Craigslist for $80. My folks gifted it to me on my birthday. I was thankful. At least they had gotten me something. 2 months later, Hudson turned 16. They purchased him a brand new Ford Mustang for $40,000. Hudson needs reliable transportation for internship opportunities. Dad said when I asked about the difference. Hudson never did an internship. He drove that Mustang to parties and damaged it during his junior year. They got him another automobile. I biked everywhere until I was 18 and purchased my first car, a 15-year-old Honda Civic, for $3,500 that I had saved from tutoring and computer repair work. College was terrible. Hudson was accepted at Cornell. $75,000 per year. Private business school is the best. Mom called it. They threw him a party. Served 100 persons. He spent $3,000 on a party for being accepted into an upscale institution for which he barely qualified. I received a full academic scholarship to public university. 4 years. Full ride. Everything included. I told them during dinner. That's good. Dad remarked. You've always been self-sufficient. That was it. No party, no celebration. I received a text from Mom the next day. Congrats, sweetie. Hudson received a graduation celebration when he completed high school. Another major incident. Gifts, money, and speeches about his promising future. I graduated as valedictorian. I received a card with $50 in it. College was 4 years of grind. I did 3 part-time jobs. Campus IT, tutoring, and freelance web design. My scholarship covered tuition, but I still needed funds for rent, food, and books. In addition to my full-time education, I worked 30 hours per week. Graduated with a 3.8 gigapascals, $15,000 in savings, and no debts. Hudson graduated from Cornell with a 2.4 gigapascals and $220,000 in student loans that my parents co-signed. The job market is tough for new graduates. Mom remarked when Hudson returned home with no job prospects. I was already working, already building. At 20, I started my business. E-commerce, tech accessories, phone cases, charging cables, laptop stands. We spent 6 months researching suppliers, evaluating the market, and mastering logistics. I started with $2,500 of my own money. The first year's sales was $45,000, with a profit of $12,000 after expenses. I reinvested every dime, worked 18-hour days, and ran a business at night. Hudson was 24 years old at the time, and he was on his second failed business attempt. The first one was a food truck. His parents handed him $55,000 to start it. He purchased a gorgeous bespoke truck with a costly logo. Gourmet equipment. Never looked up permits, health codes, or locations. Picked a bad location, cost too much, and failed after 3 months. The truck was repossessed. The city laws put an end to his aspirations. Mom said. Nobody questioned why I wasn't grappling with the same regulations. Then came cryptocurrency trading. Hudson's parents handed him $30,000. He watched YouTube gurus and believed he would become wealthy quickly. Bought high, panicked, sold cheap, and lost everything in 6 weeks. The market is rigged, Dad explained. Nobody inquired why some individuals make money in cryptocurrency while Hudson doesn't. The consultancy firm received $25,000 from my parents. Hudson rented a downtown office for $3,500 per month. Spent $8,000 on branding, logo, website, and business cards, but had no clients, experience, or business plan. He described himself as a disruptive business strategist. When the money ran out, we closed in 4 months. Mom stated that innovators intimidate corporate America. Meanwhile, I turned 21. My business generated $200,000 in annual revenue and $65,000 in profit. I left my day job to focus full-time. I found a fixer-upper house for $140,000. I put down 20% of the $28,000 I had saved. I spent 4 months refurbishing it myself. YouTube tutorials. Sweat equity. 12-hour days of drywall and painting. I moved in 3 weeks ago. My parents came to watch it once. Must be nice to get lucky with timing, Dad commented, glancing around. Not congratulations. We're proud. How did you do this? Just luck. That was their reply. And now they're suing me, alleging I stole Hudson's future. I sat on my porch till sunset. Then I went inside, opened my laptop, and looked up lawyers. Found Blackwell & Associates, a firm that specializes in defending against bogus claims. The reviews were nasty, in the greatest way. I destroyed my ex's frivolous lawsuit and forced them to pay my legal bills. They don't just win, they make the opposing side regret filing. Perfect. I called and left a message. My parents are suing me for being more successful than my brother. I want to fight this and make them regret it. The next morning, my phone rang at 8 a.m. John Williams, this is David Blackwell. Got your message. Tell me everything I did. The golden child dynamic. The $120,000 they'd given Hudson. The $0 they'd given me. The complaint claimed that I had somehow stolen Hudson's opportunities. Blackwell listened without interrupting. When I was done, he replied, this is one of the most frivolous suits I've seen in 20 years of practice. Can they win? Absolutely not. Their claims have no legal merit. But John, let me ask you something. Do you want to just win, or do you want to make a statement? What kind of statement? Countersue, abusive process, malicious prosecution, intentional infliction of emotional distress. Make them pay your legal fees. Make this so expensive and painful they never try this garbage with anyone again. I pondered that idea for precisely 3 seconds. Let's make an example out of them. Good. I'll need documentation, tax returns, bank statements, work records, anything proving yourself. I have 7 years of tax returns, W-2 seconds from every job, business formation documents, everything. Perfect. Send it all. They're claiming fraud, that you secretly received help. We're going to prove they defrauded the court by filing this nonsense. How long until trial? 6 months, probably. Discovery will be interesting. We'll depose them under oath. Make them explain how you stole opportunities you never asked for. I replied with a smile. First time since being served. When do we start? We already did. I'm filing our response tomorrow. And John? Yeah? They think you're still the kid who wouldn't fight back. Show them who you became. Following the call, I spent the rest of the day preparing my case. I retrieved every text conversation in which they applauded Hudson's vision despite his failings. Every Facebook post commemorates his adventures. Every family dinner when they dismissed my accomplishments. Every receipt proved that I had never received a cent from them. By midnight, I'd completed a 47-page chronology. Hudson received $55,000 for the food truck, $30,000 for cryptocurrency, $25,000 for consultancy, and $220,000 in student loans co-signed, totaling $350,000 in parental investment. John received $0. Hudson is currently in debt for $200,000, lives in his parents' basement, and has 3 unsuccessful enterprises. John's current net worth is $95,000. Business owner, homeowner, no debt. Subject, evidence, how to destroy your parents' lawsuit. I emailed it to Blackwell, went to bed, and slept better than I had in weeks because, for the first time in my life, I was not taking their trash quietly. They desired conflict. When I quit playing nice, they were about to discover my true potential. The countersuit arrived 2 weeks after Blackwell was hired. I was at my work, fulfilling orders, when my phone rang. Blackwell. They got served an hour ago. Your mother called my office screaming. What did she say? That you're an ungrateful son. That we're monsters? That she's calling the Bar Association? Standard panic when people realize they're screwed. What happens now? Discovery. We ask them questions under oath. Request documents. Make them prove their claims. It's going to get ugly. Good. That evening, my phone blew up. There are 17 missed calls. 12 from Mom, 3 from Dad, and 2 from Hudson. I listened to one voicemail. Cries from Mom. How could you do this to us? We're your parents. You're countersuing us. This is elder abuse. Elder abuse. They were 58. I removed the remainder without listening. Hudson sent a text. You're disgusting. I hope you're happy destroying the family. I blocked his phone number. Dad sent a text. This has gone too far. Drop the countersuit and we'll drop ours. Let's be adults. I responded, you sued me first. You started this. I'm finishing it. He didn't answer. The next day, Miller arrived with beer and pizza. Dude, your family's losing their minds on Facebook. I'm not on Facebook, I know. That's why I'm showing you. He took out his phone. My mother had posted. Heartbroken doesn't even begin to describe what we're feeling. We tried to help our youngest son understand family obligation, and he's responded by attacking us legally. We only wanted him to help his struggling brother, and instead, he's chosen money over family, praying for his soul. She received 200 comments, half of which supported her and half of which called her out. Aunt Chloe had one comment. Margaret, didn't you pay for Hudson's college and businesses? What did John get? Mom's response. John was always independent. He didn't require assistance. Another comment from Uncle Luke. So, you're punishing him for being responsible? Mom had not replied to that one. Miller scrolled further. Hudson had also posted. My little brother is suing our parents because they asked him to help me out. I made some business mistakes, sure, but family is supposed to support each other. Instead, he's got lawyers attacking Mom and Dad. This is what greed does to people. The remarks were more divided. Some defended him, while others asked pointed questions. How much money did your parents give you for your businesses? Why should your brother give you his money? Did he actually do anything wrong, or are you just mad he's successful? Hudson had not responded to these questions. They're trying to control the narrative, Miller remarked. Let them. The truth will come out in court. My phone rang. Unknown number. I responded. John. It's Aunt Chloe. Hey, I saw your mom's Facebook post. Wanted to hear your side. I told her everything. The litigation, the claims, and the $120,000 Hudson had all burned through, the only zero I'd ever asked for. She was silent for a long time. John. I'm so sorry. I knew they favored Hudson, but I didn't realize it was this bad. Most individuals didn't. For what it's worth, I'm on your side, and I told your mother that in the comments. Thanks. Do you need anything? Money for lawyers? No, I've got it covered. Okay, but if you do, call me. And John, don't back down. They need to learn this lesson. Miller stared at me after we picked up the phone. You've got some family on your side. At least some, not all, but enough. 3 weeks later, the deposition began. Blackwell phoned me the night before. Tomorrow, we depose your parents. I'm going to ask very specific questions about money. It won't be comfortable. Good. Your job is to stay calm. Don't react. Just let me work. Got it. The deposition was held at Blackwell's office, which included a conference room, table, seats, and a court reporter. My parents arrived with their lawyer, Parker, who appeared uneasy from the time he walked in. Mom would not look at me. Dad glared. The court reporter swore them in. Blackwell began with my mother. It took him exactly 20 minutes to debunk her entire tale. How much money to Hudson for businesses? $120,000. How much to John? $0. How much for Hudson's college? $220,000 in loans and expenses. How much for John? $0. What specific actions did John take to sabotage Hudson? He refused to help, Mom stated. Is John legally obligated to provide free business consulting? Family should help each other. Did Hudson help John? Silence. Mrs. Williams, did Hudson ever offer assistance to John? I don't know. You don't know, but you're certain John sabotaged Hudson? Yes. Based on what evidence? Asher told us. So, you have no direct evidence. You're relying solely on Asher's word. He's our son. Why would he lie? Blackwell produced bank statements, receipts, and transaction records, walked her through every dollar they'd given Hudson, and had her confirm on the record that I'd received nothing. By the end, Mom was in tears. Dad was infuriated. Parker seemed to want to be somewhere else. That's all I need, Blackwell replied. Dad's deposition was shorter. Same questions, same answers, greater rage. But the facts did not change. $350,000 to Hudson, $0 to me. Following their departure, Blackwell slumped back in his chair. Well, That went well. They looked miserable because they just admitted under oath they gave your brother everything and you nothing. Their entire lawsuit claims you had unfair advantages. We just proved the opposite. What happens now? Next week we depose Hudson. That'll be even more interesting. Hudson's deposition proved disastrous for him. Anyway, he arrived in an ill-fitting suit, already defensive, before Blackwell posed the first question. Blackwell started with a food truck. Walk me through why it failed. Hudson delivered a lecture criticizing city laws, permits, and an unfair system geared to crush small enterprises. Did you research these requirements before purchasing the truck? I knew there would be some red tape. Did you obtain the necessary permits? Yes or no? No. But did you have a business plan, revenue projections, cost analysis? I had a vision. That's not a business plan. Blackwell obtained information indicating that 17 other food trucks were operating effectively in the same region during the same time period. They all followed the same rules. Why did you fail? Hudson's cheeks turned red. They probably had more money. You had $55,000 in startup capital, more than most. Try again. I don't know. Maybe they got lucky. Blackwell switched to cryptocurrency. Hudson admitted he lost $30,000 in 6 weeks by following trends and viewing expert-created YouTube videos. Blackwell was curious. Yeah, people with lots of views. Did you verify they were successful traders? They had millions of views. Several people in the room attempted not to chuckle. The consulting business was worse. Hudson claimed he rented a $3,500 office with no clients, spent $8,000 on branding with no revenue, and shut down after 4 months. You burned through $25,000 with no business plan, no clients, and no results. Is that accurate? I was building the foundation. You were spending money you didn't have on image instead of substance. Then came the big question. Mr. Williams, you claim John sabotaged your ventures. How specifically? He refused to help me. Did you ask him for help? Hudson paused. I mentioned my ideas. Did you explicitly ask for help? Yes or no? Not in those words. So John sabotaged you by not volunteering help you never requested. Family should help without being asked. Did you help John with his business? Silence. Mr. Williams, what did you do to support John's business? I encouraged him. How specifically? I don't remember exact conversations. Because there weren't any. You never helped, never offered, never asked about his business. But you're suing him for not helping you. Hudson's face was crimson. He had advantages. Like what? He's smarter. He always got better grades. So, you're suing him for being intelligent. No, he had it easier. He worked 3 jobs through college. You partied. He built a business while eating ramen. You spent $120,000 failing. What part was easier? Hudson stood up. This is. Parker says gently, sit down. Hudson sat, breathing heavily. Blackwell closed the folder. One last question. In your lawsuit, you claim John's house should be transferred to you. Why do you believe you're entitled to a house you didn't earn, didn't pay for, and didn't build? Hudson glared at me with venom. Because it should have been mine. That's my life, he's living. Why should it have been yours? Because I'm the oldest. I'm supposed to be successful. Everything he has should be mine. Blackwell smiled. Thank you. That's all I needed. After Hudson stormed off, Blackwell turned to me and said, well, that was a gift. How so? He just admitted under oath that he believes he's entitled to your assets simply for being born first. No judge in the country will side with that. What happens now? Now we wait for trial. But honestly, I don't think it'll get that far. Why not? Because Parker is going to tell them they have no case. We have testimony proving it. And our countersuit is going to cost them more than their pride can afford. He was correct. 3 days later, Parker called Blackwell to negotiate the deal. Blackwell called. They want to drop everything, their suit, our countersuit. Walk away clean. No. I want them sanctioned. I want the judge to officially rule their lawsuit was frivolous. I want it on the record that they wasted the court's time and mine. That's aggressive. They sued me for succeeding. They tried to take my house because their golden child failed. I want consequences. Blackwell was silent for a moment. Next, all right, I'll tell Parker no deal. When's trial? 4 weeks. And John, they're going to panic when they realize you're serious. Good. Let them panic. That night, I sat in my house, which I had bought, refurbished, and earned for myself, and felt nothing. No guilt, doubt, or second thoughts. They had attempted to ruin me legally for the crime of success. They were about to discover what happens when you begin a battle with someone who has nothing to prove and nothing to lose. The trial was in 4 weeks, and I planned to make sure they remembered it for the rest of their lives. 4 weeks felt both too long and too short. My parents tried everything to get me to settle. Mom sent voicemails crying about how this was ripping her family apart. Dad sent emails about being reasonable and considering the family's reputation. Hudson sent texts from fresh numbers that I blocked, calling me every name in the book. I ignored it all. Blackwell kept me informed about their lawyers' increasingly desperate attempts to negotiate. Parker called a third time this week. They're willing to drop the lawsuit and pay your legal fees. No, John, that's $15,000 in fees. That's a win. I don't want their money, I want a judgment. You understand that means going to trial in front of a judge with your parents? Yes. And you're prepared for that? I've been preparing for this my whole life. Just didn't know it until now. Miller arrived 2 days before the trial began. You sure about this, man? This is your family. They stopped being my family when they sued me. What if you win and they lose everything? Their savings, their reputation. They should have thought about that before filing. No regrets. I thought about it. Really thought about it. The only thing I regret is not setting boundaries sooner. Letting them treat me like I was less important than Hudson for 21 years. Not your stanchion. This. I motioned to the legal documents on my table, is simply the end result of their decisions. Alright, I'll be there. Front row trial day. I wore a suit that I had purchased expressly for the occasion. Navy blue, well-fitted and professional. It appeared like they had their act together, as I did. The courthouse was located downtown. The old structure, the marble floors, and the distinct echo all contribute to a more serious atmosphere. Blackwell greeted me outside the courtroom. Ready? Yeah. Remember, stay calm. Let me do the talking. The judge is going to ask you some questions. Just answer honestly. Don't embellish. Don't get emotional. Got it. And John, we're going to win. We walked inside. My parents had already arrived with Parker. Mom looked like she had aged 5 years. Dad appeared annoyed. Hudson sat behind them, arms crossed and looking at me. The judge was a woman in her 60s. Judge Elizabeth Roberts. Blackwell had informed me that she had a reputation for not accepting rubbish. All rise. We stood. Judge Roberts entered, seated, and examined her notes. Please be seated. We're here today for Williams versus Williams, case number 2024, CV 8847. Mr. Parker, your clients filed the original complaint. Please summarize your case. Parker stood. He appeared uneasy. Your Honor, the plaintiffs allege that the defendant, John Williams, engaged in tortious interference and unjust enrichment by John's. Let me stop you there, Judge Roberts stated. I've reviewed the depositions. The plaintiffs gave their older son Hudson over $350,000. They gave John nothing, and they're suing John for succeeding. Is that accurate? Parker shifted. Your Honor, it's more nuanced. Is it? Because the depositions seem pretty clear. Plaintiff spent $350,000 on Hudson, zero on John. Hudson failed 3 businesses. John succeeded. Now, they want John to pay them $300,000. Where's the nuance? The plaintiffs believe that John's success came at Hudson's expense based on what evidence? Hudson's testimony. Hudson's testimony that he's entitled to his brother's assets because he's older. That testimony. Parker studied his papers, looked at my parents, and then back at the judge. Your Honor. Families have obligations. Families have obligations. Courts enforce contracts. Do you have a contract showing John owed his brother anything? No. But do you have evidence John sabotaged Hudson's businesses? Hudson claims. Claims aren't evidence, Mr. Parker. Do you have evidence? Silence. I didn't think so. Mr. Blackwell, I assume you have a motion. Blackwell stood. Yes, Your Honor. We moved to dismiss the plaintiff's complaint with prejudice and enter judgment on our counterclaim for abuse of process. Tell me about the counterclaim. Your Honor, this lawsuit was filed in bad faith. The plaintiffs have no evidence supporting their claims. The depositions prove they gave Hudson every advantage and John none. They're using the court system to punish John for succeeding where Hudson failed. That's textbook abuse of process. Judge Roberts looked at my parents. Mr. and Mrs. Williams, do you understand what's happening here? Mom stood. Your Honor, we just wanted. Sit down, please. I'm not asking what you wanted. I'm telling you what you did. You filed a frivolous lawsuit against your son because you're embarrassed that you spent $350,000 on Hudson and he failed. While John succeeded with no help from you. Dad started speaking. The judge raised her hand. I've read the depositions. I've reviewed the evidence. This case never should have been filed. Mr. Parker, you should have advised your clients of that. Parker seemed unhappy. Your Honor, I did advise. Not strongly enough, apparently. She turned to her computer and typed something. Motion to dismiss is granted. The plaintiff's complaint is dismissed with prejudice. Judgment for the defendant on the counterclaim. The plaintiffs are ordered to pay defendant's attorney fees in the amount of. She looked at Blackwell. What are we at? $20,000, Your Honor. $20,000. Additionally, I'm sanctioning the plaintiffs in the amount of $5,000 for filing a frivolous lawsuit. That's payable to the court, not the defendant. My mother gave a gasp. Dad placed his head in his hands. Furthermore, Judge Roberts went on, I'm ordering that this judgment be entered into the public record with a notation that this was a frivolous suit filed in bad faith. Any future litigation by the plaintiffs against the defendant on these same claims will result in additional sanctions. She glanced directly at my parents. Mr. and Mrs. Williams, I understand you're disappointed in how your sons' lives turned out differently than you expected, but your disappointment is not John's responsibility. You made choices about how to allocate your resources. Hudson made choices about how to use those resources. John made different choices. He succeeded. That is not a crime. That is not tortious interference. That's life. But Your Honor, Mom tried. I'm not finished. You came into this court asking for $250,000 in a house your son earned himself. Instead, you're leaving with a $23,000 judgment against you and a public record showing you sued your son for succeeding. I hope it was worthwhile. She slammed her gavel. We're adjourned. The courtroom fell silent for a time. Then Asher burst. He sabotaged me. Everyone knows it. Mr. Williams, the judge replied coldly. I suggest you leave before I hold you in contempt. Asher stormed out. My folks sat there, stunned. I stood up, fixed my suit jacket, and walked out without looking back. Outside the courtroom, Blackwell shook my hand. Congratulations. That was about as decisive as it gets. What happens now? Now they have 30 days to pay the judgment. If they don't, we can start collection proceedings. Liens. Wage garnishment. The works. Will they pay? Probably. The alternative is worse. But John, understand this is going to destroy your relationship with them. It already was destroyed. This just made it official. Miller waited in the corridor. Dude, I heard the judge through the door. She destroyed them. Yeah, she did. How do you feel? I thought about it. Free. That evening, the fallout started. Hudson said on her Facebook page, the justice system is a joke. My brother spent thousands on lawyers to destroy our family. A corrupt judge sided with him because he has money. This is what America has become. Family means nothing. Money is everything. The comments were savage. Didn't you sue him first? Corrupt judge? She just didn't rule in your favor. Maybe get a job instead of blaming your brother. Hudson took down the post an hour later. Mom wrote, we lost in court today. Not because we were wrong, but because the system benefits the wealthy. We tried to teach our son family values. Instead, he showed us that success corrupts. I pray for his soul. Aunt Chloe spoke up. Margaret, you sued him. You lost. Maybe it's time for some self-reflection instead of playing victim. Uncle Luke had a comment. You spent $350,000 on Hudson and $0 on John, then sued John for succeeding. What did you expect? Mom removed the entire post. 3 days later, Aunt Chloe called me. John, your parents are in trouble. What kind of trouble? Financial. They refinanced the house twice to fund Hudson's businesses. Between that and the judgment, they're looking at bankruptcy. That's not my problem. I know. I'm just telling you in case they try to guilt you. They've tried everything else. How are you doing? Really? Honestly, better than I've been in years. Good. You did the right thing. They needed consequences. Thanks, Chloe. A week after the ruling, I was in my workshop. Someone knocked on my garage door after I had transformed a portion of it. I opened the door. Hudson stood there. We need to talk. No, we don't. Please, just 5 minutes. Against my better judgment, I allowed him in. He looked awful. He was unshaven, wearing wrinkled clothes, and had black circles under his eyes. What do you want, Hudson? I need money. I nearly laughed. You're kidding. I'm serious. Mom and Dad are broke. They're going to lose the house. I'm living in my car. I need help. You need help? After you sued me, after you claimed my house should be yours, after you called me every name in the book, I was angry. You were entitled. You still are. You think because you're older, because you were Mom and Dad's favorite, that you deserve what I built. You don't. I made mistakes. You made choices, bad choices repeatedly, and now you're facing consequences. Welcome to adulthood. So, you're just going to let us lose everything? You lost everything on your own, Hudson. 3 businesses, $120,000, your parents' retirement. That's all you. I didn't sabotage anything. You did that yourself. Please, I'm your brother. No, you're someone I'm biologically related to who spent my entire life treating me like I was less important. And now that I've succeeded despite you, despite them, you want me to bail you out? The answer is no. Hudson, get out of my house. You're really going to do this? Turn your back on family? You turned your back on me the moment you sued me. Now, I'm just making it official. Get out. He departed. I closed the door and stood there for a minute. I felt nothing. There is no remorse, regret, or second thoughts, only peace. 2 months later, my parents declared bankruptcy. We lost our house and had to relocate into a modest apartment. Hudson moved in with them. They were all three crammed into a 2-bedroom unit. The family group chat, which I had quit years ago, appears to have burst with drama. Chloe kept me informed, even though I never asked. Some relatives blamed me, called me callous, and claimed the family should stick together. Others understood and remarked that my parents had made their bed. I didn't care either way. I was building my life. My business generated $250,000 in revenue. I hired my first employee, began planning expansion, purchased new workshop equipment, completed the guest bathroom renovation, and began dating Avery, whom I met at a business networking event. She was brilliant, humorous, and running her own marketing firm. I told her about my family on our third date. They sued you? She asked. Astonished. Yeah, because you were successful. Because I was successful and their favorite son wasn't. That's insane. Yeah. It was. Do you talk to them now? No. And I don't plan to. Good. That takes strength or stubbornness. Sometimes they're the same thing. 6 months after the trial, I received a letter from my father. I almost threw it away, but instead I opened it. John, I don't expect you to respond to this. I don't even know if you'll read it, but I needed to write it anyway. Your mother and I were wrong about everything. About how we treated you and Hudson differently. About the lawsuit. About thinking we could force you to fix our mistakes. We spent 21 years telling you that you didn't need help because you were self-sufficient, but what we really meant was that we were too tired to help both of you, and Hudson demanded more. That was our failure, not yours. You built something incredible on your own, and instead of being proud, we resented you for it. We saw your success as a judgment on our failures with Hudson. I'm sorry. Your mother's sorry. It's too late. I know. But I wanted you to know that we finally understand what we did. I don't expect forgiveness. I don't expect anything. I just wanted you to know that you were right about everything. Dad, I read it twice, put it in a drawer, and did not answer. Perhaps someday I will. Maybe someday, I'll be ready to have that conversation. But not today. Today, I had a business to manage, a life to construct, and a future of my own. And it was enough. 2 years later, Hudson went into a coffee shop while I was examining quarterly reports. I spotted him before he noticed me. He looked different, leaner, and jaded, dressed in a retail store uniform with a name tag and short, utilitarian hair. He no longer has the styled look he spent an hour on. He ordered a coffee, turned around, and froze when he noticed me. For a moment, neither of us moved. He walked over gently. John, Asher, could I sit for a minute? I said, gesturing toward the chair. He sat cautiously, as if he expected me to change my mind. I'm not here for money. He stated instantly. I saw you and thought maybe I should finally say what I should have said 2 years ago. I waited. I'm sorry for everything. The lawsuit, the entitlement, all of it. I destroyed my own life, John. You didn't do it. I did. He looked like a wreck, unlike Hudson, who had screamed that my house should be his. I've been in therapy for 18 months, he explained. Real therapy, the kind where you face what you did wrong instead of blaming everyone else. And what did you do wrong? Everything. I spent 25 years thinking the world owed me success because I was the oldest, because Mom and Dad believed in me. But I never put in the work. I just wanted results without effort. He stared at his coffee. The lawsuit was the lowest point. I actually convinced myself you'd stolen my life. That's how delusional I was. But hitting bottom, losing everything, living in my car, working retail at 27, reality couldn't be ignored anymore. Where are you now? Manager at the store. Paying Mom and Dad back $50 a month. Taking night classes in actual business fundamentals. It'll take years, but I'm doing it right this time. I studied him. This was not manipulation. This was someone who had been broken and was attempting to rebuild. I appreciate the apology, I replied, but I don't know if I can have you in my life again. Maybe someday. Not now. I understand. That's more than fair. He stood and extended his hand. I shook it. Take care of yourself, John. You, too. After he went, I sat there for a while, absorbing. My phone vibrated. A text from Avery, my girlfriend of a year and a half. Still on for dinner tonight? Yeah. 7 p.m. Love you. Love you, too. That evening, over dinner, I informed Avery about our experience. How do you feel? She inquired. Honestly, I don't know. He seemed genuine. Do you think you'll ever reconcile? Maybe. When he's proven it's real, not just when he needs something. When enough time has passed that I'm sure that's healthy. There's a difference between holding a grudge and having boundaries. 6 months later, my company generated $500,000 in revenue. I hired 2 more people and moved into a professional office. Avery moved in with me. Our lives are gradually and organically converging. One Saturday, I received a call from Dad. We hadn't had much touch. He would send out occasional updates. I read them but rarely responded. Hudson got promoted to manager. He said he's really doing well. Paid me back another $1,000 this month. That's good. There is a pause. John, I don't expect anything from you. But I wanted you to know your mother and I are proud of you. We should have said that 20 years ago. My throat clenched. Thanks, Dad. I know it's too late, but I wanted you to hear it anyway. A year after bumping into Hudson, I received a letter from Dad containing a cashier's check for $20,000. The actual amount of the judgment. Hudson asked me to email this. Took him 2 years, but he paid back the full judgment. He wanted you to know he's serious about making things right. No expectations, just accountability. Dad. I looked at the check for a long time. Then I called Hudson. It's John. Got the check. I wanted to make things right, he admitted calmly. 2 years of saving, but I did it. You didn't have to. The judgment was against Mom and Dad. I know, but it was my lawsuit, my entitlement that started it. I needed to take responsibility. Cash the check. He stated. Please. I need to know I did at least this one thing right. Okay, I donated it. All $20,000 to a scholarship fund for low-income kids pursuing business degrees. Kids who'd worked 3 jobs through college. Kids like I'd been. I texted Hudson, check cashed, money donated to a scholarship fund. You're square. His response was, that's perfect. Thank you. Avery discovered me in my workshop that evening. You donated it? Yeah, because I never needed their money. That was the whole point. She kissed me and said, I love you. I know. Are you going to talk to them? Your family. Eventually, when I'm ready, when it doesn't feel like giving up boundaries, just choosing to extend grace. 1 year later, I proposed to Avery. A small proposal for just the 2 of us at the property I had restored myself. She said yes. We planned a simple wedding. Only her family, our friends, Aunt Chloe, and Uncle Luke remained on my side. 1 month before the wedding, Dad called. I heard about the wedding. Congratulations. I know we're not invited. I understand why, but I wanted you to know we're happy for you. Thanks, Dad. 6 months after the wedding, Avery and I discovered she was pregnant. I waited a week to call Dad. Avery and I are having a baby. Silence. Then his voice grew heavy with emotion. That's wonderful. Congratulations. When the baby comes, maybe you can visit. Meet your grandchild. His voice cracked. I'd like that very much. We'll figure it out. Our daughter Sarah was born 9 months later. My parents entered the hospital quietly and respectfully. Hudson arrived separately with a children's book. Congratulations, man. She's beautiful. Thanks. It wasn't a reconciliation. Not yet. But there was development. Small, earned steps. A year after Sarah's birth, we had our first family meal. My house, my terms, with Avery, Sarah, and me in the middle. Mom, Dad, and Hudson stood at the margins, respectful and pleased to be included. It was not ideal. Awkward silences and uncomfortable times. But that was a start. Following their departure, Avery and I cleaned up. How do you feel? She inquired. Okay, it was okay. Think you'll do it again. Maybe in small doses. Later that night, I stood in Sarah's nursery and watched her sleep. My daughter grew up in a home where she was noticed, valued, and celebrated for who she was, rather than as a golden kid sibling. I reflected on the litigation, the trial, and the years of hurt. And then I realized something. The finest retribution was not to ruin them. It was creating a life so fulfilling that their affirmation was no longer necessary. And then, when I was ready and they had earned it, I let them back in, not because I needed them, but because I wanted to. That was power. That was peace. That was a huge success. My wife vanished without a trace. 12 days later, the NSA knocked on my door and revealed our entire 10-year marriage was a lie. My wife disappeared on a Thursday. For 12 agonizing days, I was the prime suspect in her presumed murder. My face plastered across every news channel, my life completely destroyed. Then, a black government sedan pulled into my driveway, and a woman with a classified badge told me the wife I had loved for a decade didn't actually exist. She was an undercover operative assigned to monitor me, and her cover had just been blown. It was exactly 6:47 p.m. when the first cold spike of panic hit my chest. I remember the precise minute because I was standing in the center of our kitchen, the ambient light from the overhead pendants casting long shadows across the marble countertops, staring obsessively at the digital clock on our microwave. Clara was never late. In 10 years of marriage, she had never once been more than 15 minutes late without sending a quick text or making a brief phone call. She was a creature of absolute, unshakable habit. By 7:30 p.m., the unease had blossomed into full-blown dread. I had called her cell phone 8 times. Each time, it rang 4 times before dropping into her familiar, cheerful voicemail greeting. By 8 p.m., I had called her office building, her closest friends, her Pilates studio, and even the local hospitals. By 9 p.m., I was gripping the steering wheel of my car so hard my knuckles were white, driving recklessly through the rain-slicked streets of our suburban Ohio neighborhood. I was scanning the dark roads for her silver SUV, my heart hammering against my ribs, looking for tire marks, an accident, a breakdown, any logical sign of where she might have gone. By midnight, I wasn't in my car anymore. I was sitting in a freezing fluorescent-lit room at the local police precinct, filling out a missing persons report while a homicide detective watched me from across the metal table. His eyes were heavy, cynical, and already deeply suspicious. "Mr. Brooks," Detective Harrison began, his voice a low, gravelly drone that seemed to vibrate against the sterile walls. "When did you last see your wife?" "This morning. Around 7:30 a.m., before she left for her office," I replied, my voice trembling despite my desperate attempts to keep it steady. "And what was her demeanor? Did she seem agitated? Distracted? Did she pack a bag?" Harrison leaned forward, clicking his pen. "No. She was perfectly normal. She poured her coffee, kissed me goodbye, told me to make sure our daughter finished her math homework, and said she loved me. She said she'd be home by 6 p.m. to help with dinner. Did you two have any recent arguments? Financial stress? Marital problems? Infidelity?" Harrison's gaze didn't waver. He was a man who had clearly seen 100 missing wife cases, and in 99 of them, the husband was the one wearing handcuffs by the end of the week. "No," I insisted, a desperate edge creeping into my tone. "We were happy. We are happy. We just celebrated our 10th anniversary last month." He didn't respond to that. He just scribbled something in his worn leather notebook. I didn't fully comprehend it in that exact moment, but as the scratch of his pen echoed in the quiet room, I had officially transitioned from a worried husband to the prime suspect. The first 3 days were a suffocating blur of aggressive interviews, forensic searches, and terrifying, unanswered questions. The police descended on our home like a swarm of locusts. They brought dogs. They brought luminol. They tore through Clara's home office, seized her laptop, cloned her phone records, and subpoenaed our joint bank accounts. They interviewed our neighbors, interrogating them about raised voices or strange noises. They cornered her coworkers at the marketing firm, her friends from the neighborhood book club, the barista at the coffee shop she visited every Tuesday. They found absolutely nothing. There were no signs of a struggle in the house, no blood, no evidence of foul play, no secret bank accounts slowly being drained to fund an escape, no hidden burner phones. Her silver SUV was eventually located on day 3, abandoned in the sprawling parking lot of a dying shopping mall 4 miles from her office. The car was locked. Her expensive leather purse, containing her driver's license, credit cards, and cash, was still sitting on the passenger seat. The keys were gone. She had simply evaporated into thin air. "Mr. Brooks," Detective Harrison said during my 4th interrogation, his tone shifting from investigative to accusatory, "can you definitively account for your whereabouts between 4:30 p.m. and 6:30 p.m. on Thursday?" "I was at home. I was in my home office," I said, my voice hoarse from exhaustion and crying. "I'm a freelance structural architect. I work from home 3 days a week. I was drafting blueprints for a new commercial contract." "Can anyone verify that? An adult?" "My daughter Maya. She's 7. She was sitting in the living room watching cartoons while I worked." Harrison's silence was deafening. The implication hung in the air like toxic gas. A 7-year-old child's testimony was useless. It wouldn't hold up in court, and it certainly wouldn't deter a detective convinced he was sitting across from a murderer. "I didn't do anything to my wife," I said, slamming my hand onto the metal table, the sudden noise making the officer by the door flinch. "I love her. I would never lay a finger on her. You are wasting time looking at me while whoever took her is getting further away." Harrison just nodded slowly, his expression entirely devoid of empathy. "Of course, Mr. Brooks. We're just trying to establish the timeline." But the cold calculation in his eyes told a different story. He had made his decision. I was the guy. By day 5, the media circus had erected its tents on my front lawn. I still don't know who leaked the information, maybe a dispatcher at the station looking for a payout, or a nosy neighbor craving 15 minutes of twisted fame, but suddenly, my quiet suburban street was choked with satellite vans. Every time I tried to open my front door to get the mail, a barrage of camera flashes blinded me, and a chorus of vultures screamed questions over the hedges. Julian, do you have any comment on the police searching your backyard? Mr. Brooks, is it true you recently increased Clara's life insurance policy? I hadn't. Julian, did you kill your wife? I stopped going outside. I closed all the blinds. I locked the doors. Maya stopped going to school. The other parents in the district were terrified to let their children anywhere near her. They were afraid of the association, afraid of the flashing cameras, afraid that the darkness that had swallowed my wife might somehow be contagious. My brilliant, sweet 7-year-old daughter was being treated like the spawn of a serial killer. Daddy, where's Mommy? Maya asked on the evening of the 6th day. I was sitting on the floor of her bedroom, holding her in my lap, trying desperately to swallow the lump of pure agony lodged in my throat. I don't know, baby bug, I whispered, kissing the top of her head, but the police are looking everywhere. They have dogs and helicopters. They're going to find her. Why are those angry people outside our house? She asked, her small fingers gripping my shirt. Why do they have big cameras? Because they want to know where Mommy is too, I lied, unable to explain the grotesque reality of true crime media consumption. Why don't they just knock and ask us? I just pulled her tighter against my chest and wept silently into her hair. I had no answer. By day 7, the social isolation became absolute. The people I thought were my closest friends simply vanished. They didn't disappear physically like Clara had, but emotionally, they evaporated. The local news was running sensationalized segments every single night. My face was plastered next to the word, suspect, in bold red letters. Armchair detectives on Reddit and TikTok were tearing my life apart, analyzing the micro-expressions in my wedding photos, claiming I had dead eyes and a controlling posture. Dave, my best friend since our freshman year at college, texted me on day 6. Hey man, I'm really sorry but I need to take a step back. This is getting crazy and my boss is asking questions about our association. Hope you understand. Sarah, Clara's absolute best friend, the woman who was her maid of honor, completely blocked my number after her 3rd interview with the police. My next-door neighbor, a man I had shared beers and barbecues with for 6 years, started parking his truck inside his garage just so he wouldn't have to accidentally make eye contact with me in the driveway. One by one, my entire support system collapsed. Only 2 people refused to abandon ship. My younger brother, Leo, drove 12 hours straight from Chicago the moment the news broke. He slept on my living room sofa, his massive frame cramped, just to act as a physical barrier between me and the front door. He fielded the harassing phone calls, cooked all of Maya's meals, and never once, not for a single microsecond, asked me if I was guilty. He just stood by me. My mother, Martha, flew in on day 4. She was 71 years old, possessed a frail heart that had nearly given out 3 years prior, and her doctor had explicitly forbidden the stress of travel. She came anyway. I know you, Julian, she said the moment she walked through the door, dropping her bags and taking my exhausted, tear-stained face in her trembling hands. I know the boy I raised. I know the man you became. You could never hurt a fly, let alone the mother of your child. The police don't care about who I am, Mom, I choked out, collapsing into her arms. They just need someone to blame. Let them look, she said fiercely. The truth always comes to the light. She immediately took over Maya's care, moving into the guest room and shielding my daughter from the nightmare unfolding in the living room, giving me the space I needed to deal with the relentless lawyers, the aggressive detectives, and the suffocating weight of my own impending arrest. By day 11, I was a hollow shell of a human being. There were absolutely no leads, no credible sightings, no ransom demands, no trace evidence. The police had dredged the local reservoirs. They had organized massive search parties through the surrounding state parks. They had issued nationwide alerts, but Clara had vanished as completely and perfectly as if she had been erased from reality itself. That afternoon, Detective Harrison summoned me back to the precinct for my 7th formal interview. I arrived with my lawyer, exhausted and prepared for another grueling session of circular questions. But when I walked into the interrogation room, the atmosphere was entirely different. Harrison wasn't sitting at the table. He was standing in the corner, looking deeply uncomfortable. Sitting in Harrison's usual chair was a man I had never seen before. He wore a sharp, immaculate charcoal suit. His posture was unnervingly rigid, and his eyes were flat, cold, and entirely unreadable. Mr. Brooks. Have a seat, the man said. His voice was smooth, lacking any regional accent. Who are you? My lawyer demanded, stepping forward. Are you with the State Bureau? The man ignored my lawyer completely. He kept his eyes locked on mine. I'm Special Agent Miller, FBI. We've been assisting local law enforcement with the background investigation into your wife. And we've encountered some severe anomalies. I frowned, the exhaustion momentarily giving way to confusion. Anomalies? What does that mean? Agent Miller opened a manila folder on the table. Her collegiate background, for instance. She told you she attended Northwestern University, correct? Graduated with a degree in communications and marketing? Yes, I said slowly. Her diploma is literally framed and hanging in our hallway. I've seen her graduation photos. Northwestern University has absolutely zero record of a student named Clara Hayes ever attending their institution. Not during the years she claimed, not ever. The room spun. That's impossible. That's a mistake. You checked the wrong name. Miller didn't blink. We didn't stop there, Mr. Brooks. We ran her social security number. The number she used to file taxes with you for the last 10 years belonged to a woman who died in a hospice facility in Oregon in 1994. The birth certificate she provided when you applied for your marriage license is a highly sophisticated forgery. The marketing firm she ostensibly works for? It's a shell corporation. They process paychecks, but they have no actual clients. Mr. Brooks, when you met your wife, how much did you actually verify about her past? I stared at him, my brain refusing to process the words coming out of his mouth. Verify? Why would I run a background check on my girlfriend? She told me she grew up in Pennsylvania. She said her parents died in a car crash when she was 9. She said she was raised by a distant aunt who passed away right after she finished college. I loved her. I trusted her. Agent Miller leaned forward, clasping his hands together. We are no longer looking at this as a standard domestic homicide, Mr. Brooks. We need you to seriously consider the fact that the woman you married was operating under a completely fabricated identity. And if that is the truth, her disappearance is likely not the result of foul play by a spouse, but rather an orchestrated extraction. I left the police station that night feeling like I was walking on the surface of the moon. Gravity didn't work anymore. Up was down, black was white. If Clara wasn't Clara, who the hell had I been sleeping next to for a decade? Who was the woman who had held my hand during the birth of our daughter? Who was the woman who cried during sad movies and burned the toast every Sunday morning? Day 12. The media vans were still outside, but I had stopped looking at them. I was sitting in my dark living room, staring blankly at the dead television screen, nursing a glass of bourbon I didn't actually want to drink. Maya was down the street at my mother's temporary rental house, safe from the chaos. Leo was in the kitchen, aggressively scrubbing dishes just to have something to do with his hands. Around 2 p.m., I heard the distinct crunch of tires on gravel. It wasn't the heavy, clumsy sound of a news van. It was the smooth, deliberate purr of a high-end engine. I peeked through the slats of the wooden blinds. An unmarked, midnight black sedan was parked directly behind my driveway, completely blocking in my car. As I watched, the driver's side door opened, and a woman stepped out. She looked to be in her late 40s, dressed in a sharply tailored navy blue pantsuit. Her hair was a severe, iron gray bob, and she carried a slim leather briefcase. She didn't look at the screaming reporters. She didn't flinch at the camera flashes. She walked right through them like they were incorporeal ghosts, radiating an aura of absolute, terrifying authority. She walked up my porch steps and knocked exactly 3 times. Firm, decisive, rhythmic. I opened the door, Leo standing right behind my shoulder, gripping a heavy metal flashlight just in case. Julian Brooks? The woman asked. Her voice was quiet, but it commanded the space entirely. Yes, who are you? If you're press, I'm calling the cops. She reached into the inner pocket of her blazer and produced a heavy silver badge. It wasn't police. It wasn't FBI. It was embossed with an eagle, a shield, and a seal I recognized from spy thrillers but never thought I'd see in real life. My name is Evelyn Cross, she said smoothly. I am a senior director with the National Security Agency, Special Operations Division. May I come inside, Mr. Brooks? What we need to discuss is classified at the highest levels of the federal government, and I would prefer not to broadcast it to the local news affiliates on your lawn. My jaw practically hit the floor. The NSA? What? And what does the NSA want with me? Let her in, Julian, Leo muttered, stepping back. I stepped aside. Agent Cross walked into my home, her sharp eyes instantly sweeping the room, cataloging the layout, the exits, the family photos on the mantel, the abandoned toys in the corner. She moved with the predatory grace of a wolf inspecting a new den. Where is your daughter? She asked immediately. She's with my mother, down the street. I didn't want her in this environment. Good. That simplifies things, Cross said, setting her briefcase on the coffee table. She turned to face me, her expression hardening into a mask of pure professionalism. Mr. Brooks, I need you to sit down. Both of you. What I am about to disclose to you is classified as top secret, sensitive compartmented information. Under the provisions of the Espionage Act of 1917, you are legally forbidden from sharing this information with anyone. Not the police, not the FBI, not your lawyers, and certainly not the press. If you violate this directive, you will be arrested, charged with treason, and incarcerated in a federal black site before the sun sets. Do you understand these terms? I sank onto the sofa, my legs suddenly refusing to support my weight. Leo sat next to me, his face pale. I don't understand anything, I stammered. Just tell me where my wife is. Did you find her body? Agent Cross didn't blink. Your wife is alive, Mr. Brooks. The words hit me with the kinetic force of a freight train. All the air rushed out of my lungs. For 12 days, I had been mentally preparing to plan a funeral. I had been living in a waking nightmare of grief and terror. And now, this stranger in a suit was telling me she was breathing. Where is she? I shouted, leaping back to my feet, the bourbon glass shattering on the hardwood floor. Is she safe? Who took her? Can I see her? Sit down, Julian, Cross commanded, her voice cracking like a whip. I sat. I cannot tell you her current location, but I can confirm she is secure, unharmed, and under heavy federal protection. However, you need to listen to me very carefully. The person you married. That person does not exist. The FBI already told me her identity was fake, I snapped, rubbing my temples. I don't care about her real name, I just want my wife back. You don't understand the scope of the fabrication, Cross said softly, sitting in the armchair opposite me. The woman you knew as Clara Hayes was born Elena Rostova. She was born in Philadelphia. Her parents were Russian immigrants, who died in a structural collapse when she was 9. That trauma was real. But she was not raised by an aunt. She was flagged by a highly classified government initiative that identifies exceptionally gifted orphans and funnels them into specialized training pipelines. She was recruited by the NSA's Deep Cover Intelligence Division when she was 21. The silence in the room was absolute. I could hear the blood rushing in my own ears. You're telling me my wife is a spy? I am telling you she is one of the most lethal, highly trained, and effective deep cover operatives this agency has ever produced, Cross corrected. She spent the first 5 years of her career infiltrating foreign terror cells. 10 years ago, she was reassigned to a domestic counterintelligence operation. She was given the identity of Clara Hayes, a fabricated background, and a mission to embed herself into a specific target's life to monitor them for potential foreign compromise. I stared at her, my mind desperately trying to assemble a puzzle where none of the pieces fit. Monitor who? Who was she supposed to be spying on in a suburb in Ohio? Agent Cross looked at me with a trace of genuine pity. You, Mr. Brooks? I physically recoiled. Me? I'm an architect. I design commercial buildings. I don't know any terrorists. Your firm, Brooks & Associates, holds highly lucrative, classified contracts with the Department of Defense, Cross explained calmly. You design the structural blueprints for off-grid naval data centers, aerospace testing facilities, and secure server farms. You possess the exact schematics to some of the most sensitive infrastructure in the United States. 7 years ago, we intercepted chatter that a foreign intelligence syndicate, specifically Russian GRU, was planning to target you. They wanted your blueprints. So, we placed an operative in your path to act as a human firewall, to monitor your communications, ensure you weren't recruited, and neutralize any threats that got too close. You sent a spy to date me? I whispered, feeling violently nauseous. We sent an operative to monitor you. The relationship. The marriage. That was not part of the operational parameters, Cross admitted, her stoic facade cracking just a fraction. Elena went rogue. She initiated a romantic relationship to deepen her cover, but she became emotionally compromised. For the last 8 years, she has submitted dozens of formal requests to be extracted from the assignment, citing severe emotional attachment to the target. We denied every single request. Why? Leo asked, his voice shaking with anger. If she wanted out, why did you force her to stay? Because her cover was flawless, Cross stated clinically. She had absolute access to his life, his home, his servers. And once she became pregnant with Maya, her integration was absolute. A child is the ultimate cover story. No foreign agent would ever suspect a suburban mother of being an NSA watchdog. Maya was an unexpected variable, but operationally, she was an asset. My daughter is not an asset, I screamed, lunging forward. Leo grabbed my shoulders, holding me back. My entire life is a lie. Every kiss, every anniversary, every goddamn memory. It was all a job to her. No, Cross said sharply. That is the one thing you must understand. The mission was a job. The love was real. Elena loved you, and she loved Maya. That is exactly why she had to disappear. I stopped struggling, the fight draining out of me. What do you mean? 12 days ago, An operation in Eastern Europe went catastrophically wrong. A former GRU operative named Yuri Sokolov obtained a decrypted ledger of NSA deep cover assets. Elena's true identity, and her current alias as Clara Hayes, was exposed. Sokolov's syndicate immediately dispatched a wet work team to Ohio. If Elena had stayed, they would have breached this house. They would have tortured you for the DoD blueprints, and they would have killed your daughter to force her compliance. Cross paused, letting the horrific reality sink into my bones. She didn't run away from you, Julian. She ran to draw the fire away from your family. The moment she knew her cover was blown, she initiated an emergency extraction protocol. She abandoned her car at the mall, met an extraction team, and vanished into the wind. By making it look like a domestic disappearance, she bought us the time we needed to intercept the hit squad. Sokolov's men were neutralized 3 days ago. The threat to you and Maya is over. I fell back against the couch cushions, burying my face in my hands. The relief was overwhelming, but it was instantly swallowed by a crushing wave of despair. If the threat is gone, then she can come home. Right? You can bring her back. Agent Cross slowly shook her head. I'm sorry. I truly am. But she can never come back. Her face, her fingerprints, her aliases, they are burned. She is now a known entity to multiple hostile foreign intelligence agencies. If she returns to you, she paints a permanent target on your back and your daughter's back. The only way you survive is if Clara Hayes remains a missing person forever. Elena will be given a new face, a new name, and a desk job in a secure facility. You will never see her again. You can't do that, I sobbed, the tears finally breaking through. You can't just erase my wife. Maya needs her mother. Maya needs to live, Cross countered firmly. And this is the price of her survival. Cross stood up, snapping her briefcase shut. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a thick, sealed, white envelope. There was no stamp. No return address. Just my name, Julian, written in Clara's elegant, looping cursive. She wrote this in the safe house before she underwent identity transition, Cross said, placing the envelope on the coffee table. It violates a dozen security protocols for me to give this to you, but I am giving it to you anyway. Consider it a professional courtesy. The FBI and local police will be notified within the hour that federal authorities have located your wife, and that she left you voluntarily of her own free will. The murder investigation will be closed. Your name will be cleared. But the world will believe your wife abandoned you. You must play the part of the heartbroken, abandoned husband, for Maya's sake. Agent Cross walked to the door. I am deeply sorry for the collateral damage to your life, Mr. Brooks. Goodbye. She walked out, the door clicking shut behind her. A minute later, the black sedan glided away, leaving me alone in the wreckage of my existence. My hands were shaking so violently I could barely tear the envelope open. Inside were 3 pages of dense handwriting. I recognized every curve of the ink. It was her. The real her. My dearest Julian. If you are reading this, it means Evelyn actually kept her promise, and it means I am already gone. I have started writing this letter 1,000 times in my head over the last 10 years, and every single time, I cowered out. How do I explain to the only man I have ever truly loved that our entire life together was built on a foundation of government lies? Evelyn has probably told you the clinical version, the mission parameters, the threat assessments. The fact that my real name is Elena, and that I was sent to spy on you, to protect your architectural blueprints, that part is true. It is the ugly, unforgivable truth. But Julian, you have to believe me when I say that the mission died the moment I actually met you. Do you remember our first date, at that terrible little diner downtown? I was supposed to be mapping your psychological profile, looking for vulnerabilities. Instead, you spent 2 hours passionately explaining how the Romans used volcanic ash to make concrete that could survive underwater for 2 millennia. Your eyes lit up. You were so kind, so genuinely brilliant, and so completely devoid of the darkness I had spent my entire life swimming in. I fell in love with you that night. I broke every rule in the NSA handbook. I was supposed to install a keylogger on your home computer. Instead, I stayed up late watching you sleep, terrified of how much I wanted to be a normal person with you. When we got married, it wasn't a cover. The vows I said to you were the most honest words I have ever spoken in my miserable life. And then came Maya. When they handed her to me in the hospital, when I saw her wrap her tiny fingers around your thumb, I knew I was trapped. I begged my handlers to let me walk away from the agency. I begged them to let me just be Clara. They refused. They said my access to you was too valuable, so I lived a double life. I baked cupcakes for the PTA, and at night, while you slept, I transmitted security reports on your firm's firewalls to a satellite server. The guilt ate me alive every single day. I hated myself for deceiving you, but I loved you both too much to leave. Now, the choice has been made for me. My past caught up with me, and if I had stayed in that house for even 1 more hour, the men hunting me would have slaughtered you and Maya to get to me. Running away was the only way to save your lives. I am breaking my own heart to ensure yours keeps beating. I know you must hate me. You have every right to loathe the very memory of me. I stole 10 years of your life, under false pretenses. But please, Julian, I am begging you, do not let Maya think she was unloved. Tell her I was sick. Tell her I was broken. Tell her whatever you have to tell her to protect her heart. But never let her doubt that her mother adored her with the fire of 1,000 suns. There is a loose floorboard in the attic, beneath the old winter coats. Pry it up. Inside is a small metal lockbox. The code is Maya's exact time of birth, 0412. Inside that box are the only real pieces of my soul I have left. Photographs of my real parents. A necklace my mother gave me before she died. A copy of Little Women I read when I was in the orphanage. Give them to Maya when she is old enough to understand that the world is complicated. I am going into the dark now, Julian. I will have a new face, a new voice, a new life. But in my mind, I will always be sitting on our back porch, drinking coffee, watching you push Maya on the swing set. You were my heaven. I am so sorry I dragged you into my hell. Forever yours. Elena, your Clara. I sat on the couch and wept until I threw up. I wept for the wife I had lost, for the spy I never knew, and for the agonizing realization that the deepest, truest love of my life was a fabricated ghost. I went to the attic. I found the loose floorboard. I punched in 0412. The heavy metal lockbox popped open. Inside, just as she promised, was the tragic detritus of Elena Rostova. A faded, crinkled Polaroid of a little girl with Clara's exact eyes, standing in front of a row house in Philadelphia with two serious-looking Russian immigrants. A silver crucifix necklace tarnished with age. A battered, dog-eared copy of Little Women with the name Elena, scrawled in childish crayon inside the front cover. I held the book to my chest and screamed into the empty house. The aftermath was a surreal, sickening whiplash. True to Agent Cross's word, within 3 hours of her departure, the local police chief held a press conference. He announced that federal authorities had located Clara Hayes, that she was alive and well, and that she had chosen to abandon her family voluntarily due to personal reasons. The missing person case was officially closed. I was publicly exonerated of all suspicion. The media circus packed up their tents and vanished overnight. I went from being a suspected murderer to a pathetic, abandoned cuckold in the eyes of the public. The exact same neighbors who had looked at me with terror, now looked at me with suffocating pity. Dave texted me again, "Man, I am so sorry. I can't believe she would just walk out on you and Maya like that. Let's get a beer soon." I deleted his number. Sarah showed up at my door crying, apologizing for doubting me, spewing venom about how Clara was a sociopath for abandoning her child. I had to stand there, biting my tongue until it bled, nodding along and agreeing that my wife was a monster, knowing the entire time that she was a goddamn hero who had sacrificed her entire existence to keep us from catching a Russian bullet. Explaining it to Maya was the hardest thing I have ever done in my 45 years on this earth. I sat her down on her bed, holding her small hands. "Maya, baby, the police found Mommy." Her eyes lit up with pure, unadulterated joy. "Where is she? Is she coming home?" The light in her eyes shattered me. "No, sweetie. She can't come home." "Why?" Maya's voice wobbled, the joy instantly dissolving into confusion and fear. "Did she get hurt?" I remembered Clara's letter. "Tell her whatever you have to tell her to protect her heart." Mommy was hiding a secret," I said, choosing my words with agonizing care. "There were some very bad people who wanted to hurt her. And if she stayed here with us, those bad people would have hurt you and me, too. So, to protect us, Mommy had to go far away and hide where they can never find her." Maya stared at me, her 7-year-old brain struggling to process the gravity of international espionage translated into fairy tale terms. "But, doesn't she miss us?" "She misses us more than anything in the whole universe," I promised, pulling her into a fierce hug, letting my tears soak into her shirt. "She left because she loves you, because keeping you safe was the most important thing in the world to her. Will I ever see her again?" Maya whispered into my shoulder. "I don't know, baby bug. I really don't know. 2 years have passed since that day. I am 45 now. Maya is 9. We still live in the same house in Ohio. I still run my architecture firm, though I abruptly declined to renew my contracts with the Department of Defense, pivoting entirely to civilian commercial projects. The NSA never contacted me again. The grief doesn't magically disappear. It just mutates. It becomes a chronic phantom limb. Some mornings I wake up and reach across the bed, expecting to feel Clara's warmth, only to grasp cold, empty sheets. I still catch myself buying her favorite brand of almond milk at the grocery store before remembering she isn't here to drink it. I gave Maya the silver crucifix necklace from the lockbox for her 9th birthday. She wears it every single day, a piece of a grandmother she never knew, from a mother who no longer exists. I thought I would never see her again. I thought the ghost of Elena Rostova was permanently buried under layers of federal classification. Until last month. It was a crisp, overcast Saturday afternoon. Maya had a regional soccer tournament in a neighboring county, about an hour away from our home. I was standing on the sidelines with the other parents, drinking terrible thermos coffee, cheering as Maya aggressively defended the midfield. I happened to glance away from the game, scanning the perimeter of the sprawling athletic complex. About 50 yards away, standing near the edge of the tree line, was a woman. She was wearing a nondescript black windbreaker, a faded baseball cap pulled low, and large dark sunglasses despite the dense cloud cover. She was standing perfectly still, her hands thrust deep into her pockets, completely ignoring the other games happening around her. Her entire focus was locked onto field 4, Maya's field. My breath caught in my throat. From 50 yards away, I couldn't see her facial features. Her hair was different, cut short and dyed a dark, raven black instead of Clara's flowing auburn waves. But the posture, the exact, rigid, hyper-aware way she held her shoulders. The slight tilt of her head. It was an instinct carved into my DNA. It was her. I dropped my thermos. The hot coffee splashed across my shoes, but I didn't feel it. I took 2 steps toward the tree line, my heart hammering against my ribs with the force of a jackhammer. The woman noticed my movement. She slowly turned her head and looked directly at me. Even behind the dark lenses of her sunglasses, I felt the electric jolt of eye contact. Time completely stopped. The screaming parents, the referee's whistle, the thud of the soccer ball, it all faded into absolute static. For exactly 3 seconds, the NSA operative, the ghost, my wife, held my gaze. Then, very slowly, she raised her right hand. She didn't wave. She just pressed 2 fingers to her lips, and then lowered her hand. A kiss. A silent, agonizing goodbye across an ocean of impossible circumstances. She turned on her heel, and walked into the dense tree line. "Hey, buddy, you dropped your coffee." Dave's replacement, a nice dad named Greg, patted my shoulder, snapping me out of the trance. I blinked, gasping for air like I'd been drowning. I looked back at the trees. She was completely gone. I didn't run after her. I didn't alert the authorities. I knew the rules of the game now. If I chased her, if I drew attention to her, I would put her in danger. Her presence there was a massive, catastrophic violation of her security protocols. She had risked her freedom, her new identity, and potentially her life, just to watch our daughter play a game of soccer from 50 yards away in the freezing cold. When the game ended, Maya ran off the field, her face flushed and smeared with mud, grinning ear to ear. "Did you see my tackle, Dad?" she yelled, throwing her arms around my waist. "I saw it, baby bug." "It was perfect," I choked out, holding her tighter than usual, my eyes still fixed on the empty tree line. "You were absolutely perfect." On the walk back to the car, we passed the exact spot near the trees where the woman had been standing. I paused, pretending to tie my shoe. Half buried in the damp grass was a small, silver foil wrapper. It was the wrapper for a very specific, obscure brand of European black licorice mints. Clara's favorite mints. The ones she used to special order online, because they didn't sell them in the States. I picked up the wrapper, slipped it into my pocket, and smiled for the first time in 2 years. My wife vanished on a Thursday. The woman I married was a fiction, a government-issued ghost designed to manipulate me. But as I watched my daughter laugh in the backseat of my car, I touched the foil wrapper in my pocket and knew the absolute truth. The spy was a lie. But the mother was real. And she is still watching over us. My brother wrote me out of the will. "You're an extra puzzle piece." At Dad's retirement party, my slideshow revealed he stole everything. My name is Julian, and I am 32 years old. Up until about 6 months ago, I hadn't seen or spoken to the vast majority of my family in over 5 years. Give or take a few ignored, obligatory holiday text messages and a handful of incredibly awkward Facebook photo tags that I immediately removed, they were ghosts to me. The very last authentic, face-to-face interaction I had with any of them was a grueling Thanksgiving dinner. I was 27 at the time. My older brother, Marcus, had paused his booming monologue about his latest stock market conquest just long enough to look at me, snap his fingers, and ask if I could hurry up and clear the dessert dishes because the actual grown-ups are trying to talk business. At 27, I had a bachelor's degree in computer science, I was holding down 2 grueling part-time jobs just to keep the lights on, and I was spending every other waking hour doing freelance coding gigs. And yet, in Marcus's eyes and, by extension, my parents' eyes, I was still the exact same messy, unfocused kid who simply never lived up to his supposed potential. I didn't argue with him that night. I didn't raise my voice or cause a scene. I just quietly picked up the porcelain plates, walked into the kitchen, dried my hands on a checkered dish towel, walked out the back door, and drove away without saying a single word of goodbye. There is something profoundly strange and suffocating about growing up in a family where the social hierarchy feels permanently locked in stone, where your assigned role was decided for you before you even knew how to speak. Marcus, who is 7 years older than me, was always the undisputed golden boy of the family. He was the varsity tennis captain in high school, valedictorian, and he landed a high-paying job straight out of college at a massive venture capital firm in Chicago. You absolutely know the type. He was the kind of guy who wore tailored Brooks Brothers blazers to casual Sunday family dinners, bragged endlessly about his real estate portfolio before the turkey was even carved, and constantly gave everyone unsolicited, condescending life advice while chewing his food loudly and swirling his $100 Cabernet like he was a master sommelier. And then there was me. I was the quiet one, the artsy one, the dreamer who couldn't seem to figure out the real world. My dad used to joke, loudly and often, that I would probably end up painting murals on alleyway dumpsters for a living. My mom never laughed at those jokes, but she never exactly defended me either. She would just offer this tight, pitying smile and change the subject. I will be completely honest, my 20s were incredibly rough. I didn't make it fresh out of college like Marcus did. I tried my hand at a million different things, desperately searching for something that clicked. I did freelance graphic design, I tried developing indie video games, I even started a tech blog that generated absolutely zero revenue but managed to attract a few angry internet trolls, which honestly felt like a twisted kind of accomplishment at the time. I was renting a miserable, tiny studio apartment on the bad side of town. The paint was peeling off the walls in thick strips, the heater sounded like a dying lawnmower, and the shared walls were so incredibly thin that I could literally hear my neighbor coughing in his sleep. I worked as a night shift janitor at a massive corporate co-working space, vacuuming the floors around the desks of people who were living the life I wanted. During the day, I survived on instant coffee and taught myself advanced cybersecurity architecture and threat detection coding. Nobody in my family ever asked how I was doing. They never called to check in. And when I reached out to them once, just one single time in my entire adult life, to ask for a small, $600 loan to help cover an emergency root canal because I was in agonizing pain, my mom responded by sending me a photo of Marcus standing next to his brand new luxury boat. Her text read, "Maybe seeing your brother's success can inspire you to finally get serious about your life. We don't want to enable bad habits." So yeah, I disappeared. I didn't announce my departure. I didn't write a dramatic burning bridges Facebook post. I just stopped reaching out. I stopped showing up to the obligatory dinners. I stopped trying to force a connection that clearly didn't exist. I took all of that rejection, all of that quiet, simmering humiliation, and I funneled it entirely into myself. I kept working. I kept learning. I started building something slowly, clumsily, but it was entirely mine. I founded a small, niche cybersecurity software company, right out of that freezing studio apartment. I made 1,000 mistakes. I hired the wrong freelance help, I wrote incredibly bad code that crashed my own servers, and I once spent 3 entire weeks debugging a program only to realize I had missed a single, stupid semicolon. But despite all the setbacks, the software started working. And then, it started growing. One small business client turned into 5. 5 turned into 20. I took every single cent of profit for the first 3 years and aggressively reinvested it back into the software. I barely left the apartment. I ate cheap frozen burritos for dinner every night, and wore the exact same 3 faded hoodies on a continuous rotation. I didn't feel successful, but for the first time in my life, I felt intensely focused. I felt awake. And then, one random Tuesday afternoon, a massive, London-based tech conglomerate reached out to me. They had seen my software in action at a client's firm, and they wanted to license the core architecture of my product for their global enterprise. The offer they put on the table was staggering. It was the kind of money that makes your vision blur for a second. I took the deal. Suddenly, practically overnight, I wasn't just surviving anymore. I was living. I moved out of that miserable studio and bought a beautiful, minimalist penthouse apartment overlooking the city. I bought a car that didn't make terrifying clicking noises every time I turned the steering wheel, a sleek, slate gray Porsche 911. I hired a real, brilliant team of developers, got a ruthless corporate accountant, and finally learned how to sleep for more than 4 hours a night. I didn't become a billionaire or anything absurd like that, but I was wealthy, secure, and finally comfortable. And the best part? I did every single bit of it without a single dime, a single favor, or a single word of encouragement from anyone in my family. That felt good. It felt really, really good. That brings us to about 6 months ago. I received a text message completely out of nowhere from my cousin Chloe. She told me she was getting married in a few weeks, and that she genuinely wanted me to be there. I stared at the glowing screen of my phone for a long time. Chloe was one of the very few people in my extended family who never looked at me like I was a contagious disease or a tragic failure. When we were kids, she used to sneak me extra slices of cake during family parties when I would hide in the garage just to avoid Marcus's relentless taunting. Because of that, I said yes. I figured enough time had passed. I was 32 now. I was a different person. Maybe things would be different. I thought I could just show up, look sharp, share a few awkward but polite hugs, eat some expensive wedding food, and slip out early completely unnoticed. The wedding was held at this massive, breathtaking historical estate just outside the city limits. There were vine-covered stone arches, perfectly aligned white chairs on impossibly manicured green grass, and a live string quartet warming up under a silk canopy. Everyone in attendance was dressed like they were walking the red carpet at the Oscars. I wore a simple, custom-tailored navy suit and brought my executive assistant, Maya, as my plus one. I didn't bring her because I needed romantic company. I brought her because she was practically a black belt in navigating awkward corporate social interactions, and I knew I would need a buffer. The ceremony itself was genuinely beautiful. Chloe looked radiant, and her new husband seemed like a genuinely kind, solid guy. I strategically seated myself near the very back row, close enough to see the vows but far enough away to blend into the background. I honestly thought I had made it through the hardest part completely undetected. But then, during the cocktail reception on the lawn, I heard a booming, painfully familiar voice call out from behind me. Well, well, well. If it isn't our little starving artist. I closed my eyes for a fraction of a second, took a breath, and turned around slowly. It was Marcus, of course. He looked exactly the same, just a little more tired around the eyes and a little softer around the jawline. He was still physically fit, still impeccably dressed, and still carrying that unbearable aura of smug superiority. He had a crystal glass of red wine in one hand, and a condescending smirk on his face. He gave me that classic older brother nod, a gesture that somehow managed to be both dismissive and aggressively fake-friendly at the same time. "Didn't think you'd actually show your face?" he said, looking me up and down. "Thought you were still off in, what was it, video game fantasy land? Or are you still scrubbing floors at that office building? Land." I forced a polite laugh, mostly just to buy myself a second to process the sheer audacity of the man. "Something like that, Marcus. Good to see you too." Maya narrowed her sharp eyes at him, sensing the immediate hostility, but I gave her a very subtle shake of the head. I didn't want to start anything. Not here. Not at Chloe's wedding. Not with the soft clinking of champagne glasses and smooth jazz playing in the background. But Marcus, true to form, was absolutely not done. He took a slow sip of his wine, leaned in just close enough, so that only Maya and I could hear him, and said, "So, what are you actually doing these days, Julian, really? Still chasing that little pipe dream of yours? Still sleeping on a futon and calling it a minimalist lifestyle?" I could feel the old, familiar anger rising hot and fast in my chest. It was that exact same tightness in my throat I used to get when I was a teenager. The impulsive, wounded part of me desperately wanted to shout at him, to aggressively defend myself, to list out every single massive corporate achievement, every sleepless night, every $1 million I had earned without a single drop of his help. But I didn't. I just looked at him, offered a calm, unbothered smile, and casually reached into my suit pocket. I pulled out my key fob and pressed the unlock button. About 50 yards away, parked perfectly on the crushed gravel of the estate's VIP circular driveway, my slate-gray Porsche 911 gave a sharp, aggressive double chirp, its LED headlights flashing brightly in the dusk. Marcus turned his head, genuinely confused by the sound, looked at the stunning luxury sports car, and then slowly turned his head back to me. "Nah," I said casually, my voice perfectly level. "I mostly just travel now. My company pays me pretty well even when I'm sleeping." I watched his face closely. The shift was microscopic, but it was absolutely there. It was a sudden flicker of genuine surprise, followed instantly by a shadow of deep, unsettling doubt. It was the look of a man who suddenly realized the rules of the game had completely changed while he wasn't looking, and he hadn't been keeping score. But that was only the first crack in the ice. Because the night was far from over, and Marcus absolutely could not stand the idea of not being the smartest, most successful person in the room, I was about to find out exactly how far he would go to try and shove me back into the tiny, pathetic box he had built for me in his mind. The rest of that wedding reception felt like a slow, agonizing descent back into a psychological war zone I thought I had permanently escaped. After the moment with the Porsche keys, Marcus didn't say anything else right away. He just offered this tight, plastic smile, like he was desperately trying to formulate a witty comeback but his brain was short-circuiting. He quickly clinked his glass against someone else's and slinked back into the dense crowd of relatives. But I knew my brother. I knew that wasn't the end of it. Marcus despised being surprised, and he absolutely loathed being outshined in public. I had just effortlessly embarrassed him without even raising my voice. Maya leaned in close to me and whispered, "Let me guess. That's the famous older brother?" Yeah, I muttered, taking a sip of my water. I can completely see it, she replied, her tone bone dry. He smells exactly like deep-seated insecurity and aggressively expensive cologne. I almost laughed out loud, but my stomach was tied in too many knots. The next few hours were a slow, awkward blur of forced mingling. Extended relatives I barely recognized would cautiously approach me, shake my hand, and say empty things like, "Wow, Julian, it's been forever," or, "You clean up nicely." A few of the bolder aunts and uncles asked the dreaded question. "So, what exactly is it that you do now?" I gave everyone the exact same vague, boring answers. "I work in tech, mostly software architecture, nothing too crazy." I kept it incredibly low-key. I didn't want to make a scene, and I didn't want to steal Chloe's thunder on her big day. I just wanted to survive the dinner, give Chloe my gift, and get the hell out of there. But Marcus had entirely different plans. By the time the massive, multi-course dinner was finally served, I realized I had been seated at table 12, which was, naturally, located in the dark corner right next to the kitchen swinging doors and the restrooms. Meanwhile, Marcus was holding court at the massive head family table, right in the center of the ballroom, surrounded by my parents, his wife, and all the important relatives. I honestly didn't mind the seating arrangement. I was profoundly grateful for the physical distance. Maya and I quietly ate our steak and made polite small talk with our tablemates, a very sweet, elderly couple from the groom's side who were hard of hearing. Everything was perfectly fine until it was time for the champagne toasts. Chloe's father went first, delivering a sweet, tear-jerking speech. Then the maid of honor spoke. And then, it was time for the family representative. Marcus. I felt Maya instantly go rigid beside me the second Marcus confidently strode up to the microphone, adjusting his expensive tie. "Oh God. Here we go," Maya muttered under her breath. Marcus tapped the crystal microphone with his ring, soaking up the attention, and flashed his signature, charismatic megawatt smile. "For those of you who somehow don't know me," Marcus began, his voice echoing through the massive ballroom, "I'm Marcus. I am the bride's absolute favorite cousin. Please don't tell the others." The room erupted into polite, easy laughter. "And of course I am the very proud big brother of one Julian, who so generously decided to grace us with his presence tonight after." "What has it been, Julian? 5 years of absolute radio silence?" More laughter rippled through the room, but this time, it was nervous. It was tight. I felt the physical weight of 100 pairs of eyes suddenly shift and lock onto me sitting in the dark corner. I didn't move a single muscle. I kept my face entirely blank, offering only a tight, unreadable smile. Maya reached under the heavy linen tablecloth and gripped my wrist hard in solidarity. Marcus paced slightly, leaning into the mic. "You know, growing up with Julian was always an adventure. I always felt like he had his head completely stuck in the clouds. I mean, while I was pulling all-nighters applying to Ivy League colleges and studying market trends, Julian was in the backyard painting. What was it? Frogs? No, it was lizards. He was definitely painting lizards on pieces of cardboard." He chuckled loudly into the microphone, clearly waiting for the room to join in. A few people offered awkward titters, but most of the room stayed silent. I didn't laugh. Maya glared daggers at him. The elderly couple sitting next to us looked utterly mortified. "I used to genuinely worry about him," Marcus continued, his tone shifting to one of mock pity. "But as I got older, I realized that some people are just built differently. Not everyone is meant for the real world. Not everyone has what it takes to grind. Some people just want to chase silly dreams, while the rest of us actually have to step up and pay the bills. But hey, society needs its dreamers too, right? So, here's a toast to Chloe, and a toast to all the dreamers out there." He raised his glass. The toast ended. The room erupted into applause, though a significant portion of the guests actively avoided looking in my direction. I saw Chloe sitting at the sweetheart table. She looked absolutely furious, her knuckles white as she gripped her champagne flute, but she couldn't exactly stop the wedding to yell at him. I didn't move. I didn't utter a single syllable. I just sat there and swallowed the absolute humiliation. Every single word, every cheap, calculated shot, every condescending smirk. I had promised myself I would not give Marcus the twisted satisfaction of seeing me bleed in public. But the speech wasn't the breaking point. The true breaking point came about an hour later. After the dinner plates were cleared and the younger crowd had migrated to the open bar and the glowing dance floor, I desperately needed to escape the suffocating noise. I told Maya to stay inside and enjoy the music. I slipped out the heavy glass doors and walked out into the massive estate gardens. It was pitch black, save for a few glowing lanterns lining the stone pathways. I found a secluded, wrought iron bench, hidden behind a massive row of manicured hedges, sat down, and just tried to regulate my breathing. I was sitting there for maybe 10 minutes when I heard the unmistakable crunch of expensive leather shoes on the gravel. "Didn't mean to upset you in there, little bro," Marcus's voice slithered through the darkness. He casually rounded the hedge, acting as if he had just miraculously stumbled upon me. It was just a light-hearted joke. You know how weddings are. I didn't turn to look at him. I kept my eyes fixed on the distant tree line. I'm not upset, Marcus. Good, he said, aggressively plopping himself down on the bench right next to me without an ounce of invitation. Because you've gotten incredibly sensitive in your old age. You used to take my jabs way better when we were kids. I finally turned my head and looked at him. What do you want, Marcus? He shifted his weight, suddenly dropping the fake friendly act. His face grew serious, cold, and calculated. Look, I know we've had our differences over the years. And I know you've got your little IT company now, or whatever it is you're doing to afford renting that Porsche for the weekend. But the reality is, Mom and Dad are getting older. Dad's health isn't perfect. And there has been some serious talk lately. Talk? I asked slowly, the hair on the back of my neck standing up. He nodded grimly. About the estate, the family house, the beach property up in Maine, the liquid assets, the inheritance. You know how it is. They just want to make sure everything goes smoothly when the time comes. I felt a block of solid ice settle deep in the pit of my stomach. Go smoothly. What exactly does that mean? Marcus smiled. It was that exact same patronizing, victorious smile he used to give me when he would beat me at chess when we were children. They want someone responsible in charge of the trust. Someone who actually understands corporate structures, tax law, and how to handle massive assets. You've been completely out of the loop for 5 years, Julian. I'm the one who has been helping them. I do their taxes, I manage their insurance, I handle the property repairs. You name it, I do it. I slowly stood up from the bench, towering over him. So what are you saying? They're cutting me out of the will? Whoa. Nobody is saying that, he said, throwing his hands up in a gesture of fake surrender, though he remained seated. But you have to look at it from their perspective. You completely dropped off the map for half a decade. No phone calls, no holiday visits, no birthdays. Because they made it incredibly clear that I wasn't welcome unless I was a clone of you. I finally snapped, my voice echoing slightly in the empty garden. He shrugged nonchalantly. Hey, I'm just the messenger here, man. I'm just trying to be reasonable and give you a heads up so you aren't shocked when the paperwork is finalized. I turned around, disgusted, and started to walk away. And that was exactly when he said the words that would ultimately destroy his life. I mean, let's be brutally honest here, Julian, Marcus called out to my back. I stopped dead in my tracks. You were never really part of the long-term plan anyway. Mom used to say it all the time when you were struggling. She said you were like an extra puzzle piece from a different box that just didn't fit our picture. She didn't mean it to be cruel. She was just being realistic about who you are. I stood completely frozen on the gravel path. I didn't turn around. I couldn't. My hands were shaking so violently, I had to ball them into tight fists to stop the tremors. Anyway, Marcus continued breezily, entirely unfazed by the devastation he had just casually dropped on me. No hard feelings, right? It's just family business. You get it. Drive safe in your rental car. I heard his footsteps crunch away, heading back toward the pulsing music and the light of the reception hall. I stood there alone in the dark, my heart pounding against my ribs like a trapped bird. That was the exact moment something inside of me permanently snapped. It wasn't just the insult. It wasn't the money. I had more money in my personal checking account than my parents' entire estate was worth. It was the sheer, brutal realization that he genuinely meant it, that they all meant it. I had spent 5 agonizing years trying to make peace with being the family scapegoat, the outsider. I had repeatedly told myself that I didn't care, that their toxic opinions didn't matter, that building a massive, successful life, completely without them, was the ultimate victory. But hearing it said out loud, hearing my own mother's words weaponized against me by my brother, ignited something terrifying inside my chest. That wasn't just exclusion anymore. That was an active, calculated erasure. And it was just the beginning. Because what Marcus didn't know, what absolutely none of them knew, was that I possessed a skill set they couldn't even comprehend. I had leverage. I had resources. And I was officially done playing the quiet, submissive younger brother. When I finally walked back into the reception hall, the raging fire in my chest had gone completely cold. It wasn't the kind of cold that comes from peace. It was the kind of cold that comes when your brain completely detaches from emotion and shifts into pure, calculating survival mode. Like pouring liquid nitrogen over a fire. Maya looked up from her cocktail at the bar, took one look at my eyes, and instantly set her drink down. She didn't ask a single question. She just grabbed her clutch purse and said, "We're leaving." On the silent drive back to the city, the phrase "extra puzzle piece" repeated in my head over and over again, on an endless, maddening loop. The next 3 weeks of my life were a complete, numb blur. Back at my company's headquarters, I was supposed to be spearheading the final preparations for our massive Q4 product launch. We had just secured a monumental contract with a European banking syndicate, and the entire office was buzzing with adrenaline. And yet, I was a ghost. I would sit in my glass-walled office, stare at thousands of lines of code on my monitors, and completely forget what I was supposed to be debugging. I missed crucial executive meetings. I snapped rudely at Maya for absolutely no reason, only to profoundly apologize to her 5 minutes later. The ugly truth was that Marcus had inflicted significantly more psychological damage in that garden than I was willing to admit. It wasn't just the inheritance. It was the devastating realization that no matter how much I evolved, no matter how many millions I made, no matter what monumental things I built, my family had already permanently cemented my identity years ago. To them, I would always be the failure. Nothing, not success, not distance, not silence, would ever alter their perception. I started spiraling. I stopped going to the gym. I ate garbage. I canceled 2 massive investor calls and pushed our product launch back by 3 full weeks. The emails piled up into the thousands until Maya finally stormed into my office, slammed my laptop completely shut, and stood over my desk. "Listen to me very carefully," she demanded, her voice sharp as glass. "You are either going to deal with whatever the hell your brother said to you at that wedding, or you are going to formally tell the board you are taking a leave of absence. But this half-dead, zombie version of you is dragging this entire company down, and I refuse to watch you destroy what you built over some family drama." Her words hit me like a physical blow because she was absolutely right. The last time I had felt this utterly hollow and worthless, I was literally scrubbing toilets at 3 a.m. And here I was, sitting in a multi-million-dollar executive chair, feeling like a complete imposter. That night, I refused to go home. I stayed alone in the dark office, staring out the massive floor-to-ceiling windows at the glittering city skyline. Around 2 a.m., I found myself digging through the deepest, oldest archived folders on my server. I was looking at files from back when my entire company was nothing more than a rough idea typed into a messy Google Doc. I found the very first invoice I had ever successfully sent, $75 for a custom firewall script. I found the first brutal rejection email I ever received from an investor. And then, I found an old, saved email from a completely anonymous beta tester from 5 years ago. It just said, "Hey man, this software is brilliant. Don't stop building this. It's going to change things." For some reason, staring at that pixelated text broke the spell. It reminded me that someone, somewhere, had seen my actual value before I even had a dime to my name. I stayed up until dawn, reading old user feedback and terrible early code. I reconnected with the core reason I had survived my 20s. I was a builder. I didn't need to prove Marcus wrong, I just needed to protect what was mine. 2 days later, the mail arrived at my penthouse. It was a thick, heavy manila envelope with no return address. Inside was a massive stack of legal documents. It was a formal, notarized draft of the updated family trust. I sat at my kitchen island and read through the dense legalese. Marcus had been officially named the sole executor of the estate, possessing complete, unchecked power of attorney over my parents' finances, properties, and medical directives. My name was not mentioned a single time, not as a secondary beneficiary, not as a contingency, not even in a footnote. I had been legally, entirely erased from the family bloodline. I stared at the thick paper for a very long time. I didn't cry. I didn't throw anything. I carefully folded the document, placed it in my desk drawer, and locked it. They wanted to write me completely out of the story? Fine. Let's see how they feel when the story violently writes them out too. The very next morning, I made a phone call to Evelyn Vance. Evelyn was a terrifyingly brilliant corporate litigation attorney who had helped my company crush a massive contract dispute a year prior. She was ruthless, meticulous, and operated with the warmth of a great white shark. "I am not looking to sue my parents," I told her plainly, as I sat in her opulent downtown office, sliding the copied trust documents across her mahogany desk. "I just want to know exactly what I am looking at here, and what power he actually has." Evelyn adjusted her glasses, scanned the documents with terrifying speed, and sighed. "I will keep this incredibly simple for you, Julian. You are not technically disinherited, because they didn't explicitly write, 'We disinherit Julian.' You are simply omitted. Which means, if your parents pass away without revising this specific document, absolutely everything they own transfers directly to Marcus's control as the sole executor. He can liquidate, he can sell, he can hoard. If you wanted to fight it, you would have to launch a massive court challenge, and it would be an agonizing, uphill battle. Can you tell me when this draft was notarized?" I asked. She flipped to the back page. "Exactly 6 months ago." That detail stung worse than anything else. 6 months ago, I was working 100-hour weeks, finalizing the London buyout deal, securing my future. And while I was doing that, My family was secretly sitting in a lawyer's office, legally severing me from their lives like a diseased limb. Is there anything I can legally do right now? I asked. Evelyn leaned back in her leather chair, tapping her expensive pen. Not legally. Not unless you can definitively prove coercion, severe mental incompetence, or financial fraud. She paused, her sharp eyes softening just a fraction. You are not crazy to be deeply upset by this, Julian. This is incredibly cold, and it is highly calculated. I thanked her, paid her massive retainer, and left. I realized then that my parents hadn't written me out because I was a failure. They wrote me out because I had succeeded completely without them. I was the one variable they could no longer control, mold, or manipulate. So, I stopped asking why they did it, and I started asking how Marcus had convinced them to do it. The very first thing I did was hire a private forensic researcher. Not some sketchy, cheap private investigator from a strip mall who takes photos of cheating spouses. I hired a man named Silas. Silas was a former IRS forensic auditor who had transitioned into corporate espionage and deep-dive financial digging. He was tall, incredibly soft-spoken, and moved like a ghost. I am not looking to blackmail my brother, I told Silas as we sat in a secure windowless conference room at my office. But Marcus bragged to me that he handles all of their taxes, their properties, and their insurance. If he is the sole executor, there has to be a massive paper trail. I want to know exactly what he is doing with their money right now. I gave Silas a blank check and told him to tear Marcus's financial life down to the molecular level. 3 weeks later, Silas requested a meeting. He walked into my office carrying a massive, 3-inch thick binder, filled with highlighted bank records, property deeds, and corporate filings. Let's just say your brother is not the benevolent, responsible family steward he is pretending to be, Silas said quietly, sliding the heavy binder across my desk. I opened it. What I saw made my blood run instantly cold. For starters, Silas had uncovered that Marcus had quietly, legally transferred the deed to our family's massive, beloved beach house in Maine, a property that had been in my mother's family for 3 generations out of my parents' names entirely. He had transferred it into a shell LLC registered in Delaware. That LLC was owned by a secondary holding company, which, as you can guess, was entirely owned and operated by Marcus. On paper, Marcus likely pitched this to your parents as a standard estate planning move to avoid probate taxes, Silas explained, pointing to the transfer signatures. But legally, that house no longer belongs to your parents. It belongs entirely to his corporation. If he wanted to sell it tomorrow and keep the cash, they couldn't stop him. That alone was a massive betrayal, but it got so much worse. Silas turned the page to the maintenance and expense reports for my parents' estate. There was a $24,000 charge for landscaping upgrades, a $12,000 charge for roof repairs, and an eye-popping $35,000 tagged as interior furnishing replacements. The receipts looked completely legitimate at first glance, Silas noted. But when I traced the vendor tax ID numbers, the landscaping company is owned by Marcus's college roommate. The interior design firm is registered to Marcus's wife's maiden name. He is actively embezzling your parents' liquid retirement assets by generating fake invoices and funneling the cash directly back into his own pockets. My jaw physically clenched. He was bleeding them dry while smiling in their faces. But the absolute crown jewel of Silas's investigation was buried in a scanned email attachment he had managed to legally intercept through a public domain flaw connected to Marcus's careless business server. It was a direct email chain between Marcus and his sleazy corporate accountant. The subject line read, "Tax Shield Strategy, Parental Asset Transfer." The body of the email detailed a meticulous multi-year plan to gradually drain my parents' remaining liquid retirement accounts and move the funds into long-term, tax-sheltered offshore accounts under Marcus's sole authority. He claimed it was to protect the estate from medical bankruptcy. But the final paragraph of the email was the smoking gun. Marcus had written, "Make sure the corporate structures are locked tight. I need these assets completely insulated in entities where Julian will have absolutely zero legal standing or access when the time comes." I stared at the printed email for what felt like hours. My brother wasn't just playing favorites. He was playing God with our family's legacy, and he was robbing the very people who worshipped him. And now, I had the absolute, undeniable proof. I took the entire binder back to Evelyn Vance. She read through the findings, her eyes widening slightly at the sheer audacity of the embezzlement. "Legally, this gives you a massive foundation," Evelyn said, tapping the binder. "It's not an immediate criminal slam dunk because your parents signed the power of attorney. But if your parents are genuinely unaware of how far he has gone, or if we trigger a full forensic IRS audit, this will crack his entire life wide open. What do you want to do, Julian?" "I want to burn his castle down," I said softly, "but I want him to light the match." "If I were you," Evelyn advised, a dangerous smile playing on her lips. I would gather this leverage, lock it in a vault, and wait. Wait for the exact moment he feels completely untouchable. So, that is exactly what I did. I didn't go nuclear right away. I didn't call my parents screaming. I didn't send Marcus a cryptic, threatening text message. I went completely, terrifyingly quiet. I focused entirely on my company. We launched our Q4 product. It was a massive, industry-shaking success. I doubled my net worth in 3 months. Outwardly, I was thriving. But inwardly, I was meticulously preparing for war. I started planting invisible seeds. I reached out to my cousin Chloe under the pretense of sending her a late wedding gift. During our phone call, I casually asked if she remembered Marcus acting weird about family finances lately. Chloe hesitated, lowering her voice. Actually, yes. A few months before the wedding, he aggressively tried to pressure my dad into signing over his portion of the shared family cabin trust. My dad refused, and Marcus threw a massive tantrum. It was really uncomfortable. I asked her to quietly forward me any emails Marcus had sent her dad regarding the cabin. She did. Then, I reached out to my Aunt Sarah, my mother's fiercely protective older sister. I called her just to check in, after she had a minor knee surgery. We hadn't spoken in 4 years, but she warmed up to me quickly. After 20 minutes of small talk, I gently steered the conversation. I'm just worried about mom and dad's finances with dad retiring soon, I lied smoothly. Do you know who is handling their estate planning? Oh, Marcus has all of that completely locked down, Aunt Sarah said, though I could hear a distinct note of suspicion in her voice. Your father practically treats Marcus like a deity now. He signs whatever Marcus puts in front of him. Honestly, Julian, I'm surprised your name isn't on any of the new trust paperwork. It's not, I said softly, letting the silence hang heavy on the line. Aunt Sarah went dead silent. Then, she whispered, that is completely wrong, Julian. That is not right at all. I didn't press her any further. I didn't need to. I knew she would remember that conversation, and the seed of doubt would grow. I didn't need to blow the family up myself. I just needed to shift the tide of public opinion so that when the dam broke, Marcus would drown alone. To execute the final phase of my plan, I needed to put Marcus exactly where he desperately wanted to be, at the absolute center of attention, surrounded by everyone he wanted to impress. 2 months later, the perfect opportunity arrived in my mailbox. It was a thick, embossed invitation to a massive retirement party for my father. He was finally stepping down from his firm after 40 years. And the venue for the party? It was being hosted by Marcus at the family beach house in Maine. The exact same beach house that Marcus had secretly stolen from them via his Delaware LLC. I knew deep in my gut that Marcus would use this massive party to flaunt his role as the new patriarch, to flex his control, and to publicly claim the crown he thought he had flawlessly secured. Which was exactly what I needed him to do. Because when he finally stepped up in front of our entire extended family to claim that stolen throne, I was going to be standing right there. Armed with a polite smile, a $1,000 suit, a tiny silver USB flash drive, and a very simple, devastating sentence. The day of the retirement party, I deliberately arrived an hour late. The sun had just begun to dip below the horizon, casting long, golden shadows across the crashing waves of the Maine coastline as I slowly pulled my Porsche up the long, winding gravel driveway of the old family estate. The house was a massive, beautiful Victorian wraparound, now technically a corporate asset hidden inside Marcus's web of shell companies. I parked a few houses down the road to avoid immediate detection. I didn't bring Maya this time. I didn't need a buffer. I walked the rest of the way alone, my footsteps calm and measured against the gravel. I was wearing a sharp, charcoal gray suit with no tie. In my left hand, I held a thick, sealed manila envelope. In my right pocket, rested the silver USB drive. As I approached the sprawling backyard, I could hear the familiar symphony of my family, the booming laughter that felt like echoes from a past life I had shed, soft jazz filtering through expensive outdoor speakers. The clink of crystal champagne flutes from aunts, uncles, and cousins who had effortlessly forgotten I existed. I wasn't here for a tearful reconciliation. I was here for absolute clarity. The backyard had been transformed into a lavish, catered event. There was a massive white canopy tent, linen-covered tables, endless trays of expensive seafood, and a large projector screen set up near the patio for what I assumed would be a sappy family photo slideshow. My father stood right in the center of a large circle of admiring relatives. He was wearing a crisp button-down shirt, laughing loudly as Marcus stood next to him, holding a wireless microphone and a glass of expensive scotch. And I think we can all agree, Marcus's voice boomed through the speakers, dripping with fake humility. That dad's unwavering leadership, both at his firm and right here at home, is what kept this family strong. And now, as he finally retires to enjoy the fruits of his labor, it is time to pass the torch, not just of property or assets, but of our family's legacy. Marcus looked down at my father, who nodded with tears of pride welling in his eyes. Then, Marcus's gaze swept across the crowd, soaking in the adoration, until his eyes landed squarely on me standing at the edge of the patio. He physically froze, just for a fraction of a second, but it was enough. His smug smile faltered. I didn't wait for him to recover. I stepped forward, walking straight into the center of the crowd as the polite chuckles faded into confused silence. Every single pair of eyes turned in my direction. My mother's face twitched in shock, her hand flying to her mouth. My father tilted his head, genuinely bewildered. Aunt Sarah gave me a highly calculated, knowing look. Chloe, standing by the bar, offered me a tiny, supportive nod. I stopped exactly 3 feet away from Marcus. I didn't take the microphone. I just spoke loud enough, with a voice so cold and steady it cut through the ocean breeze. Before we move on to the toast, I said, pulling the silver flash drive from my pocket and holding it up in the twilight, I brought something I wanted to show the family. I thought it might be highly relevant to Dad's retirement, and to this legacy Marcus was just talking about. Marcus's eyes darted to the flash drive. His jaw tightened. Julian, now is really not the time for your dramatic, but I completely ignored him. I walked straight past him, over to the media table where a teenager was manning the laptop connected to the massive projector screen. Without asking permission, I pulled his flash drive out and slid mine in. Maya had meticulously prepped the presentation for me the night before. She didn't ask if I was sure. She just formatted the evidence to be as brutally legible as possible. The massive screen behind the tent flickered to life. I clicked the wireless remote in my hand. Slide 1, Deed Transfer, Main Property. It was a massive, high-resolution scan of the legal document showing Marcus's digital signature, authorizing the transfer of the very beach house we were standing at, from my parents' names into his Delaware LLC. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. My father frowned heavily, stepping closer to the screen. My mother leaned forward, squinting. I clicked the remote again. Slide 2, Vendor Invoices 2023, Fraudulent. A massive, color-coded spreadsheet appeared. It showed the tens of thousands of dollars paid out of my parents' retirement accounts for maintenance. Right next to the charges were the corporate registry photos proving the vendors were Marcus's college friends and his wife's side businesses. What is this? Uncle David muttered loudly from the back. Marcus lunged forward, his face flushing crimson. Turn that off. This is ridiculous. This is entirely out of context. Those were legally authorized repairs. Dad asked me to manage the estate and I did. I clicked the remote a third time. Slide 3. Email intercept. Tax shield strategy. The massive screen displayed Marcus's exact email to his accountant. The words were highlighted in bright yellow. I need these assets completely insulated in entities where Julian will have absolutely zero legal standing. Funnel the liquid cash. I let the entire party read it in absolute, horrifying silence. The only sound was the crashing of the ocean waves. I turned slowly to my parents. They looked like they had been physically struck. Did you know, I asked my father, my voice echoing in the dead quiet, that this beach house no longer legally belongs to you? Did you know your retirement assets are being actively embezzled into a trust you have zero legal control over? My father opened his mouth, but no sound came out. He looked at Marcus, his hands shaking. I thought, he stammered weakly. Marcus said he was helping us protect it from probate. He said it was safer in his hands. And it is? Marcus shouted, his voice cracking with sheer panic. He pointed an accusatory finger at me. It is a legal asset shield, Dad. This is standard high-level financial planning. He is twisting it because he's a jealous failure. I looked at Marcus. I really, truly looked at him. And for the first time in my entire 32 years of life on this earth, my older brother looked terrified. He wasn't smug. He wasn't superior. He was completely exposed, stripped naked in front of his entire kingdom. I didn't twist a single thing, Marcus, I said calmly. I just followed the paperwork. Exactly like a responsible executor might do if they were actually included in the family planning, but I wasn't. And honestly, I am completely okay with that now. I don't need a single dime of this family's money. I turned back to the stunned crowd. But I am absolutely not okay with this. I am not okay with the manipulation, the blatant fraud, and the deception. I am not going to stand by and watch my parents get quietly written out of their own legacy while Marcus plays family king with a glass of stolen scotch. Nobody moved. Nobody breathed. I walked over to my father, opened the thick manila envelope I had been carrying, and gently handed him the massive stack of forensic documents Silas had compiled. What is this? My dad whispered, tears spilling over his eyelids. A detailed, forensic breakdown, I said softly, of every single fraudulent transfer Marcus authorized, every account he drained, every fake payment he processed, and exactly who benefited from it. My mother's hands violently trembled as she reached over and took the top sheet. My father, a man who had spent his entire life avoiding conflict, looked slowly from me, to the documents, and then directly at Marcus. This cannot be right. He choked out. I shrugged. You have a corporate lawyer, so do I. Have an independent auditor run the numbers. See who is lying. Marcus let out a short, hysterical, dry bark of a laugh. He stepped aggressively toward me, his fists clenched. You are just a bitter, pathetic loser. This is all revenge because nobody took you seriously. Because you disappeared for 5 years to go play on your computer, and now you come back thinking you can rewrite the rules of this family. He was practically spitting, his face mere inches from mine. You think having a little money makes you legitimate? You think driving a rented Porsche makes you part of this family again? I didn't flinch. I didn't back away. I stared directly into his panicked eyes. I never stopped being part of this family, Marcus, I said, my voice dropping to a lethal whisper. You just spent so much time and energy trying to make me invisible, you completely forgot that I was still watching. Loud murmurs erupted from the crowd. I heard Aunt Sarah loudly say to my uncle, he forged that LLC under his own name. The bastard stole the house. And then, my mother, the quiet, passive woman who had spent 30 years letting Marcus walk all over everyone, stepped forward. Is it true? She asked Marcus directly, her voice eerily calm. Did you move my father's house into your own company? Mom, you don't understand the tax implications, Marcus started, reaching out for her arm. Smack. My mother slapped him across the face. The sound cracked like a gunshot in the stunned silence of the backyard. It wasn't a violent, brawling hit, but it carried 30 years of absolute betrayal. The sting of it silenced the entire estate. You took advantage of us, she whispered, her voice breaking into a sob. Of your father's trust. Of my trust. You weren't protecting us. You were stealing from us. I was trying to secure the future for you. Marcus snapped, holding his red cheek, desperation leaking from every pore. Not for us. And certainly not for Julian. He doesn't deserve a cent. Marcus looked around wildly for support. But the crowd had physically shifted away from him. His allies were dead quiet. The cousins, the uncles, even his own wife, who looked utterly horrified, were staring at him like he was a monster. His entire kingdom had instantly crumbled into dust, and I hadn't even raised my voice once. I leaned in slightly, just close enough for him to hear over the sound of my mother's crying. You built your entire empire on lies, Marcus, I whispered. I just showed everyone the blueprint. I didn't stay for the rest of the screaming match. I turned my back on him, walked down the gravel driveway, got into my car, and drove back to the city. The fallout from that night was apocalyptic. My parents didn't call me that night. Neither did Marcus. I drove home alone, parked my car in the quiet sanctuary of my garage, and just sat there in the dark for a very long time. I didn't feel a massive rush of triumphant joy. I didn't throw a party. But I felt clean. I felt like I had finally taken a scalpel and cut out the massive tumor of guilt and inadequacy I had been carrying in my chest since I was a teenager. I could finally breathe without wondering what version of me my family had chosen to believe in. 3 days later, my dad called me. He asked me to meet him at a quiet diner halfway between the city and their house. He looked 10 years older. He didn't say much at first. He just ordered a black coffee, stared at the plastic lid for 20 minutes, and finally looked up at me with completely shattered eyes. I was wrong about you, he said, his voice raspy. I didn't say anything. I just waited. He nodded slowly. About a lot of things. About everything. Really. I let Marcus take complete control because I thought he knew what he was doing. Because he looked the part. Because he sounded like me. He took a deep, shuddering breath. I think I just believed what was easiest to believe, and it almost cost me everything. That admission hit me significantly harder than I expected it to. He reached into his jacket and handed me a thin envelope. There were no massive flash drives this time. Just a simple, notarized letter from their newly appointed, independent lawyer. The family trust had been completely blown up and rewritten. Marcus was officially removed from everything. I was named co-executor alongside a neutral, third-party legal representative to ensure absolute transparency. They weren't handing me the keys to the kingdom, but they were finally giving me a permanent seat at the table. And this time, I knew I had built the chair myself. As for Marcus, his life rapidly unraveled. I heard through Chloe that he tried to desperately deny everything, claiming I had fabricated the documents. But my parents demanded a full, ruthless, forensic audit. The new lawyers reviewed every single transfer. Marcus's shell companies were dragged into the light. Faced with the threat of massive federal wire fraud charges and elder abuse, he was forced to sign the main house back over to my parents and liquidate his own assets to repay the $150,000 he had slowly embezzled. He didn't go to prison. My parents couldn't bear to actually press criminal charges against their own son, but he was forced to resign from his venture capital firm under immense, quiet pressure once the rumors of his financial improprieties leaked into his corporate circle. He had to sell his boat. He had to downsize his life. He still has some money, he isn't homeless, but the ultimate currency in our family respect is permanently gone. He is a pariah. A few months after the party, I hosted a dinner at my penthouse. It was nothing extravagant, just a few close friends, some of my lead developers, Chloe and her new husband, and Maya. At the end of the night, Maya stood up and raised her glass of wine. To Julian, she said, a wicked grin on her face. The man who turned 5 years of silence into a masterpiece of strategy, and made absolute revenge look like high art. I laughed genuinely for the first time in months, not because I had won some petty sibling rivalry, but because I had survived. I had walked into a room full of people who had spent my entire life viewing me as an invisible failure, and I left with every single pair of eyes watching me walk out. I was never the extra puzzle piece. I was the one who completely flipped the board, and I'm never letting anyone else keep score for me again.